living here in Jersey, fighting villains from afar. You gotta find first gear in your giant robot car. You dig giant robots, I dig giant robots, we dig giant robots, chicks dig giant robots. Nice.
Hello again. Welcome to the Anime Boomers podcast. I am your favorite refrigerator. Sometimes there's a refrigerator and it has a gator in it. Of course, like I said, I am Gator, the host, the MC of this podcast. We've actually held to our every other week format for the first time in a long time, and it feels great. It feels fantastic to be actually regular for once and actually doing it right. Of course,
like an old man on laxatives.
Like an
Finally
old man
regular.
on laxative. We're finally on the regular. By the way, I finally figured out what the male form of hag is. It's sage.
Oh, really? I've never heard that.
Because wizard is taken by dudes that have never gotten laid, that are over the age of 30. So sage is the male hag. So when you're a VTuber over the age of 30, you're officially a sage.
Okay. I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah,
Do we have any sages that we know of? I mean, I know there's like Outeron from Hollow Stars, but I can't think of anyone else who'd be a sage.
That's a good question. We need sages rise up. Sages rise up. We need to find out who the sages are in the VTuber industry.
Just keep them away from the hags. They'll take them from us.
I'm, of course, joined by my co-host, Cody from Anime Outsiders. How you doing, Cody?
Howdy ho, people. What it be, what it do, what it is.
Of course, we're going to be joined soon by our third chair for this episode, RyanTheEditor. You might know him from Twitter, from the Twitterverse. He does clips for another friend of ours that's going through a rough time. But this is an anime podcast, so we're just not going to talk about that. we only talk about like anime and VTuber drama. We stay out of the flesh verse as much as we can.
Yeah. Just kind of hoping that improves. Otherwise,
yeah.
But you can't see it. I'm biting my lip nervously.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
I'm not optimistic, but I always hope for a redemption
I pray for
arc.
better angels to prevail. And always.
Yeah. Oof.
But that is neither here nor there. We're here to talk about anime. We're here to talk about VTubers. We're here to talk about the anime women, the crazy internet anime women,
weeb shit,
and video
pretty
games.
much weeb shit. Yeah, a general nerditry. And I think we I mean, I don't know if you want to wait for Ryan to jump into the main topic or just want to jump right into the main topic.
I do. We can talk about this because I I did see this on Twitter. Scotty in the chat says, "Why has mating press been trending for 3 days?"
I was gonna bring that up. What? I thought it was one of those random ass things. Like, oh well, some weird shit is trending because trending will change. Like if you're on multiple accounts like me. So, on the AO account, sometimes some really dumb stuff is trending because, it's tied into the anime sphere. And I switch over to my regular account, and it's still trending. Like, okay, that's a
little weird.
I guess maybe some VTuber shit. I switched to my art account because I did like a couple little quick funny drawings last night. So I put it up on the art account. Switch over there. Mating press, still there. Okay. Okay, so this is just a site-wide thing. This is just like, it's like it's up there with a presidential debate. It's the thing everybody's talking about today for some reason. It's just the mating press. I mean, okay.
It's like, all right, go on with your bad self, I guess.
I guess all of Twitter is down bad today. I don't know why today or yesterday. I think it was like through the night. I don't know what spurred it on, but
it's still trending today.
You have my sympathies. You have my I guess I don't know if I should say encouragement, but God bless you and Godspeed. Like, why is mating press trending? Did anybody click it to check? Because I didn't.
I assume it was trending because of because of VTubers. Like that was my guess.
I mean, usually if something like that is trending, it's because of VTubers, but like the problem is you half the time you click a trending thing to see why it's trending, and all you get is messages of people saying, "Why is this trending? Hey, look, this is trending." It's
okay,
like when
it's a mix. It's a mix of three things from what I've been able to gather, and it is anime related. Funny enough,
of course.
So we are approaching the end game of Beast Doll, or My Dress Up Darling, and apparently they have finally kissed, and they did so in a way that she just like fucking tackled him.
Oh.
Mixed with the VTubers. Because see, the origin of mating press goes back to Bales.
Well, I mean, it's a position.
Yeah.
But
she ain't letting him go, and he has trouble breathing.
Yeah.
Yes. But that it's a mix of Dress Up Darling and, of course, the VTubers posting mating press memes. And it's just taken over Twitter the past. And I think normies now are making it worse because they're like, why is mating press trending?
The Bales thing was so weird, man. I mean, I get, that side of the VTuber fandom, but it felt so random that just this just happened. Now they're all yelling mating press for some reason.
Yeah, it's just a thing with her fans now. It's just to yell mating press and post pictures of Bales.
If I were her, I wouldn't know how to feel about that. I mean,
Jidon, my soul.
On the one hand, I guess it's flattering. On the other hand, it's like, do I go out in public?
They just want to jidon her soul, I guess.
More like jizz on her soul.
Heyo, heyo,
heyo, everybody! Finger guns. Y'all are weird. I'm just gonna say it. Y'all are weird.
That's what happened. That's what happens when you combine cute anime girls, making them real, and weeaboos. That's what you get.
I've said before, though, the VTuber fandom does have one thing going for. Well, one thing. It's got a bunch of things going for it, but this thing going for it, among the others, it successfully quarantined their weirdos in a way that a lot of fandoms weren't able to do.
Yeah, they're all stuck on a single board.
Yeah.
And everybody hates that board.
Yeah, exactly. They're over on V. That's where the weirdos are over on V, and you just stay over there. You just be here.
Containment
away
board
from
on VT.
That would have saved the furries and the weebs so much hassle if they had just managed to do that.
If they had just like contained all of the furries to like Fur Affinity or whatever, and they were never allowed to show themselves in public. If they just stayed there, like the problem would have remained contained.
Well, if you remember, Fur Affinity was started as that kind of like it was because like you had other furries.
Well, there was drama. Yeah, there was drama in the furry community. Because I remember this. I remember this was like a big topic on Something Awful way back in the freaking day. Just like the dumb shit that furries would do, and that's why they always got made fun of. There was always some like crazy ass drama that they'd go through, and it's like the eternal cycle of their community is they have this big community, and then there's like some crazy drama, and they go and they form a splinter website that's like, oh, we're not gonna be like those. We're not gonna be like those people. We're gonna be different. We're gonna be better. And then of course it becomes even worse than the original one.
Yeah, furry drama. That was my reality TV back when I was.
That was all of our reality TVs because it was crazy. It was always insane.
You just pop on the internet. What are they up to today? You just go like if you knew the websites that were like like Something Awful or Portal of Evil or Crush Shift Destroys. It's like you're like what are they up to today? What's the did they technically kidnap somebody? Con? Oh boy. Tell me more. Which is true, by the way. They technically kidnapped. I say technically kidnapped, but it was technically kidnapped. But like I remember the like Fur Affinity was because they had other furry sites, and it's weird to think that there were furry image sites that had rules and balked at degeneracy. But you got to remember they had basically accelerationists in the furry fandom. I've mentioned this before, but now it's sort of a revelation I had like the last 10 years or so. That like, yeah, the furries aren't special anymore. They were just the first. They were foreshadowing that the internet did not heed. And we should have. Because everybody just started using them as like a troll shield. Like, yeah, well, I could do whatever stupid shit, but at least I'm not the furries. And then like more and more they were just adopting furry behavior. And it was like, no. It's just because they had accelerationists as like influencers. They had the worst fucking name for their influencers back in the day. Because the term influencer didn't exist. Like the big guys in a fandom. They called them popufers. I hate it so much. But the popufers back in the day were just the biggest degenerates, and they were just like, yeah, Mark Merlino was the biggest one. That like,
oh yeah,
that
Mark
guy,
Merlino, who basically kind of co-founded the furry community.
Yeah, that
in
dude
his sex dungeon.
Yeah, it's not even a joke. Like that
I'm not exaggerating.
That one dude is responsible for the state of the furry fandom. I shit you not. Because like he's the one that founded the first furry conventions, or at least helped found them. And he would, in order to boost numbers of attendees, advertise it on like alt lifestyle chat rooms. Not furry fandom chats. And he did that, but like, oh well, we'll get small numbers. I'll go to like these fetish chats and advertise my furry con and tell him that we're open-minded. He's very much like, I will mask my fetishes and degeneracy in a veil of progressivism. It's like, oh, we're open-minded. We're not like those religious right, horrible.
We're not like those bigoted, bigoted conservatives.
Exactly. And then like the first furry cons, there was like the infamous elevator cum. It was like there was an elevator at a furry convention. Someone just spooged on the wall, and somebody just didn't see it and leaned up against it. And guess what they got on their fucking
Why is there cum on the elevator?
Yeah. Elevator go down. But the furry fandom they were foreshadowing. And so like you look now, and like so many, especially the anime fandom. I hate to say it, guys. I hate to say it. This is a dark truth we have to face. We're all furries now. Just started doing things the furries do, adopting their behaviors. I remember when the con, I'll say this a million times, and I'll keep repeating it because I mean it. I remember when the con orgy was a furry thing. Now it's everywhere. They had one at Off Kai! Like, they had one at MagFest. That's how you know they went mainstream. There was a con orgy at MagFest.
Con orgy at MagFest.
Yeah, and it used to be a furry thing. Because the thing was, the furries were so sex-focused, sex-obsessed for a long time. But they were also like, to be perfectly blunt, they were autistic nerds. They had no social skills. They had no riz. They couldn't get any. So the con orgy had a purpose. It was you scratch my back, I scratch yours. Now neither of us will be virgins. That was the purpose of the con orgy. It was a bunch of people that couldn't get laid, coming together, to relieve everybody's tension mutually. And it is now spread to like every convention. All of them. And I could go on, the list goes on of like all the furry things that everybody else adopted. It is like I said,
well, that's kind of the problem is that all of these conventions kind of they owe their history to two different things. One is the Star Trek conventions, like the science conventions and
science fiction
conventions, and also the furry conventions. Because
the furries and the weebs were the same fandom for a long time.
For a long time, they were.
There are siblings, everybody. They were all part of the it was like the sci-fi and animation fandom, and then they all started to split because there used to be like back in the old days they would get like a bunch of guys together in a hotel room and they would just have VHSs of all this shit. Like they would be watching like Go Lion and Animal Olympics all in the same sit down session, and like members of this fandom, they just started. It's kind of like what's happening to the furries and the weebs. They just gravitate towards different subsections of their fandom, and then they start into splinter groups, and then the splinter groups don't even fucking like each other. I mean, nobody hates furries more than other furries. And then you have
nobody hates weeaboos more than other weeaboos.
Yeah, you have the weebs that like, oh, you just watch shonen. You just watch like the flavor of the week shonen. You're not a real fan unless you're watching like the girlfriend simulators and shit like that. And then you have like the fans that watch like the old stuff, like old 80s and 90s stuff and all that stuff. Like,
now you got the guys that are like, you're not a real anime fan unless you only watch the shonen of the day.
Yeah, or you're not an anime fan unless you're watching like every seasonal stuff and live tweeting about it. Like fandom splinter. And like we all of the big fandoms today are just splinters of like the father fandom. Like the original fandom. Everybody
is a child of Star Trek.
Yeah. Like
even Star Trek is a child of old novels and old books.
And like I think it was like sci-fi and fantasy were different fandoms, and they kind of feuded with each other. Like, what was better, space or magic? You know?
Right.
And now it's kind of funny. People are arguing they're the same thing again. But that's sort of how we all started. Which, you know what? If everybody is going to be degenerate, and like I said, we all furries now, that is a load off my back, because forever I had to keep, whenever I'd advertise Cloud Scratcher, I'd have to put in the little asterisk, don't worry, it's not a furry comic, because it's marketing, you know? I want everybody to read this. It's all ages friendly, but you see the anthropomorphic characters, you're like, oh no, who's fucking who? No, don't worry about it. It's styled like Disney. That's all it is. Old Disney.
Old
Good
Disney. Not current Disney.
Yeah, it's the shit I watched as a kid. And now it's like, fuck, man, if we're all a bunch of degenerates in here, there's no,
you don't have to put a caveat anymore.
Yeah, I don't have to put the little the asterisk anymore. You know what? Fuck it.
It's anime. I ain't gotta explain shit.
Yeah. That's like the whole reason. I mean, the whole reason I started the comic is like I had it in the back burner for years. Like, well, I can't do this because it would be anthropomorphic characters and those furries. And then like I had the little personal revelations. Like, fuck it. It's all the same shit anyway. Just make the damn comic. Now I'm further down the fuck it. I don't have to do the soft marketing. I mean, if everybody's gonna do this shit, I said I think I was talking to you, Gator, after an episode. We just kind of had the conversation, and I mentioned like there were two main things that are still keeping us from being like the furries, like exactly like them. Two, furries are still the undisputed kings of collecting paraphilias.
Oh,
like
God.
There are weird fetishes exclusive to the furry fandom, and even that's leaking. It used to be like vor and transformation, and I think even inflation. No, inflation not really, but inflation was like very furry focused.
I associate the inflation more with the furries than just about anything.
Yeah.
because of all the all the fucking videos people made making fun of them, and it was always Sonics. It was always Sonic fans.
Yeah. Well, Sonic, I remember someone told me in an argument, and I don't know if I fully believe it, but I can't disprove it either. I'm gonna tell it to you. See what you think. I think this is interesting. Sonic isn't furry. Now, when I heard this, I said, "What? Of course it's furry." But then he gave me these two reasons, and I'm like, that's interesting. I don't know if I agree with you, but I can't say you're wrong either. And these are the two reasons. Number one. None of the characters in Sonic look like the animal they're supposed to be. Not a one of them. You can maybe argue Rouge with the ears and wings, but none of them look like the animal they're supposed to be. And you can always tell when a furry draws a Sonic character because they never look quite right. They always look too much like the animal they're supposed to be. They got too much of a snout or something like that. And tying into that, reason number two, they look more like 1930s rubber hose cartoons than like anthropomorphic furry characters. Like you look at like those old like bouncy rubber hose cartoons, they never really looked like an actual animal. It was just like, dot nose and fucking it was I mean, to be perfectly blunt, a lot of them were based on minstrel shows. I mean, because people
that makes sense.
About, race. Race. No, they're just thinking like, the funny minstrel shows with the silly like, well, they're being silly like a minstrel show. So
well,
like, we can look at minstrel shows like
Looney Tunes. If you look at Looney Tunes and Looney Tunes characters, you can kind of see the minstrel show style in them.
Yeah, because like Hey, there's Ryan.
There's Ryan.
Oh my god, I am so sorry because you see, I'm what we like to call a professional idiot.
Oh,
And,
hey, that's what we are too.
Hey, how about
Everybody's late. This is a late day. We were late as hell.
But
You're
you
late.
see, it's even worse than that because me and Gator were sitting here talking. He's like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna start the show at 3." And I'm like, "Okay, cool." And me being a dummy, I don't clarify for which one of us because we live in 2 different time zones. So,
the old Central and
wait for him.
EST problem.
Yeah. And so I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to run to work, grab what I need to do to work over the weekend. I'll be good. And then he's like, oh, here's the live chat. I'm like, cool. Start at 3. I'll hop in there early. We'll chit chat and then start the show at 3. And then I'm at the bank dropping off my paycheck. And I look down and I see Gator post, oh, we're live now 1 minute ago. And I'm like, oh, God, no.
Probably should have said 3 EST, to be fair.
Yeah, I probably should have clarified that.
Listen, I have a legacy of being late and gay to uphold here.
Right, so do we. We're all late and gay today. At least we weren't
Speaking
muted.
of gay,
Speaking of gay, we're talking about furries.
Oh, no.
oh no, even more of an oh no. We were talking about the harsh truth that the furries, like I said earlier, the furries, they're no longer special. They were foreshadowing we didn't heed, and now we're all furries.
Goodness.
In fact, in some ways, I think the weebs might have gotten worse. In some ways,
Well, I'll tell you, my
pains me to say.
line of demarcation. We will not be as bad as the furries until we have gassed ourselves.
Well, no. Here's the 2 ways I think we're worse. Right. Number 1, I remember the some of the degeneracy that went in the early furry cons. Right. I mean, there was a footage of in that Down the Rabbit Hole, that Frederick Knudsen doc on furries, which, you know, I was wondering why he swept so much of the dirt under the rug and then he became a furry. Like, oh, that explains it. But like, he showed that con for the guy.
Now
like,
he's a VTuber with Astroline.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody has been happy with that trajectory he's been going on. But he showed footage of like somebody doing a burlesque dance in a like girl fursuit. I don't even know. It might have been a guy in there. I can't even say like she. Like, you don't know what's in there. Done to a song from Oliver and Company, which every time I would see that clip, I would just get like the bile in my throat. Like, don't do your sexy little fucking burlesque dances to something from a movie I liked as a kid. Don't fucking do that. Don't do that. Yeah, it's like, for some reason the whole ruining my childhood thing. Like, I've become numb to degenerate fan art, but that for some reason instilled bile in me. I don't know why. But like, it's stuff like that. Now you smash cut to, and then meanwhile at the anime convention. Now, granted, this is a different era. But meanwhile, you smash cut to the anime convention. You cut to that shit that was what the fuck was going on at DreamCon.
Oh yeah,
dude.
I can't even play
It's
that.
like, oh, you
I
don't
can't even play
understand,
that.
homie. We gotta twerk at the anime convention.
Wasn't even twerking. That was just dry humping. That was the same kind of
Literally
shit as that.
just sex with clothes on.
Yeah,
That's literally what it was. I can't even pull the clip up because YouTube will like fucking strike my stream for that. It was,
and like
I'll describe it. You've probably all seen it
it
on
was
Twitter.
a fat stripper too.
It was a fat stripper, fat melanated stripper with a huge ass on this guy. I think he was cosplaying as a Jujutsu Kaisen character, and just her fat ass is just jumping up and down as she's like dry humping this dude. And it's got her. She's cosplaying. I think she was cosplaying as Chun-Li, right?
She just had pasties, man. She just had fucking pasties on.
She was just in like a thong.
Well, it was like quote unquote Chun-Li. She was wearing like the hair thing, and then was like practically butt ass naked except for that. And it, like the way I knew that this convention was like a black convention was because there was a fucking Cash App tag on the fucking screen there. And I was like, oh, this must be like a black weeaboo convention, because like no regular convention would do shit like that.
You know, it's a black weeaboo convention when they are up in arms when you say, hey, how about we just make the anime convention about anime and not bringing in the stripper on stage?
it's fucking
Yeah.
weird shit, man. Like
They
I looked into it. I
jump
thought
down your throat.
this was just like a regular like anime convention that just went like fucking weird, but no, it's like another one of those like weird splinters, but it was like, like marketed primarily for like black weeaboos. And man,
Do we fucking need? I mean, I guess it's the natural splintering of fandom, but like, do we need a racial convention now? Like, what the fuck's the point of that?
Cody, you're treading dangerous lines here. Are you suggesting separate but equal anime conventions?
they talk about DreamCon.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
we're talking
arguing
about
against it.
DreamCon.
I mean, the DreamCon people are the ones advocating for a separate but equal convention. I'm arguing against it. I think it's a dumb idea. Like, why do we need a black anime convention? Half of anime conventions are black anyway.
True.
This is true.
Like, what the fuck did we need a black anime? They're like, there's two like kinds of anime fans I tend to like encounter in the wild. There's the black weeb and the white weeb. The white weeb is like, no, the black weeb, the quiet white weeb, and the loud white weeb. It's like those are the three that you run into. Obviously, like there's other races and shit, but the loudest of the triumvirate of loud anime fans: the black weeb, the loud white weeb, and the quiet white weeb. And like what the fuck is the point of DreamCon? And like
I don't even know, and people haven't been able to like adequately explain it to me.
Yeah,
because I was curious. I was like, because at first I just thought that this was like a hentai panel at an anime con, and I was like, wow, anime con hentai panels are getting like they're already kind of weird, but like that's really weird. They're like, oh, well, no, this was actually just like a regular panel at a convention. I'm like, well, what convention? Oh, DreamCon. Okay, well, what's DreamCon? Well, it's a convention that's like gears itself towards black weeaboos, and I'm like, okay, that seems a little weird, but all right. Why do they have a stripper up on stage like loosely cosplaying and dry humping people? That doesn't exactly that's not helping the stereotypes there, folk.
How dare y'all insult her? She is a proud sex worker doing her job.
I think it's very funny that like I said earlier that we're all furries now. We've all become basically at the same point the furries are at now. And I on the AO account I posted that thing from the DreamCon thing to kind of show that, and then the responses from people like that were upset about that were basically like, cons have always been like this. In fact, they've been crazier. They've been worse. And like I'm just sitting here like, you're making my point, not refuting it.
homie.
Yeah, you're just making my point. Nothing is refuted here. Like my eyebrow is slowly raising more and more and more. Like, oh god, the crazy shit that goes on in cons. Like I remember Pemperidge Farm remembers when it used to be a common argument against the furries that you're not a fandom, you're a fetish. You're a fetish masquerading as a fandom.
Mm-hmm.
But no, you're a sexual fetish. And they would say, no, we are a fandom. Say, no, you're not. Because, one, you cannot have a furry convention without the presence of sex. No, you couldn't do a furry convention without porn in the dealer's room, porn art in the artist alley, and 18+ panels.
Oh, no.
Can't do it. Now, try having an anime convention without any porn in the hentai in the dealer's room, without dakimakuras, without erotic art of the artist alley, without 18+ panels. You can't fucking do it. You can't do an anime convention without hentai.
A literal hentai alley.
Yeah, you can't do it. Can't do it. It's the same argument that was used against the first. I remember deeply because I was lurking, man. I was lurking, Crush, Shift, Destroy, and Portal of Evil and shit back in the day. I remember vividly.
Something awful.
All that shit
before it got taken over by furries.
I didn't lurk that one because when I found out about it or found out about the forums,
it was already dead by the
Well, no, it was a point where you couldn't view it without paying $10. Like you would get that screed from Lotex and you tried to click on it. The whole, I pay for all this money for the forum, the yelling at you screen.
I paid for all this shit so you guys can access my fucking website. Pay me $10 and get banned and pay me $10 again.
Yeah, exactly. So, but there is on the website itself, there was plenty of stuff making fun of the furries. But yeah, I couldn't view the forum. So what's up?
I'm sorry. Nothing. Keep going.
Oh, okay. Back in the day, I was mainly like Portal of Evil, which for those who don't know, Portal of Evil. Back in the day, the internet was not relegated to just a handful of social media sites. It really wasn't social media. So you would have these sites that were basically like link houses. There was this like sites you would go to that linked to other sites. Like the most known one in our sphere is Anime Web Turnpike. Like that's where you go.
God, I haven't
to
heard
other
that name in
websites.
a long time.
Yeah, the Anime Web Turnpike is just a site that just linked to other sites, and that's where you go. Like, I want to go check out some anime. It basically here's all
an
the anime
aggregator.
websites on the internet. Yeah. This is like every anime website on the internet.
Like Drudge
And you
Report,
just
but for weeaboos.
Yeah, and you just go there for what do you like? Do you want news? Do you want fan sites? Do you want download like media, music, whatever? It's all here. And Portal of Evil was that for awful people and other awful websites. It was like the beginning of locale cringe culture. You can actually, if you go on archive.org, not archive, well, yeah, it's archive.org, like the Wayback Machine. It's like portalofevil.com. They have not only archives of Portal of Evil, but like the sites they link to. They link to some crazy shit, man. I remember there was this website of a guy that was just like obsessed with Princess Peach. And he would Photoshop, like he would take photos of himself with his arm around nothing, and then Photoshop Princess Peach in the photo with him, with his arm around her. But he never got it quite right, so he was always hover handing Princess Peach in his own Photoshop pictures.
That makes me think of the old 4chan flash was like, a picture of my eyes. Oh!
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Like it was like something like Cheap Productions or Cheap World or something like that. But it was the funniest shit. It was like this. It's like it was like just an RPG, but instead of Vor and Reshiram.
And Reshiram.
Reshiram. It was Princess Peach. It was shit like that. Like that was Portal of Evil. And Portal of Evil like especially focused on the furries. Now they had the Prime Directive, which was, look, don't touch.
Right.
Don't interact with the owner.
Do not involve yourself with the day-to-day actions of primitive cultures.
Yeah, exactly. And that kind of shows you, everything ties back to Star Trek. But
It
the
does.
Prime Directive of Portal of Evil. It even with the Prime Directive, and people were, because the internet wasn't as big, so you didn't have to worry about like the dickhead in your community ruining it for everybody quite as much back then. So for the most part, people obeyed the Prime Directive on Portal of Evil. But the furries would still come on there anyway if their site was featured. People love to make fun of the furries, and especially if there was a furry webcomic, the author would always be on there. Because every site had its own comment section on Portal of Evil. That was the point. So that's where people would go to laugh at whatever it was. So you had like a page for the site, and then that page had a comment section. And the author of these furry webcomics would always show up in the fucking comment section. It was always a hoot to read. Because this is old internet, man. You just say shit. Like, you could just... there was no moderation. You could... Whatever slurs came to mind.
Well, it's like Game Facts. Like, you could still go on Game Facts right now, and there's, like, every hard R you could imagine. Like, you'll just be reading through, like... For instance, like the Resident Evil 2 like discussion board, and it'll just be somebody just like dropping a hard R, just like, whoa, hey, and it's like, whoa, wow. Yeah, the internet was just like that back then. Like no word was off limits. People just called each other hard R's just all the time, casually.
Honestly, I think it probably would have been better for race relations if they had been allowed to continue. Because like if you take all the power out of slurs if you just reduce them to meaningless insults.
So if it just means person I don't like, then nobody gives a shit anymore.
It's what's happening to Nazi.
I called some of my best friends. I've dropped it on them. It's just like, you have to remove the stigma behind the word and the power. And we were honestly kind of there up until, what was the day? January 21st of 2009. I forget what happened then, but race relations seem to have plummeted after that.
Well, yeah, can't put my finger on it, but
I don't know what happened.
I do know that that as part of the festivities of that day, of course, it was a snow day for us, so we were all like, I was in college then. We were all off classes that day because it had snowed like a shitload for the first time in forever, and I remember that day pretty distinctly because there's an old like tobacco warehouse like across the street from the college, and the crackheads had set it on fire in a celebratory fashion. Yeah. I'm not even joking about that. That actually happened. They set it on fire to celebrate.
Dear, oh dear. But yeah, the old internet, man, I miss it. I miss it dearly. And it's like now, if you go somewhere that's not censored, it's all like losers on there, pretty much.
Oh yeah.
Because like,
Part of me, I grew up, like the ages of God, like 5 to 16, I didn't have internet at home just because of where I lived out in rural Texas. And so like a part of me is like glad I didn't grow up with the old internet, but I'm also just like seeing what it was. It's like, God, I really did miss out on the golden age, didn't I?
yeah. But to kind of wrap up what even led to this in the first place, but the we've all become furries. The con degeneracy was like the one thing that I talked about that we haven't that was keeping us from being furries, and now I think that is going away. There's still a couple things the furries have done that we haven't, but we're damn close, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
I think it's just like
nobody's shitting in litter boxes and getting conventions, getting hotels declared uninhabitable and shit.
yeah. I think
Yeah.
you look at
iOS.
Rainforest, and that's the famous events of Rainforest. That's it. So just we watch and wait for those things to happen at an anime convention.
If you start seeing news stories about people like shitting on the floor and ripping off paint off the walls and stuff and gassing themselves, yeah, that's it. It's over. It's over.
Yeah.
Shut the door. It closed. Pool's
the
closed.
other one
Oh,
that's also
no.
starting to seep in is the paraphilias, and I think we started to see anime go down this road when feet became prevalent. Like the
First it
foot
was
shit-
ironic, and then it became
Yeah,
unironic.
the foot shit. Yeah, the foot shit did not
irony
was not.
poisoning.
Yeah, it's like the foot shit was not this big as
Mm-hmm.
it is now. It was not this omnipresent as it is now. And then you have stuff like I've said before, other stuff's breaking containment. I will never forget. I don't even remember what I was on some piracy site. I don't even remember what I was looking for. And it was a built-in banner ad for a porn site. So it wasn't like an ad block ad. It was like something they had put on there. As I remember, I don't remember what I was looking for. I just remember I had to go deep to find it. I think it was an album. Because usually if I'm pirating something, it's an album. And like some of my usual sites didn't have it, and I was seeing like where I could find it. And it was one of those piracy sites that set up like a blog. They use like blogging, I don't know how you say software, but like a base of a blog to post piracy stuff. So like, it's got like the date of your posts on the right and the banner at the top.
Yeah, so they can post like updates and stuff.
Yeah, or they post like they'll just drop things like cracked games or something, and like they just
Yeah, because
drop it on this blog.
FitGirl does the same thing on the Repack site.
Yeah. So I think it was some album. Getting an album. I don't want to say the album. Not for any embarrassing reason. I just don't want to get myself started because I'm a bit of a music nerd. I'll just start talking about the album. But it was a hard to find album. And I remember they had a built-in banner ad, and it was for some fetish site. And I remember for the double take I had, because it was an animated GIF, and it was a fucking like first-person vor video.
Ugh.
What?
And it was like so I remember it was like I think it was 4 pictures that were playing in an animated GIF on this banner, right? Because it was like multiple animated GIFs on the banner. I mean, obviously it was one. The banner itself was one big GIF. It was multiple little like snapshots for different videos. And this one, it was like a kind of middle-aged, not really attractive woman. It's like, all your options are the women that do. If I don't know how much you know about like weird shit, but like the women that do the weird shit are always like the ugliest fucking bitches.
Yeah.
Because no self-respecting woman that can do regular porn would do the fucking weird shit. So it's some like 40-year-old fucking looks like your aunt naked, right? And it's like POV. I guess you're on her her coffee table and she's looking at you, and I remember she's standing, and I just remember the awkwardly stiff pose she's standing in this.
So it's not only vor, it's also like
giant woman, yeah.
Oh god.
And then it's her reaching down to pick you up with 2 fingers, and then you're hovering above her head with her mouth open, and then the camera's like in her mouth, and those were the 4 little bit that was like looping while these other things were looping, and I remember seeing that, and I was like, is that fucking vor? Is that live action vor?
Oh no.
not like okay. Now we're gonna have to go down the degeneracy rabbit hole. It's like, is that technically vor, or is vor like a normal sized person eating another normal sized person?
No, vor is just being consumed.
Okay.
This is however you're consumed. And it's always pissed me off because like, as a writer, I've always been like kind of fascinated with horror elements, and like because like writing is about evoking an emotion. So like, how do you want the other person to feel? And there's a lot of tricks you can do to make people feel uncomfortable or sick or and you kind of want to invoke that sometimes. And fucking weirdos on the internet are ruining that because they just keep getting aroused. You try to do something horrific and they're like, but this is how bad it is. Fucking, I remember Wendigoon did a live viewing of one of the new episodes of I don't know if you ever heard the Greylock tapes or Greylock.
Yeah. I've been getting deep into fucking Wendigoon.
Greylock.
I love his shit. He's great.
Yeah, Wendigoon's hilarious.
Yeah, Wendigoon's a great dude. He's like peak dude. Like but the only quote unquote problem I have with him is he loves some crap. Like he will watch some of the worst ARG shit. Like that's so great. Oh, it was so scary. He's like, dude, is there any bottom for you? Is there any threshold that you're not into it?
Insert the what was it, the rolling giant jump scare for him.
Yeah.
It was it's like, oh my god, it's so scary. He's like, what?
I'm so startled.
I hate horror in general, like just because of fucking existential crisis for me. It's just like that's nothing. What the
I could go into a rant about how analog horror has disappointed me.
Yeah.
It has
but like
going back to like Greylock genuinely is some good horror. Like it's probably up there with good analog horror.
Greylock is really good. It does have some issues. It does have some of the issues analog horror does of like a recurring problem with analog horror is the question of who shot this, why does this tape exist?
Yeah. It's like,
and Greylock has a hard time explaining that sometimes. Like some things just feel like they were made for the horror spooky video, and you should never do that in analog horror because the whole point is this is supposed to be some kind of tape.
Right.
So like
first person, somebody's recording this with like, a camcorder from like the 90s or 80s.
Yeah, but like, why are they recording? Like Greylock does have issues like that. Like even one of the newest ones, like it has like a police body cam, but it's before body cams were a thing. Like, so why is this policeman recording this?
Yeah, it was like in the 90s.
Yeah. Earlier than that, it's supposed to be like late 80s. So it has issues like that. And then like the newest one had like really good effects of like the body horror of like the woman fused with dogs.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was great until it started fucking making noise and it shows her face and she's got like a werewolf dog face. Like, god damn it, you ruined it. You made it cheesy. It should have been like the Ripley clone from Alien Resurrection. Like just making like that noise is just like begging for death because like it's struggling to be alive. This woman forcibly fused with her dogs by some eldritch horror. Like it should be barely alive. But when it pans over, she and the dogs are roaring and snarling, and her face is like this half werewolf face. Like, now it's stupid. This is the most amazing effect you've had in the whole video, and you made it stupid by having going. It's like, no, that's so dumb. I was so mad because it was so good. Like, damn, man, it's some good shit. There's a couple parts like, okay, that was kind of corny. That was cheesy. Like when it starts asking you questions, like true or false questions, and they're all like spooky. It's like, oh, shut up. But like the rest is great. But then they show the woman, and it's like for a split second, I was like, that's amazing. And then it makes noise, and then it gets a close up of her face. Like, oh, you made it stupid. But Wendigoon was watching it. And someone in his chat, now, probably a joke, but, it's one of those things where it's like truth comes out in jest. Where a guy goes, what was it? A guy goes, hear me out. At the body horror woman dog fusion. He was a hear me out.
Three most cursed words that exist nowadays. Just
yeah.
Do not let this man cook!
Yeah.
Take this man out of the kitchen immediately!
Turn off the fryers.
Turn off the fryers.
Down.
Take this man out.
But that's kind of goes into what I'm saying of like this degeneracy. And let's be real, a lot of it's porn addiction. This degeneracy is like ruining horror because you can't do like a body horror or a gross thing anymore without someone being into it. Like the idea of vor. That's horrifying. That's like the most basic instinctual thing that scares us as animals is being consumed. That's why so much horror relies on like flesh construction. Like being inside flesh. That's why you find it scary. Because of your monkey brain going, oh my god, I've been consumed by another organism. The idea of the walls being flesh, that kind of thing, like that kind of environment, that is literally the reason why it is spooky. There's no examining it. That's the straight up easy answer why that spooks you, because that's billions of years of evolution saying it's bad to be eaten.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm not on top of the food chain. I'm scared.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now you can't even do being consumed alive for horror purposes. Because there's somebody going, hey.
There's somebody that's going to goon to it.
Yeah. Like there's body horror.
Point on this to where like that's the distinction between terror and horror. Terror is like, ooh, spooky, I jump out to you and you scare and whatnot. But horror is just going, oh my god, like if that were in real life, that would like leave trauma forever. Like,
see, that's the difference.
I can't fathom that existing.
See, that's how I differentiate between like what I call true horror and what I call terror. I think terror is a good word for it. I was like, a ghost pops out. That's terror. You're like, oh god, I was so frightened. But horror is like the shit that you leave the theater and you're thinking about it. Like it leaves something with you. That's horror.
Under your skin.
Horror is the shit that gives you nightmares for like a week straight because you're like, God, what if did that shadow in my closet just move? And you're just like, you're paranoid. It gives you that.
Yeah, it gives you that paranoia. It makes you start thinking about stuff. It sticks with horror. Sticks with you. It leaves a lasting impression. You walk out of that theater and you are forever changed.
You can't. You don't want to turn the lights off that night.
Right.
Yeah.
You're like, oh god.
And that's why Lovecraft was one of the greatest of all time. And will be forever. Like it wasn't just about scary monster. It was like making you think like, yeah, you're nothing. There's shit out there, man. You don't even know. You don't even know the half of it. Yeah. You're just a small piece in a bigger puzzle that you'll never be a big piece in. Fuck you. Like there's one Lovecraft story. The entire thing is I can't remember the title of it, but it was an explorer in the desert that finds an ancient city, and he just keeps going down and discovering like things about the city, that there was a race of like advanced reptilian people that lived here, and they were chased by something that he doesn't even quite he can't find the answers to. Like something scared these people into hiding deeper and deeper underground, and at the end he finds a portal that leads to where they are now, and he knows at the other end of that portal are these creatures, these reptilian lizard men basically. And he's too scared. He doesn't go in the portal. And that's the whole fucking story. No monster jumps out. Nothing. It's just a man going deeper and exploring, and it's fucking spine-tingling. Because you find out more and more like there was something better than us as a society. But they're also scary. So it's like, not only were they superior to us, but if we were in their presence, they would scare the shit out of us.
Mm-hmm.
And the more he finds out, the more something scared the shit out of them. And made them run and hide, and like they were above ground, and then they retreated to underground, and now they've retreated even farther to where it's a portal. So we don't even know where the fuck wherever this portal leads, they're at, but we don't know where the fuck this portal even goes. But it's still a link to them, so they could still come back. They're somewhere deeper than underground, and what the fuck chased them there? It's those questions
The
that make it
Nameless City.
so fucking good. Nameless City, that was it. Yes. And all those questions are what make it fucking brilliant. No monster ever jumps out. No, that guy doesn't get killed. Nothing happens to him. He just finds things that bother him, and then he finds oh god, you're fucking close, and he bolts. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. That's horror. But like, now you have the point where like, Alien. Fantastic horror. Fantastic horror. The first Alien movie. Because it changed to action, and I think that was a brilliant move, by the way. Like Aliens was also great, but it's a different kind of movie. Alien, the first Alien, great horror, fantastic horror.
Well, once you see the alien and you understand how it works, it's the horror aspect is gone. You understand the what is coming after you now. So the change in format action makes sense.
Well, yeah, that was brilliant. That was so. I wish more sequels would understand. Like, okay, you can't redo it. So put the same level of quality into a natural evolution, even if it changes genres. And also the fact it was a labor of love, because James Cameron loved the first Alien movie.
Yeah.
So he basically made Aliens like it was practically his own fanfic he was writing, and then like, hey, you want to make the sequel? No, he did another movie, and they say, if I do this movie, will you let me direct the sequel I want to direct? And it's like, so basically he did another movie to do Aliens. So like this was back when James Cameron made good things. So like it was like, hey, can I make my Alien fan fiction? And he could, and it was great.
It's the good dichotomy of the first movie is horror. It's establishing why this thing is scary, what is happening, and the second one is like, here comes the indomitable human spirit, and we're gonna fuck it up.
Yeah, it was like action horror. Like it's still like spooky and like unnerving, but now like, oh, we have the means to fight it. We have like big cool Marines with big weapons that can fuck these things up. So it's not, it's not us being picked off anymore, even though characters getting picked off. But it was like more action now. And that was brilliant. I think it's brilliant. But that's a whole other discussion. But now with Alien, right? Brilliant horror. Now you got people want to fuck the xenomorph. Way too many people want to fuck the xenomorph.
Yeah. And
I feel like, man, degenerates are two people are ruining horror. And I think horror as a genre is pretty much ruined. More so, I think it is straight up dead. I think occasionally you get a decent horror thing, but I think horror is so fucked now. It's a dead genre. And it's because of degenerates and children.
Yeah.
I think when children were opened up to horror, that killed horror. I think Markiplier should be put on trial.
Burned at the stake.
He is a significant contributor to the death of horror, because so much horror became like horror video games are useless now. There's no point in even making a horror game, because it's so prevalent. It's so bogged down by games just made to make streamers go, oh guys, guess what's going on?
Everyone's just trying to get Freddy's now.
Yeah, look, Scott Cawthorn, all the respect in the world, man. You got that bag. You did a cultural revolution, and the why of how he did it and everything. That's a brilliant success story. But also, fuck you.
We can praise Scott as much as we want to, but we also have to condemn him and actually consider maybe putting him on the cross, just for the fact that he was the catalyst for the massive furry explosion that we have currently.
Well, I can't
fuck the animatronics is insane.
I can't put him on the cross.
Why are you shading Neil like this?
I can't put him on the cross, because then I have to put all the animators I grew up with on the cross, because you got to remember there are waves of furry inductation, right? Like when I was growing up, it was Gadget from Rescue Rangers, Sally Acorn, and Minerva Mink. That was the furry. Oh yeah, and Cat. And Callie. There's a shitload of things. There was Callie from SWAT Cats. There was a shitload of things, because people weren't thinking about it back then. It wasn't a furry fandom. It was just
starting.
What was the name of the chick from Heathcliff? The cat chick?
Oh god.
She was in there too.
Yeah. Like it was just, cartooning.
Yeah.
It's because I think people are so online, they forget. Anthropomorphic design is like the oldest thing in cartooning. People were drawing anthropomorphic characters before they were drawing fucking humans, man.
Mickey Mouse.
And like no one was thinking about this group back then. They just drew the characters, and people like, yeah, make her fucking hot, man. Fucking go for it, bro. And they weren't thinking, oh, you furry. Nah, so you're a man with a libido. So what if she got fucking ears and a tail? Fuck it, man. Titties, bro. I think, by the way, we're coming full circle back to that, because how many times have you heard the phrase, I'm not a furry, but ...
Too many.
Yeah.
Too many.
I think at this point now, it's we've come full circle.
No, stop.
I think Bao owns it now, though. Circle.
Like, one of my best friends in the world is, like, he's a chubby chaser. And he's into furry art. He's into furry art because you know what? As long as they got some jiggle on the shiggle, he don't care. He don't care if it's furry, human, man. As long as she's chubby, like he did not care.
That's like Elf Tummy over on Post. He's just like,
he loves that fucking manga, man.
He loves fat elf woman, but he loves just fat anime girls in general.
Yeah,
it's like
what is that? This dude I'm talking about, he's like one of my best friends. He's like a brother to me, man. I'll make fun of him for it, not often, but like, yeah, he loves chubby chicks. So it's like, you know what? Back when Twitter used to show like your likes on other people's timelines, I would get like fat furry jump scares. It's like, oh, I should have known. This is
like
him liked.
It's like playing low ping roulette when you're following him on Twitter. You sitting there. Oh, I wonder what things my friends on Twitter are liking. Oh no! Why is Kelsey's dick on my timeline?
I straight turned off retweets for low ping.
I did too. I had to because you just be sitting there and all of a sudden it'd be nothing but Bowser dick on your timeline. You're like, nope, never again, low ping. You've done that one too many times.
Never to follow him. I'll never follow him. I'll look at all the funny shit that you guys retweet, and that's all I need. I'm never stepping foot on his timeline.
You just have to follow him and then you say turn off retweets or reposts. Yeah.
Exactly.
And there you go. You have to do that. And then never click his timeline and look at it raw. but yeah, like I couldn't condemn Scott Cawthorne because then I have to condemn like all the old animators, and then you get that, and I think for another generation it was Sly Cooper.
Oh yeah,
because had that
early 2000s.
Yeah, because it had
Crash Bandicoot,
like that
Sly Cooper.
Yeah, because they had like the hot anthropomorphic chicks. Yeah, so it was like video games for that generation. First it was cartoons, then it was video games, and it kind of became video games again with like Five Nights at Freddy's was a big one. That's the new, especially that one 80s themed one. I think it was called Security Breach.
Oh yeah, because they had the wolf chick, and then like the like 80s style chica or whatever, the bird chick.
Yeah, but I think it was mostly the wolf chick. And also, what's that Vivzy Pop thing with the werewolf chick?
Has Been Hotel?
I don't think Has Been a Hotel had Hell of a Boss. I think
Hell of a Boss. Hell of a Boss. Yeah.
Yeah, the other one, because it had that werewolf chick. So like every so often, it comes to a point. It's like you gotta stop caring. It's like, it just because if you put any animal features on an attractive human female body shape, it's just gonna happen, man. It's just gonna fucking.
There's gonna be that guy that's just sitting there and he's just like, I hope this doesn't awaken anything in me.
Yeah, it's just, you know what? At this point, let it awaken something. Who fucking cares anymore?
This motherfucker howling at the moon now.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier. It's like with Cloud Scratcher. It's one of the reasons I just said fuck it and just started on the comic. It's like, who cares anymore?
It's just the way it's gone now. It's just like, if you ever get invested in anything, never look at that thing's fandom.
Yeah, don't look at the fandom.
Yeah,
the fandom is always going to be the degenerates.
Oh, trust me. As a fan of Final Fantasy and Mega Man, I feel that in my bones.
I thought Chainsaw Man was a pretty cool manga. And, I read it, and then I looked at the fandom, and I'm like, "What the fuck did you guys do? What are you doing? No,
why are you all barking?" Yeah,
what the fuck is wrong with you guys? Oh, we got a super chat here from Alpha Omega for $5. Says Greylock should have been found/stolen government cover-up footage, and Western horror sucks now. Asia still does it right though. Kayako still scares me.
Nah, Asia. Here's the problem with Asian horror, right? It's the other way. It's their problem is in the other direction. Atmosphere, dead on. Presentation, dead on. And then what are we supposed to be scared of? Woman that doesn't cut her hair. It's like the shit that the monster quote unquote in Asian horror. Yeah, the monster quote unquote in Asian horror.
It's a Fujoshi. Get the fuck out of here.
It's the dumbest shit. Like, if you took Japanese atmosphere with the Western antagonist, let's say, you'd have perfection. Yeah. Because Japan gets it right with atmosphere, but then like you cannot make me scared. Like they love creepy children. I still say the absolute dumbest trope in horror is the creepy children. You cannot make me scared of something so weak it is against the law for me to hit it.
If I ever saw like a ghost child haunting me and just like stalking me, my first reaction would be, "Oh, I'm kind of scared," and then if it pursues me, there's nothing stopping me from turning around and just
punting it,
the literal fuck out of this child.
Cannot make me scared of a child. I don't care what supernatural powers you give it. The fact is, when I look, appearance is a huge thing, right? This is the thing with like fighting games. You know me, I'm obsessed with fighting games. A good fighting game boss looks like it. You put a good fighting game boss next to the rest of the cast, and they look like they can kick everybody's ass. I mean, SNK is the most easy example, but something like there's a really obscure one, Martial Masters. It was actually by some Chinese company. It's like very little known, but beautiful fucking game. Like it makes Third Strike look like shit. It's gorgeous. And then the final boss is like this guy Lotus Master, and he just looks so much different and bigger, and like he's could kick the shit out of the rest of the cast. And then like you look at your average anime fighter, and the final boss is a fucking floating girl half the time. Or hell, even a floating lolly. And like to make them look powerful, they'll summon some glyphs that shoot lasers or something.
Ooh.
Some made up bullshit like that. Like they don't look like they could kick my ass. It's a horrible fighting game boss.
Like Tekken 3 had it right, where it's just like you're going through the story mode and it's like, oh, I'm fighting just the other fighters, and then I'm fighting this guy, and then all of a sudden the final boss is a literal winged demon with a python for an arm, and it's like,
yes.
Oh.
Yes, 100%.
Oh.
A fighting game boss should look like he could kick everybody's ass because that is the point it's supposed to be able to.
Yeah.
And like that's the thing with like an antagonist. A monster in horror should look like my life is in danger from it. Like H.P. Lovecraft, for all his atmosphere, he knew at the end of the day when you were up against something, it had to be a fucking monster.
Yeah.
Because he wanted things that like, had forms that were like unnatural and like a spit in the eye of God, because it turns out there is none. Like the highest supreme being is just a mass of flesh and body parts in deep space. And then one of the two supreme ones, and the other one is just fucking circles. Just a typhoon, a tornado of spheres. Like he still understood this thing has to look like you're nothing compared to it. Because if it's going to kill you, like if a midget with a high-pitched voice runs up to you like, I'm gonna kill you! Are you intimidated? No! You're gonna like stick out your foot on his head and just keep him
ass off.
Yeah, and just keep him at like his arms can't reach you.
Just gonna punt him.
Yeah. You're not going to be intimidated by that. That's why Leprechaun kind of worked, because they made him look monstrous with the teeth. The Leprechaun movies, and like magic aside,
transform.
Yeah, he looked like a fucking creature. But Japan doesn't get this. Like half the time, it's a fucking woman who doesn't cut her hair with her head down. Like, go away, lady, go get a haircut.
Like some weird fish with legs.
Yeah, go get well, Junji Ito, for as weird as some of his monsters are, at least he gets that. Like Uzumaki. It was like it was this force that just would affect you, and then at the end it was like this huge, like the reveal of the big city underground and the ancient god. It was brilliant, and it was obviously Lovecraft inspired. So I mean, it's kind of cheating bringing that up, but at least he would do things like, even when he would do something clearly he likes, like Hammer horror type stuff. Clearly, Junji Ito isn't just about the Lovecraft. He's like, okay, let me pop in something from Trauma. I would not be surprised. I don't know if he's ever said it. If he has, then there you go. But I would not be surprised. But like, then he's like, okay, he'll do something like Uzumaki. He's like, okay, sharks with feet. Bruh, like, you can get away from sharks on land. What if you couldn't? What if you could chase your ass down?
If land sharks were real. It's like,
Street shark's gonna beat your ass.
Yeah. But at least Junji Ito, I put him above a lot of Japanese horror just because of that. He gets that.
Yeah.
You can't just have a girl. You can't just have a ghost boy. Oh, but it's like Japanese mythology. Okay, Japanese mythology is sometimes stupid. I don't fucking care if it's rooted in Japanese mythology. Sometimes mythology is dumb, and that's why people stop believing it. You know about the Japanese mythology about the kappa? Do you remember half the thing about the kappa, how it sucks your life force out of your asshole?
Out of your butthole?
Yeah. Sometimes mythology... Look.
And then the other half is just like, oh, the way to defeat it is you show it respect to cause it to bow and pour the water out of its head, and then it's okay. And it's just like, what?
Yeah, sometimes mythology is stupid. And that applies to all cultures. Sometimes your myths and legends are stupid. So that is not an excuse for a stupid idea. Of like, well, you see, it's based on mythology. The mythology is stupid. So who fucking cares? And like a lot of the Japanese ghost stories are that. It's like the atmosphere, great. I love it. Into my veins. And then like the thing that is tormenting them is like, oh, hair is growing out of the walls. Well, hold on, let me get my fucking scissors. Oh no.
I think I bought my DeWalt hair clippers last
Yeah,
week.
oh no, there's hair all over the floor. Luckily, I own a lawnmower. Let me deal with this real quick. And it's the issue. So it's like the opposite problem for Western horror. Western horror is like, it just goes boo, and that's it. Like, it's just, guys!
I'm so
Guys, where
startled.
are you? And then it's like, oh, but the monster looks like something that could fuck you up. Sometimes a little too much, like it's just a gargoyle or some stupid shit. Like, I have teeth. But it looks, at least they get that down. It's like, it looks like if I'm in the room with that, I'm dead. Okay, that's right. Even if everything else you have dropped the ball in, at least you understood that whatever looks like it's going to try to kill me, looks like it should be able to kill me.
Yeah.
Okay. That's my horror. But yeah,
I posted in the stream chat earlier, just kind of make this go full circle. So DreamCon was in this year held in Austin. Look what they updated their website to, Gator.
Oh no, are they really gonna be in Houston?
They're going to Houston next year.
Oh
boy.
no.
That's gonna be bad. Like that, I first saw that, it gave me terror, and now I'm horrified just thinking about
that
what
one's
that's
gonna
turn
stick
out
with
like.
you. Yeah, that's horror. That's true horror right there. Oh my god, that's awful.
We got like, I mean, this little pre-topic discussion got way crazy, but yeah, in summation, horror is pretty much dead because it's all.
Horror
Well,
is
I would
dead
say
due to people's uncontrollable horniness.
horniness and children, because again, Markiplier and so much horror now is just. I mean, you've seen Pippa. There's some of the stuff Pippa's played. What was that one game? I think she played Garden of Bonbon and just had to like play Watsume's Lullaby just to calm herself down.
Just to calm herself down. Yeah. That
It's
one
like,
with that game what was the game that was like Mortis? That was actually pretty good.
Faith was great.
Faith
yeah,
was
there's
like-
still good horror.
That was
But it's
good.
just, oh, it's really good, really good.
It
I
messed
guess
Pippa
mostly
up
the
too.
rotoscoping of it.
And the great thing about Faith had understood the same thing. I'm going on another thing, but I really don't want to go too long in this, but I have to say this. Faith got it the way Alien and Aliens got it. Because at the end of Faith, because John has gone through his whole character thing, and he has gone from, these forces of hell are a terrifying thing to now I have to stand and fight. At the end, at the final boss, it goes from spooky horror to Doom Eternal. It has a final boss music inspired by Doom Eternal's soundtrack, and like it goes from spooky horror to an action game.
Yep.
I mean, like the mechanics are still the same, but the way they're done, like that whole Toho thing with the final boss, and like you actually have hits, and like you can take multiple hits because God is with you. And all this stuff, like it gets like he's gone through it. He's become a stronger man. Now this isn't scary. Now it's a fight. Brilliant. Because so much shitty horror games now feel like it can't let you win, or it's not scary anymore. It's like back in the 70s. If you remember, Alien was revolutionary because fucking Ripley survived at the end.
Yeah. Most horror had everybody dies.
Yeah, everybody dies, or like you think you kill him, but no, he busts out of the grave. Like it had to do that. It had to do that. So audiences were expecting it, and then it didn't happen. And that does kind of ruin horror because it's like, why bother? Why watch? Why play? Nothing will be accomplished. You need to have horror games, horror movies where yes, everyone survives. So the ones where they don't have a fucking impact. And that was the problem they had in like the 70s, where it's like, no, it's just, well, if everyone fucking dies, the hand comes out of the grave, whatever. And now horror games have that problem where you go through this, and it's worse because you're going through a whole game that takes hours and hours and hours, all to just have your protagonist get killed because the thing you killed actually didn't die, and it jumps at you like in your bedroom, and then you die. Like, well, okay, well, my time has now been wasted. All of this, because it's one thing to watch something and then everybody dies. It's another thing to be experiencing and going through and enduring something and then have it be pointless. And too many horror games do that because they got to get Markiplier one last time. Because they got like, oh, my scary monster is scarier than all the scary monsters because you can't actually kill it. It's like fucking little kid dick waving. Like Balrog has lots and lots of powers. It's like Cartman. It's like my monster is like actually a super monster that like you can't kill it, and even if you sing like you kill it, it just comes right back. It's like invincible. If it fought Goku, it would win. That kind of thing. So yeah, horror, and like it used to be, most horror games were still bad. Most horror movies were still bad. But it was about maybe 60-40. Like 40% were bad, 30% were bad. Now it's fucking 10% are good. Between the video games and the children and the fact that horror is like now all these horrifically cheap movies are made for streaming services, and the vast majority of these schlock, no budget, god awful, no one can act movies are horror. The vast majority of these like no artistic merit movies are fucking horror movies. You look at Tubi or any of this shit, and it's just like, guys, don't go in that house. And it's like some like chick that clearly the director is banging and is on some kind of drugs when she delivers her lines. Like, guys, don't go in that house. It is a haunted house. Bro, no, that's just a story, man. There's nothing in that house.
Well, it's because they're trying
like,
to capture the 80s schlock, which was, what was the 80s schlock horror? There were two things. It was tits and terror. And so
I don't
that's
even
what...
think it's 80s schlock. I don't even think they're trying to capture that. I think it's cheap. It's cheap and easy.
That's what they think makes it horror is the schlockiness, but it's like, no, how about we have a good horror movie where like the protagonist is smart, does everything logical, but no matter how hard he tries to do and get away, it always is just there. It's always like 2 moves ahead of him.
I think it's just horror is if you want to make a quick buck.
Nowadays, effectively.
Yeah,
essentially.
That's why. Yeah, if you want to make a quick buck, you make horror. You even see it online. Every fucking ARG is horror. Every web series is horror. It's all horror.
I will still say that to this day, one of the best ARGs that has ever been done was I Love Bees.
I don't remember that one. I remember
that was the Halo one.
I don't remember how it goes. Yes. I know what you're talking about.
It was so good. It was so good because you had no idea it had anything to do with Halo for the longest time.
Oh, was it the I Like Bees or something?
Yeah, the I Love Bees. That was really good.
Yeah, it's all horror. So that's what I'm saying. Like, horror's dead. When only 10%, and if it's even double digits, of any medium is good, that's dire. And yeah, degenerates and children ruined horror, and now it's just crap. Like
ruining anime.
Yeah.
Well, they're ruining everything, to be honest, because there's this, like the idea of the internet used to be everything should have been 18 plus. You had to be an adult to be on the internet. But now, because places like YouTube, places like, just any website, any social media, they're trying to get their parents' money because here's the secret that like Hasbro and the toy manufacturers figured out. Kids will spend infinite amounts of their parents' money for anything that you could convince them to buy. So all of these websites, like look at we haven't even talked about like Mr. Beast and all that crap. But like look at how he markets. He's marketing to kids. He's marketing to children. That is his chief audience. That's where he gets his ad revenue from. Their parents create them an account and they go and they watch Mr. Beast. Now I know YouTube has these like, for kids protections, but they don't do that to Mr. Beast. They don't tag his videos as for kids. Because, he gets to live in that realm of, plausible deniability. It's like, well, they're not made specifically for kids, but that's his audience. Those are the people that watch his show. And watch his videos. So they make a shitload of money off that. And this is the problem, is that things are now trying to gear themselves towards attracting an audience of kids. But it's the internet. Kids should not be here.
Minors should not be on it, or at least unsupervised. Like, I was on the internet when I was like 13-ish. And I'm going to say this right now. I should not have been as unsupervised as I was.
None of us should have. None of us should have. It was a terrible idea. It's a wonder we're all still freaking here.
I've talked about what my first experience with anime porn was. It was horrific. Like I quite literally physically felt my innocence molt off. It was like so rapid. Like I went in the deep end so fast. Like I just felt like I lost something. Ooh, something changed. It should not have been like, if you're like 13 or something, like internet in the family room, not when the parents aren't home, like that if you're going to have minors on the internet. And just like, don't let them have social media. I mean,
that's how it used to be. All the commercials where it was like, go to the website, ask your parents,
Ask for your parents' permission first.
Yeah, ask for your parents' permission. Yeah. Like social media, no. Kids do not need to be connected on social media.
Especially nowadays.
Yeah.
Like back then it was bad, but now it's like, it's a cesspool.
So much worse. So much worse.
And going back to like what I said earlier, that's one of the blessings is like I didn't get I had cell phones in middle school, but they were flip phones. Like I could not actually connect to the internet, and that was mostly just because I had like football practice and stuff after school. My parents worked late, so I had to call them and let them know when I was done. I didn't get a smartphone until I was like a freshman in college, and I like that's the bare minimum for me. I think that's one of the only things that saved me is the fact that I didn't get that smartphone until I was a higher adolescence.
Yeah, I think they're I don't know if there's like more things now of like phones that aren't internet able, that you can give kids. I think that's gonna start. Like you're gonna see more of that. I think it's already starting to dawn on people that this isn't a good idea.
Oh yeah.
You get a lot of coward parents that don't want to tell their children, you're done on the internet because they don't want to have to deal with the tantrum.
Yeah.
But I think
I when I have kids, I wholly plan on just giving them flip phones until they turn 18, and then it's like, all right, you can go buy whatever phone you want now.
Yeah, like the iPhone kids thing. I mean, the iPad kids. I guess you heard a lot of people talk about that, but then you heard a lot of people talk about that, and now people started taking their iPads away. Like, no iPads. Like one of my other best friends has 2 kids, and his oldest, they gave him an iPad, and they were like, "Oh, well, we'll put educational stuff on it. It'll be different." And then they started seeing this stuff happen to him. Like, no, taking it away. No, bad idea. And then now they only let him have it on the weekends. And it's funny. I was having dinner with him like some months ago, and he was talking. He brought his oldest with him, and we were talking, and the kid's eating his little plastic thing of snacks and coloring and whatever. And we were talking. And he was talking about the iPad thing, and he's like, they said his wife was not yelling. They weren't like screaming at each other. They were just kind of bickering. It's like you're the one that got him the iPad. It's like, it was your idea. I bought him the iPad because you said we should get him an iPad.
They tried to throw blame on each other.
Yeah, the whole like, like it was your idea. You bought it. What was your idea? That kind of thing. I thought it was funny. But yeah, like they saw it and like stopped it early. And I think you're seeing more of that, like people going, "Oh shit, this is a bad idea. Don't do it. Don't do it. I think like some of the stuff is a little boomerish. Like, oh, I got the Skibbity toilet is rotting their brain. Skibbity toilet's just source filmmaker shit, and it's just this goofy shit.
It is their YouTube poop.
Yeah, straight up. So it's like, like what was people trying to like Skibbity toilet syndrome of the kids imitating it? Like, kids hate what they're watching. This is kids like, oh, I'm a Power Ranger, hoo-yah, hoo-yah, but they're watching Skibbity toilet, so they're doing Skibbity toilet in the hamper. It's the same shit, you dumbass. Which is because they're saying gibberish because Skibbity toilet is samples a guy doing scatting. Oh, so they're making noises this time, so that's different than when you were like, "I'm He-Man." You're dumb. Why are so many middle-aged people so dumb?
It's just this generation's version of like being a Power Ranger.
Yeah, it's just I think honestly, people, Skibbity toilet. I'm just gonna say it. I stand Skibbity toilet. Because I think it's great the kids are into that because of the fact that, like, bro, do you realize how easy it is for you to connect with your kids because of Skibbity Toilet? Say, hey, you like Skibbity Toilet? Did you know Skibbity Toilet is part of, like, a bigger thing called, like, Source Filmmaker? You like, well, check out some of the funny Source Filmmaker stuff your dad watched when he was a teenager.
Oh,
and then
no!
you show your
Scout is bull! Oh, no!
You can show like your kid like Skibbity Toilet. Show him a Naughty Moose, man. You gonna bond. You bond with your child. That's like, bro. That's like a kid. That's like if they revived something you watched as a kid, and it was good. Like when they brought Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles back in the 2000s with that new cartoon people actually liked. And like if you were a parent, this kid watched that and it's like, you like Ninja Turtles too? I grew up with Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles is cool. And you can bond with your kid over Ninja Turtles. Thank you, Ninja Turtles remake. That's the same thing with Skibbity Toilet. If you were watching Source Filmmaker and your kid loves Skibbity Toilet, like, bonding moment. Easy. Fucking easy, man. That generational divide just got hit with a sledgehammer. You're going to be your kid's best friend, man.
If they like Skibbity Toilet, go show them Das Bo shit. Like,
Yeah, show them, like I said, a Naughty Moose. You think they ain't gonna laugh their ass off watching Coach just make the silly? Show them Time Traveler. I guarantee you. They like Skibbity Toilet. Pull up Time Traveler or Rule Breaker by Anonymous. Kids gonna be laughing their ass off. I'm like, see, like daddy, mommy, they got you, man. They know, like, you like this stuff. There's a whole world out there.
There's a whole world of great stuff that they're gonna laugh your ass off, but just like Skibbity Toilet.
Or like that fast paced kind of comedy. Boom, YouTube poops.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, son, check out this really funny thing. Is what I grew up with. It was like because I know you like the Skibidi Toilet and all that kind of silly stuff on TikTok. You're gonna love these YouTube poops. And you show them like not the long story form ones. They can work their way up to that one, but like the little skit YouTube poops. Show them Dinner Blaster. Laugh their ass off. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. It's like boom. You should be thanking Skibidi Toilet. Thanking him. It's like the easiest.
I just wonder what Ganon's up to. Dinner.
Yeah. Boom. Fucking boom. So yes, of all the things the kids could have gotten into, this is like fantastic. Good on you, children.
And like, and I'll be the guy. Like, you don't have to take the fall for this, Schmecky. But it's also just like the irony of Skibidi Toilet actually like making a story that like the kid can try and like follow through is decent in and of itself because it gets them kind of
teaching your children. No joke. This is not me memeing. This is actually teaching your children in an age where children's attention spans are getting fucked. It's teaching them to follow along with something long term and pay attention.
Exactly. Like
now, granted, Skibidi Toilet's lore story, it's a joke in and of itself. Like the joke is it's taking this goofy thing so seriously and snowballing.
Oh yeah.
But a lot of kids aren't even getting that joke. They're just taking it seriously. This is like getting kids that are having their attention spans fucked. It's like repairing it in a way.
It's giving them an investment in a story. It's probably something they haven't had in a long time.
Yeah. No joke. No memes.
Like I hate to admit it, but every time I see it pop up on my timeline, I'm like, I'm kind of curious where it's going to go.
This isn't so bad. I would much rather than watch Skibidi Toilet than like the crazy jump cut, Mr. Beast style videos where it's just like, whoa, flashing colors. Oh my God, whoa. Zip, zap, zip, zap.
ADD, like.
Yeah, the ADD brain
key jangling type shit.
Yeah, keys jangling. Yeah.
100%. Absolutely. That's not even a joke. I think Skibidi Toilet is less brain rot and is better for your kid's brain than Mr. Beast. Then these videos like, hey guys, what's up with your boy? Like with all these fucking edits. Yeah, that is brain rot. Skibidi Toilet, it's abstract. It's got lore to it. It's making your kids pay attention to things, and it's like getting your kids used to weird things that they're not. That's not typical. I guess. And
it's
weird
giving
things
them
not
the first
typical.
touch of like uncanny shit.
Yeah, for real. Unironically, Skibidi Toilet is like good for kids. Unironically. I stand it, 100%. I am the opposite of like the old guys. Like, oh, kids these days, like, what are you kids into? Like, I am that way with Mr. Beast, but Skibidi Toilet, nah, bro, nah. The kids are gonna be all right. Kids are gonna be all right. We should probably actually talk about the topic of the episode.
We should actually talk about the topic of the episode. We've been on like an hour 30-minute tangent. So this is like the main subject here because our favorite website, Anime News Network. Cody and I have a long and storied history with Anime News Network. Even especially Lindsay Loveridge. She loves us. Yeah, she did an interview.
I gotta take a little credit. We were at the early forefront of, like back in the old days of like the AO The Other Side podcast, and when I was on Anime 3000, like the first people calling these motherfuckers out. I'm taking a little bit of credit now that everyone knows that ANN's bullshit. I'm not taking all the credit. I'm taking a little bit of credit.
I'm not gonna lie.
I don't often pull this card, so I'm giving myself a freebie.
Did not realize that this was going to be an article by Lindsay. Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. It all goes back.
Is she the only like fucking author they have there now?
Well, they're falling apart.
Yeah, they're completely falling apart
since 2019.
Like I remember back when I used to have connections in the industry, back when people still talk to me. Like I had heard like, man, ANN, Crunchyroll, all these sites fucking hated each other. They all talk shit about each other behind each other's back. Everybody hated ANN. They thought they were the most obnoxious people. Like Zach Birchie, man. There's a reason that his death kind of got memory hold. Nobody liked him, man. And I remember like how often people talk about ANN, and just like people from ANN would leave the room like, God, I fucking hate those guys. Like it's like they would hire the worst, like the comic book dude from The Simpsons. That was every member of ANN, but also like also fixated on politics. Like, imagine if the comic book guy from The Simpsons kept talking about politics. That's ANN. Like, those pretty much their entire staff. That's them in real life. And like everybody from the industry, like everybody, even that work in like, I shit you not, the people that like work at the actual like license companies, like Aniplex, Funimation, even all of them, even if they would pay lip service, all ALL of them hate Anime News Network. They view them as like as something you have to put up with because they got here first. They're the biggest. You have to put up with these It's like the drug addicted uncle that keeps showing up at the family reunions. You hate him, but you can't get rid of him because he's blood. That's how
that's
everyone.
If blood has gone bad, you're allowed to cut it out.
But they're still there. Like you're still hooked to them, even if you want like if the drug addicted uncle who like I don't know like owns some like he's the landlord of your nephews or something like that. Like you're hooked to him, can't get rid of him.
Yeah. See, the other problem that a lot of these companies have too is that nowadays they all have skeletons in their closet because a lot of them have gone woke. And guess who gets invited to the parties and knows the stories? People in ANN. So it's kind of like they can't exercise the tumor because they can't excise the tumor because they know stories. And they'll do to some of these voice actors and some of these industry people what they did to Vic.
Oh,
and they'll do it in a minute, hot minute.
Yeah. Yeah. Although I think it'd be less effective. Like even Vic is starting, he's coming back. I mean, Vic's career as a whole didn't die. It's just he couldn't do anime anymore. I think people tend to forget that, especially the people that do a victory lap about him not doing anime anymore. Like, he still does a lot of things. Like,
but at the same time, like this year was the perfect example of like it's not that he doesn't do anime anymore. He's been working to become competition.
Yeah,
right.
Like,
he's not working with Funimation / Crunchyroll. He's not working with those companies, but he's still getting back into the voice acting industry and helping build a company that's going to ultimately be a competitor to all of these companies.
Which is fantastic. Like if that ain't the fucking comeback story. I mean, he's it's still in the early stages.
Oh yeah.
But hell, I mean, it's hard to build one of these, but he's building it. And like, but even outside of that, like he makes music. He does theater productions. He does books on tape. He does audiobooks. None of that was affected.
Right. No. Because it's a totally different industry.
You can see, and enemy voice acting don't even make that much compared to the other stuff. I hate to break it to you, Mars Girl, but you can see when he records himself, his house looks fucking nice.
Last time I checked, Vic Mignogna didn't need to go onto a network game show for some money.
Yeah. Like that's I hate to break it to you, like you all you did was take away the thing he liked to do for a little extra money. You did not take away his like
passion,
biggest bread and butter.
Yeah.
So
and he's slowly but surely rebuilding that, and
probably going to be more successful because I get that if I'm not mistaken, he has like an ownership stake or some kind in AM Studios.
Yes.
Yeah. So if AM Studios gets bigger, all you did when he was rising the ranks to become like a director at Funimation and shit, and you destroyed him, and he comes back with his own fucking company, and should this take off, which it looks like he's doing well, and I think they even scored some big gets, especially if they did get that deer anime that's like big now.
Yeah, I'm curious about that because I didn't get to go to Anime Matsuri this year, but I'm curious because they did show my dear friend Nokotan at Anime Matsuri, so I'm wondering if they got to dub that series because that would be a huge get.
Yeah. Like it's a meme factory of a show right now.
Yeah, and like if he comes back with his own fucking company, what did you accomplish? He just came back like a fucking phoenix from the ashes, but like a better phoenix. Oh, and meanwhile, look at the state of the people that destroyed him in the anime sphere. I mean, you had like Monica Rial's career is
by another one, and a lot of them have been laid off.
Funimation's gone. Monica Rial
he's the winner.
Yeah, Funimation's gone. Monica Rial, Jamie Markey, their careers are tanked. I mean, go look at their IMDb page. What are they doing these days?
The last thing Jamie Markey has is like My Hero, and that's it.
It's like legacy roles.
And that's a legacy role. Yeah.
Yeah. you have like again, Funimation gone. Mars Girls. I don't even know if she has a job yet. She was out of a job. Like she was like, I have my career in anime because she did like typesetting for subtitles for Netflix.
I put the words on the screen and I time it right. It's like, oh yes, your job is so very hard.
Yeah, and as someone, by the way, this I was professionally trained in editing, and I can tell you, her job is not hard. It is time consuming. It can be tedious, but all you got to do is put a YouTube video in the background, and you're hardly working.
Exactly. It's not hard. It just takes a while to do, just because you got to get timings just kind of right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got a super chat from Chaos Smash 64. He said, Vic very recently just released a new song. Awesome.
Yeah, he released an album.
Oh, so he had a whole album. Sweet.
Yeah. Check it out. So yeah, he's fine in quotes. Like he's emotionally going through it, right? But you did not take away his career. You did not make him unemployed. In fact, the thing you took away was the least lucrative thing he is involved in.
Yeah, it was his passion project.
Yeah. And I think like even that now I don't think could be accomplished because it was tried again. They tried it on Todd Habercorn. He nipped that shit in the bud immediately.
They tried it with Quentin Flynn too.
Yep, nipped that shit in the bud immediately. So I think ANN, like I think they're on their way out. We are seeing the sunset of ANN.
We're in this sort of rising renaissance of people getting tired of like the cancel culture, like the genuine cancel culture of like, oh, you said the N-word once, so you don't deserve work for the rest of your life. And, like people are tired of that. They're tired of all of this bullshit.
Yeah. And I think like that and ANN, people just kind of know ANN is shit. I think people really only still using it for the encyclopedia, but no one's taking them seriously for like anime news anymore or journalism anymore.
The people that they're interviewing aren't taking them seriously.
Yeah,
which goes into our story here.
Let's get into this.
Yeah, well,
but I do think it provides good context that when you see this too, and like the fact that like Lindsay Loveridge seemed to be like all ANN has, and so much of their staff is gone, and their influence is gone, and they're essentially just a hobbling shell at this point compared to what they once had, what they once were, the influence they used to have. And I think even a lot of companies are starting to realize we don't need them. I mean, if we want to announce something, just announce it on Twitter.
Just announce it on Twitter. That's it. And then you'll get like, 1 million views just immediately.
Yeah. You don't need these people anymore. They are, say it with me now, legacy media.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Yeah. But let's take a look at a little seeing the zombie trip, so to speak.
Yeah. So this article, of course, I've pulled up the archived version because I ain't giving him $1. I ain't giving you $1. I'm taking your money away from you.
You ain't getting another $1 out of me.
That's right. This is Making Monsters Delicious with Delicious in Dungeon manga creator Ryoko Kiwi. So it's like hot off the heels of its season 1 finale, Delicious in Dungeon captivated audiences with its ensemble cast's humorous chemistry, appetizing meals, and impressive world building. It's impressive to imagine everything from the series' magical ecosystem to its ever-shifting dungeon was all brought to life by manga creator Ryoko Kiwi. A self-proclaimed picky eater, Kiwi's manga chapters are filled with meals brimming with equal parts warmth and horror. Laios, Marcel, Chilchuk, and Izutsumi are just likely to gather around Senshi's wok to eat roasted red dragon meat as warmed-up succubus milk. What are the ethics of eating Baramet's balut? Is it vegan or is it veal? We sat down with Kiwi-sensei at Anime Expo 2024. And see, that's another thing, too, is that a lot of these conventions are kind of like the gateway to people like Anime News Network because they've been here so long. They've worked up contacts in the industry, and so that gets them the opportunity to sit down with a lot of these people. And there's a reputation, like ANN, like I don't know if they know it or realize it, but there's a reputation in the anime industry in Japan regarding them. Like they all know, like all of the mangaka and the anime companies, they know about ANN. They don't respect them at all. And you're about to see in this article exactly what they think.
I think they know that the people overseas don't respect ANN. So that's like ANN wants to interview you, and they're like, okay, maybe, I guess, but like it's not seen as the gateway to the West. Like, oh, I should talk to ANN, so that like, oh, well, then the Western audience will know, or I can get this out to the Western audience. I think even they're starting to realize the Western audience just rolls their eyes at ANN.
Yeah, like I'm hoping that like a part of me wants them to keep doing interviews like this, just so that the mangakas and whatnot will just start going to Japan. It's like, if you ever hear of a place called Anime News Network asking for an interview, just say no, because they're gonna ask you some dumb shit.
Yeah.
What do you think Goku's pronouns would be?
God. Is Piccolo a they?
Is Piccolo actually black? Was he intended to be black?
No, because they didn't draw his lips that way.
You know, he's got a point.
That's not even a joke. We know how Akira Toriyama drew black people.
Yeah, that's true.
If he was meant to be black,
Mr. Popo.
if he were meant to be black, he'd look it.
We sat down with Kiwi Sensei at Anime Expo 2024 to discuss the community of food, why senshi is so sexy, seeing neurodivergence in Laos and more. See, like, you just, it's dripping with political bullshit there.
It's not even just political bullshit. It's projection. These people need validation from this shit.
The phrase, just like the word neurodivergent. The word neurodivergent just gives me douche chills.
I fucking hate that word. I've heard it so much nowadays. It's like, why can't we just say autistic? Is it that much of a thing? It's like, Laos is autistic. And
it's more than just the autism.
It's a real term that unfortunately they taught college students.
Yeah,
fair enough. True.
It's a psychology term for basically if you're not normal. But they don't want to say that, so they say neurodivergent.
Can we just like outlaw psychology from like every university and college across the entire fucking world, please? Because it doesn't deserve to be in college.
You should have to pass an exam before you can.
Are you serious, or are you just looking for new vocabulary words?
Yeah.
But like,
my philosophize and.
My fucking girlfriend teases me all the time because she knows I can't stand the word neurodivergent, and I'm technically one because I have OCD. So she just does that all the time. She's like, look, like, you should know as a neurodivergent male. It's like,
you're just like KYS.
Pretty much. She knows if she wants to just make me just get back at me for something and give me a little douche chills. It's like, okay, is that what you think neurodivergent males?
You just like you just post a low tier god. You just pull it up on your phone and you just show it to her. It's like, I'm not gonna say it, but you know what I'm saying.
You're lucky this isn't the 1930s anymore, woman.
All right, let's continue with this article. Oh wait, I see a super chat here. This is from Alpha Omega for $2. Says, think Sony will try and kill Anime Matsuri / Vix Company. They could try, but they have this problem of every major production is going to end up going through like Crunchyroll, but there's always going to be anime that are going to slip through the cracks. They would have to buy AM Studios to shut it down, and they're not going to do that.
Like, it comes down to the fact that would they try to kill it? No, they would have to absorb it because Crunchyroll and Sony have a problem that they're bleeding right now because of their own internal politics, forcing shit in the anime that shouldn't be there in the first place. And so they need to get their own house in order first before they can start worrying about the upstart that is Anime Matsuri Studios.
Right.
And not only that, it's the sort of complacency of being at the top starts to fuck you up. Like, it makes you make more mistakes. I mean, look what happened to Funimation. I mean, a lot of younger folks don't remember Funimation was the GOAT.
They were the king.
They were beloved because like they treated shows right. Funimation, first of all, people forget, anime used to come in like DVDs with 3 or 4 episodes apiece. And Funimation were the ones that would release sets of like 13, 14 episodes for the same price. And when they would do like a dub or something, they would like They gave a shit. This is back when localization was a good thing, you know? It was like they were not inserting things into... Polt Fan, who I think we should probably have on the show at some point. He'd probably be a good guest.
Oh, yeah, Polt Fan would be great.
He had a really good There's a clip of him and really discussion of how like localization being co-opted, and we shouldn't not even let them co-opt the term localization because there is good localization that needs to be done.
Right.
And Funimation used to do that. Good
Well, it
example,
used to-
Desert Punk.
Yeah.
Okay. I was saying Desert Punk had a moment in the first episode. Great show, by the way. I highly recommend it. Great dub, too. Excellent dub. I actually recommend the dub over the original. Had a scene in the first episode where he's taunting the villain of the week of the first episode. And in the original Japanese, he taunted by saying, your mother has an outie belly button, which is like a child's insult in Japan. But it made him mad. And in the dub, they changed it to, your mother's a dirty whore. Also, one of my favorite lines in the English dub of Desert Punk is one of my favorite lines in all of anime. There's an episode where there is a haunted... Desert Punk, for those who don't know, is a very bawdy, is like a seinen action comedy about... it's like a Mad Max kind of world. And the main character is like an absolute piece of shit. He's like a mercenary. And there's in one episode, there is a well that is haunted. No one can get near. But there's like something in that well, I forget what it is, that like people are trying to get. So the main character's like, oh, well, I'll get the reward. And his rival, Rain Spider, is also trying to get the reward. And Rain Spider goes up to the well, and this is where we find out that the ghost isn't just like, oh, it's a ghost that just does spooky shit. It's a ghost of a woman that, oh yeah, men can't get near it. Because it's a ghost of a horny woman. And as soon as Rain Spider gets near
Mint
the haunted
Phantom
thing,
is in there? Don't tell her I said
Well,
that. She'll kill me.
I hope not, because
Too late, Gator. I've already clipped it.
because when Rain Spider gets near it, the ghost starts jacking him off through his pants. He's like, "Whoa, whoa," and he drops to the ground, and he's like, "What?" And at first they think the ghost is killing him or possessing him. It's like, "What's going on?" And Rain Spider, this is in the dub, yells out, "There's a party in my pants, and everyone's coming!"
Holy shit.
Oh,
Like,
that's beautiful.
That's good localization because it's not. There's no
Yeah,
politics.
that is good. That's what Funimation used to be. That's what they used to be. They were the kings. They were the best. You used to cross your fingers and pray Funimation got a license. Because you knew, like, especially if you're like me, and I'm sorry, I prefer to watch dubs because I prefer to watch things in my own language. And that's why I want dubs to be good, so I can just watch a fucking show.
Exactly.
And I knew, like, oh, Funimation's got it. Oh, the dub is going to be peak. Oh my god, it's like they were doing kind of the thing 4Kids were doing, where they didn't want it to feel like a foreign thing, but they didn't do it like 4Kids did it. Where like, oh, let's replace the rice balls with jelly donuts and shit like that.
No, it wasn't even that. It's that they just called them jelly donuts. They didn't replace them at all.
Yeah,
They just called them jelly donuts.
Yeah. Or like, well, they did the thing where they replaced a giant onigiri with a club sandwich.
Oh god.
Stuff like that. Like, they didn't do that. But it just felt like, oh no, they're just treating it like a show, like a TV show with the same kind of care and production value. And you see like a trailer from Funimation, and it wasn't like, ooh, this crazy anime stuff from afar. It was like, no, check out this baller show. It's just a show.
Yeah.
Like they just made anime feel like it wasn't this foreign thing. And they were beautiful about it. But then they were at the top, and they got complacent, and they got full of themselves, and their voice actors got, like, because they were so worshipped at cons, their heads got bigger, and look what Funimation became.
Dead.
Like, yeah.
They're dead.
Yeah. If you're at the top, you run a risk of getting complacent, not caring, and I think Crunchyroll is having that problem because they're like the place for anime if you're, not savvy enough to just pirate that shit. Like, and they're falling apart, man. They've always been kind of shit. Like, we used to have AO back when AO was like actively, holding their feet to the fire, before we retired as professional trolls. We had a guy on the inside of Crunchyroll, and we talked about this, like, it is a clown show over there. Like, it was unprofessional, doesn't do it justice.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what it's like
Yeah.
working at Crunchyroll right now because like if I were to somehow get hired, I would not talk politics with anybody. I would just try to do a genuine good translation, fix certain words where they would need to be, and that's it. And I can't imagine someone coming up and is like, you know what, you need to talk about the trans agenda in
Well,
the Deer anime.
Well, here's the problem. Like, it started out where localization would change things for the audience. It was good because it changed it for the audience. Like, okay, this show is being marketed to young boys, so write it in a way young boys will like. So, put in some cool one-liners, add some cussing, make it
Say
like
hell and damn every
make the teenage boys think this is the most hardcore shit. And do stuff like that. And then you slowly had writers starting to add their own jokes. And it was fine at first. Oh, they'll add jokes in a comedy. Oh, well, this comedy has a lot of very impenetrable Japanese jokes. Let's change it. Let's get really radical with the change. We had stuff like Shin-chan. Shin-chan should have never been licensed. It doesn't translate. It's very Japanese. It's a cultural institution in Japan, but it's like, you show that to America, they're like, what? The fuck is half of this? It does little toilet humor jokes that just aren't allowed in like shows in America for kids, like Shin dropping his drawers and waving his dick around. In Japan, it's funny. The child won't put his pants on. Ah, ha ha ha. Because they're not thinking, they're not like, they don't have the Kiwi Farms mentality of, this is pedophilia. No, it's just because it's like, you've seen fucking really young kids that just like, my toddler won't put his pants on. Ha 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 ha. His dick's waving around.
It's just the difference of like here in America, we're like, oh my god, put your clothes back on, and over there they're just like, ha ha, just point and laugh at the kid.
Yeah, they don't have a strong reaction to nudity. They have a reaction to it. It's not to say that they don't have a reaction, but it's not. It's different. It's different. So they have like a joke in Shin-chan. This goofy kid keeps dropping his drawers and waving his dick around to do the elephant dance. That's because the whole thing is Shin-chan is like, this boy is inappropriate. He is inappropriate. He does not do the things that you are expected to do in proper Japanese culture. What a scamp! Like you're supposed to like itadakimasu when you start a meal, and he'll say like the Japanese phrase for coming home or something. Or he'll say some other, because Japanese has like pre-programmed phrases, right? For certain situations, you say.
Yeah.
Not arigato.
What's that one? Tadaima.
Tadaimasu. Yeah, he'll start a meal and say tadaimasu. Like, no, that's not what you say, Shin-chan, at a meal. You say itadakimasu. That's not what he says. That's the joke. So that doesn't work in English. And half of the shit in Shin-chan doesn't work in English. So Funimation licensed it and they turned it into South Park. And people were fine with it at the time. There was some argument, but people were generally fine. And the Ghost Stories dub is another infamous example. People were fine with that. Because it wasn't the norm, and there were exceptions, right? We got it at the time. Okay, this is impenetrable to an English audience. So you made it something for an American audience. Okay. And then they started doing it more. And then they started putting it in places that you didn't need to put a joke there, but it was one joke, right? It's just one joke. That's fine. And then it became just two jokes. And just three jokes. And then suddenly, this character is portrayed differently in the dub than they normally are. Okay, well, it's slightly different. Well, now it's more different. Now it's more different. It's the frog in the boiling water.
Oh, yeah.
And eventually, that water started to boil over, and that frog is fucking dead.
It's been dead.
That frog is fucking dead. Oh my god, I got so off track. It was like I had to give that history lesson.
Yeah, so people kind of understand like where this stuff started and how we got to this point where they're literally asking a manga author if their characters are neurodivergent.
Yeah, because they were not doing that back then.
Like, why is this character so sexy? And it's just like, okay, first off, this is the journalist's barely disguised fetish, so let's take a step back. Don't ask the question, please.
Yeah, and like a lot of that stuff just was not present, but it like slowly got here. And it's kind of why I think people are now so ardently purist, and I understand it to a degree. And although I think most of the ardent purists don't know this is how it happened, it's not why they're doing it. But I think subconsciously it's kind of where it's coming from. Like, don't even give them an inch. But I think that's throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
It's like that meme that's going around, just like, put it back, thief. Like, just
yeah. It's literally about Delicious in Dungeon. It's literally the thing. It's like, put it back, thief, and they've got, you know, the colorful motif from the flag of the country with all the ugly women.
Tri-colored flag.
Yeah. Put it back, thief.
Yeah.
This wasn't made for you.
So-
And so
Yeah.
with all of that, and this even kind of ties back into the original idea of like just the degeneracy that has seeped into anime culture. It's how we get these questions, and it's just trying to seek this reaffirmation that their life isn't terrible. It has to reaffirm my life because I might be autistic, and if there's a character that's autistic, then I'm represented instead of just like
It's
enjoying the show
literally
for what it
me.
is. It's literally me. I'm such a Leos, and it's like fuck off.
It's California
So-
narcissist. Like,
Yeah.
like the character
Yeah.
needs to be me. I can't empathize with the character as they are. I can't find a common ground. And it's the way they are with people. I can't find common ground in you if we have other things different, but we can connect through this. You have to be me. Me.
It's like that
Me.
viral Reddit post where the chick was talking about to her boyfriend that she's like, oh well, you're more like marriage material. You know, I wouldn't have hooked up with you in college or whatever. That viral post, like, and I explained in one of the comments, I was like, well, it's because she literally can't put herself into his shoes and understand his perspective. So she's like, oh, I don't understand why he's so mad about this. And I'm like, well, yeah, because you literally, like, women and men empathize with each other in different ways. Women are more likely to, it's like how did somebody describe it? It's like guys want to be Batman, women want Batman to be them.
Yeah. I think it's not a men and women thing, because I mean, it's women.
It's
they're
like
more
narcissist.
social.
It's like narcissist brain versus like non-narcissist brain.
Yeah,
And women are more
'cause-
likely to be narcissist just because that's how the culture is. So it really goes to the fact of like guys want to be Batman. They want to be Bruce Wayne. Like they want
be Goku.
Yeah, they want to be Goku. Women want the character to just become them.
Yeah.
And narcissists are the same way.
I don't think
Narcissists want the character to become them. They don't want to become the character.
Yeah, I don't think it's with women so much, and I think it's mostly just, you know, I've known, I guess, good women.
Yeah,
But
I
like,
think I think you were spot on with the narcissism thing. It's narcissism.
Yeah,
It is.
yeah, because women.
It's a very selfish-minded mentality to where
I think there's
it
just
does come down to empathy to where they can't put their mind, they cannot visualize the apple in their head, so thus they cannot put their mind inside the body of Batman and act like what Batman should.
They
Yeah.
can't rotate the deer girl in their mind, so obviously it must be trans.
So,
like
but yeah, let's-
like I think the female narcissist is more just that's the result of so many daddies, princesses, or absent daddies.
Yeah.
Like I don't think it's inherently a woman thing. I just think women are the most obvious because they're very social. I think narcissism is it's
universal. I
all
mean,
over.
anybody
Yeah, I
can be
think
a narcissist.
women are just the loudest narcissists because they're the most. Because women are inherently social creatures. They're more socially inclined than men are.
And all advertising
more-
is pretty much geared towards them.
Yeah, so they're more likely to announce their narcissism to the world. Like they're more likely, like look, like the infamous thing of like a man just taking a picture of something, a woman having to get a selfie next to it.
Oh yeah,
Women are just
a guy takes a picture
when
of a
they're
thing, woman takes a picture of a thing, and she's in half the frame.
Yeah, like a female narcissist is more likely to announce, which I think is something we should all be thankful for. When bad people are more likely to announce that they're bad, like female narcissists are more like that. Just makes dating easier.
It really does.
So you just know off the bat, oh, don't get involved with that woman. She is announcing that she is terrible to you. I think the worst is male narcissists because they'll hold that shit in until you start talking to them. Like
You get
they'll
the Nathan Bateman or what the American Psycho treatment where they hide it until like you get alone with them, and then it's just like, oh my god, this guy's psychotic.
yeah, that's a problem. Like if anything, I think more men should act like women in that regard. Just let me know beforehand if you're a fucking
male
narcissist.
feminists.
Yeah, something be more like that. Just let me know if you're a fucking narcissist. Be like the girls. The girls will fucking announce like, yeah, it's all about me. Okay, I could just like kind of brush you aside.
Just walk away.
Yeah, walk away. But this guy, I don't know if he's a narcissist. I'll still fucking talk to him. By then, I'm locked into the conversation. I'm looking for an exit door. Like, couldn't you have just taken a selfie like a fucking goof so I could just tell? Oh, okay, get rid of that guy. But yeah, it is
getting out of that conversation as fast as we can.
Let's see the slow descent into Lindsay Loveridge's narcissism in this interview.
Yeah, here we go. So obviously this contains some spoilers for the manga, but I think if you've at least watched season 1 of Dungeon Meshi, I think you pretty much know what's going on.
And if you don't, you're like me and you just have no interest in it. So either way, you're fine.
Either way, you're fine.
I have interest in it, but I'm not afraid of spoilers. Spoilers mean nothing because there's so much context missing from them.
That is very true. All right. So this is our first question here. Kiwi-sensei, one of the primary themes of Delicious in Dungeon is building community via shared meals. Could you share a meal or recipe that is similarly important to you? And this is what the author says. So I thought about your question a lot, but I couldn't come up with anything special. But one thing is, my mother used to say, like when we make okonomiyaki, she advised me to use grated yam instead of water. So since then, I always use yam instead of water. But honestly, I've never compared the two recipes, so I don't really know the difference, but that's what I do. So I'm assuming that they were communicating in Japanese and this is translated.
There's probably
I believe so, yes.
It feels that way just in the way the sentence is structured.
That or it was like passed off, like they sent a list of questions to a translator, they translated it, sent that list to him, gave him like a few days to think about it.
From what I understand, they were in the room together.
Oh, were they?
Yeah. I believe they were actually in the room together. So there may have been somebody that translated the questions.
They said they're at a con, that's right.
Yeah, they're at Anime Expo 2024 when this was penned, so. But yeah, I assume that she's speaking in Japanese just by the way it's being phrased. So I assume she was not answering it in English herself. So, of course, there may be some translation intricacies here. So, this is the next question. It says, of all the dungeon meals in Delicious in Dungeon, which seems most appealing to you and why? Which is the one you'd be least likely to eat? And this is what she said. It says, honestly, I'm a picky eater myself, so I don't think I would want to eat any of them. But while I'm drawing the manga, I'm thinking about how fun it would be to eat it if I could. Here's another question.
Relatable.
These are. I'll give it to them. These are good opening questions. Like a major theme of the show and the manga is like cooking up monsters. So these are good opening questions.
Yeah, these are actually good questions, but you can see them starting to lead up. Yeah, you can see them.
That's how they get you. They throw out the bait of like, oh, look, I'm a professional interviewer asking interesting questions of like neurodivergence.
Yeah, they just smack them with the stupid shit.
Okay, next question. From the manga series, it's obvious you enjoy TTRPGs, that's tabletop RPGs. Can you tell us about one of your favorite player characters? And this is what she said. So actually, I've never played Dungeons & Dragons. Even the word TTRPG I hadn't learned until I became an adult. But I've seen a lot about Dungeons & Dragons, so I bought the player's guide and some of the related novels. So I have the knowledge to some extent, but I've never really played a TTRPG myself. See, now I would have followed up that question with asking like specific novels, like it's like, oh, you've read some of the Dungeons and Dragons novels, have you?
What supplements from Dungeons and Dragons did you read? Like what did you kind of base your world off of in this?
Is your world, do you draw inspiration from like the Forgotten Realms, for instance?
Yeah.
Do you know? Have you read the stories about Drizzt and all that stuff? That'd be the kind of stuff.
That would be getting into someone else's mind instead of trying to say, "How are you like me?"
Right, that's true.
Which leads us into the next question, because that is very much a like they would ask this so that the person could then say, "Oh, you like this? Well, I like this in this realm." Like rather than saying, "Let me get into your mind," it's how can you get into mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, it says, if you were to play one, do you know what kind of character you'd like to play? And the author responded with, when I played Baldur's Gate 3, I played a human rogue.
Honestly, that's the more obvious thing about Delicious in Dungeon. It's obviously not really, I wouldn't say it's inspired by D&D. I'd say it's inspired by video games.
Yeah.
That's kind of my problem with it. It's it's the video gaminess of modern Japanese fantasy.
And yeah, and that's where she kind of failed in the question is like, oh, it seems like it's very inspired by tabletop RPGs. And she's like, no, I never played those and I didn't really know the term until I got older. So that's not an inspiration. Then the follow-up question is, what was that inspiration? But going back to the narcissism, she doesn't do that. It's like, what character would you play? And it's just like, that's not the important. Like, let's learn.
And
more
then she
about
literally
how the
gives you
story
the
was
answer
made.
where her inspiration came from. It's playing RPGs, video game RPGs. It's like, oh, what are some of the video games that inspired Delicious in Dungeon? And she'd probably say Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm assuming, Final
Dragon Quest,
Fantasy,
probably.
Dragon Quest,
It's always Dragon Quest.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dragon Quest, maybe like Legends of Dragoon, like just there's just so many.
There's so many questions that were just left on the table that they didn't ask. See, this is why none of us will ever be allowed to like do this, because we would ask real good substantive
because we would
questions.
actually be decent journalists instead of fucking hacks.
Exactly. This is why they gatekeep us out of journalism, because we do a good job and they know it and they're scared.
And we won't sleep with anybody.
Exactly.
True.
Here lies Beavis. He never scored. Delicious in Dungeon features a very well-constructed ecosystem. How did you construct the unique relationships between monsters? For example, the mimic and the treasure bugs. And this is what she said. When I first thought about what kind of creature a treasure bug was, I wondered if the shape of it would be flat, what it would feed on, and what kind of life it would lead. And that's when the idea came to me. Then it was just all my imagination. There's a monster. How do they move or develop? It's purely based on my imagination. And, it does make a lot of sense, too, because, what are contained inside treasure chests? Treasure. Coins. Well, okay, if you had a monster that was a treasure chest, what would it eat? Oh, it would eat monsters that disguise themselves as coins.
Genius.
It makes perfect sense.
The whole point of the mimic, it was supposed to be trying to trick explorers. Like,
Right.
wouldn't it eat them? I don't like that. That's no.
It would, but then we run into the scenario of like, well, what if
What does it eat when there's no adventurers? Yeah.
Well,
Exactly.
my assumption was always it's not always a treasure chest.
Which is, and that's another logical step. But we can assume in maybe this world of Delicious in Dungeons, they are, or like at least the vast majority of them are.
I just think that's it feels, I don't know, less imaginative. Just monster like treasure chest. What does it eat? Monster like coins. Like, but the whole point of the monster like treasure chest, it's supposed to like catch. Like it's a mimic. It's literally mimicking a shape in order to catch its prey.
Right.
So
And they do explain that the mimic can kind of pretend to be just about anything. Like he could pretend to be a chair. The idea is that they blend into their surroundings by matching the furniture, by matching something that is desirable to creatures in the area. And so, that's how they catch their prey. They're ambush predators.
And maybe it's like it's a form
I'm just nitpicking a manga I don't particularly care for anyway,
Yeah.
but
and we could also take into account that it's a symbiosis that's formed between the two to where
Yeah, I like this. Jay in chat says mimics are just crabs. Yeah, yeah, that's a good way to describe it. They're just hermit crabs, basically.
So, but let's keep going.
Let's keep going. Yeah. Let's see. What was the next one? Oh yeah. Do you have a similar? Now here is where she starts to shift the discussion, and you can see it shifting here. Do you have a similar monster fascination as Laios? What was the first monster to capture your imagination? This is what she said. So I love monsters, but not at the level of Laios. But as a kid, I played the game Panzer Dragoon and was attracted to the dragon that the protagonist of the first Panzer Dragoon rides. I found it really cool. See, there you go again. Another JRPG, Panzer Dragoon. Similarly, how did you come up with Laios' perfect monster? And this is what she said. So when I was little, I drew all the monsters and wondered, what kind of monster is the strongest or which one is overpowered? That part of the manga is based on that memory. Okay, now here we go. A lot of fans had a strong reaction to Laios and Toshiro's confrontation with one another. Quite a few fans on social media seem to relate to Laios' difficulty with reading social cues and related it to their own experiences on the autism spectrum. Did you envision Laios as an autistic when conceiving his character? How would you describe the friction between Laios and Toshiro? And
notice how wordy it gets too.
Yeah.
Leftist meme for a question. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
pretty much. And this is what the author said. This is a great way to handle that stupid question. So my understanding is Laios is really a normal person. There's nothing special and everyone can relate to him. I also relate to him, so I don't think I'm writing anything like, you notice how they have to add these little caveats in here in the brackets?
Mm-hmm.
because they're trying to it's sort of like they're trying to kind of explain what the author meant, but I feel like, especially in this situation, you really don't need the brackets there. So it seems like they were added out of spite after the fact. Especially in the sentences that they were added in.
Yeah, I feel like they're doing that just so, like, the quote-unquote chuds can't interpret this further. Like, if they wanted to attach any other pet cause to Delicious Dungeon, they can't go back to the writer saying, "Oh, I don't think I'm writing anything special."
Yeah, she's trying to say,
that way.
It's pretty clear what the author's intent here was. She's just saying, yeah, Laios is just a normal dude, and people have conversations where they misinterpret each other's intentions all the time. Like he doesn't have some sort of like disability or mental thing. Like he's just a normal guy. Like people get obsessed about dumb stuff all the time. Like his thing is just monsters, and he's like, oh, I wonder what they would taste like. And his confrontation with Toshiro was literally just like, they're two guys from two different cultures that are talking past each other.
And like, do you really think that having a passion or fixation is exclusively autistic?
For them, yes.
Like, have you never seen a regular dude that can recite sports stats?
No, because they think that any form of fascination, or God forbid you have a hobby, that's only there because you're autistic. You can never have just something you are passionate about, something that you love to talk about, to work with, to just follow. Because if you do, oh my God, you might have undiagnosed autism because you gotta be like me. It's the only way that explains why I'm not so weird.
Yeah, it feels like people just, when the internet used autism as a colloquial insult for people's behavior, I feel like too many people took it seriously.
Yeah. I make the joke that, like, I'm autistic, but I'm not. Like, I get tunneled visions on some things, but then that lasts like a day or two and then it's gone.
Yeah.
That's not autism. I just make the joke about it.
I think everybody does. That's what I say. Like, I think these people just took it a little bit too seriously.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a joke. I might actually be just a little bit, though.
Like, you're acting autistic. You're just freaking autist, that kind of joke.
What does that mean? It's like, it means you're over here just going,
or it means you won't shut up about this topic.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So everyone has their individual problems.
Yeah, and that's actually kind of what she says here. So I'll continue. It says, so I don't think I'm writing anything special. That's why I think people can relate to or appreciate him. Some people might say Laios is a little bit autistic, but Shuro has his own difficulties. Everyone has their individual problems. It's not just Laios or Shuro. The problems are mutual. We always need to try to understand and learn from each other. Sometimes you might hurt another person, but that's part of the process we need to understand with other people. Yeah, that's it. That's literally it. She's saying they're talking past each other. They come from different cultures. They come from different backgrounds. So they don't, intuitively understand where each other are coming from. So they get mad at each other and they fight. But that's people. That's just people. It's not, autism or neurodivergence. It's just people shit, human shit.
Yeah. Hell, half the time that's just like most interactions between men, and then they'll get into a fight, and then 5 minutes later they're okay with each other.
Yeah, that's literally what happened. Is they beat the crap out of each other, and then they were just like, "Cool, I was, okay."
Like, it's
like all my emotions have been vented through my fists.
Exactly. Oh, here we go. Here's another cursed question here. See, this goes back into like the safe. Like we've talked about it on the podcast before in the past. Safe horny.
Yeah.
Since she is not really supposed to be considered like a sex appeal character, not a buxom, barely clad female character. So it's okay to be like fucking weird about the dwarf with the long beard.
It's okay to have like the fat bastard just kind of walking around in his underwear, because that's safe, because it's not.
She doesn't make
objectifying anybody.
As long as the character doesn't make the frumpy cat lady feel insecure about herself, which she should, because she's frumpy.
You can be weird about that character.
Yeah, then it's okay.
So
that's really what they don't like. It's the characters that remind them they're unattractive. They want to try to It's the people that, it's the typical, I'm a loser in life, but if I lower the standards, I can make myself a winner rather than actually attempting to win. They attempt to change the rules. So I'm unattractive, I'm unpleasant to look at, but if I make things that are attractive and pleasant to look at verboten, I become your only option.
Right.
And suddenly I am the attractive one.
Right, and that's what it's about. So here's Lindsay's question here. It says, in both the anime and manga adaptations, most of the series' fan service comes from the peaks at Senshi's underwear. This also gives you a fundamental misunderstanding of what fan service actually is. In the spirit of this, could you describe Senshi's sex appeal? And listen to how she handles this question. This is great. Kiwi says, so the term fan service feels a little off to me, but I have seen people talking about Senshi's sex appeal. The reason I came up with this idea of Senshi, flashing people, is that when I was little, I used to live in a city where there was an old man hanging his laundry while just wearing his underwear. It was awkward for me, and I really didn't want to look at him, but from his perspective, he didn't really care. He didn't care what other people thought. I just found that vibe interesting. So Senshi is a similar type of person who really doesn't care what other people think about him. Laios is probably more like me, feels a little funny looking, awkward looking at other people just their underwear. But I thought this vibe was really funny and interesting. That's why I drew Senshi that way. It's comic relief. It's comic relief.
Yeah.
It's comic relief, but it's also just character. It's just like he's a dwarf. He wears heavy armor. He probably doesn't have a second replacement of clothes. That's just what he wears all the time. And so it's just like for him to relax, he literally just has to go to his underwear. It's like, oh, it's sex appeal. It's like, no.
It's not meant to be. It's supposed to be, it's more like comic relief than anything. It's like, oh, this guy's just walking around in his underwear and he doesn't care. And you're just like, whoa,
that's kind of where the authors, like the articles, I should say, harshly disguised fetish comes out. It's like, oh, I find this attractive. And it's like, what? Why?
Degenerates are ruining everything. You can't even do a joke about, haha, look at this guy who walks around in his underwear. What a goober. It's like, no, actually, I'm kind of into that. Of course you are. Of course you are. Can't even do a joke like that now.
Well, see, and it's also funny. It's so funny to see people like horny post about like Senshi. There's plenty of dudes that are short, stocky, and have full beards, but these women won't go for them.
Yeah, like
they'll horny post about those dudes. They'll horny post about those dudes, but then they won't go date them. It's like, yeah, there's like a million Senshis out there. There's like a million of them. Like, dudes, there's a lot of dudes that are like fucking dwarf maxing out there. You want to get a dwarf looking dude, you can find a dwarf maxed dude.
Because in real life, the dwarf maxed dude is like hyper masculine.
Yeah. There's a ton of them. Yeah.
He probably votes Trump. Like
he probably does.
Be in the room with that. Yeah, he can't be in the room with that.
That makes me think of like a dwarf fortress where all the dwarfs are sitting there at the table and they're all just like, vote Trump. I'm here to do three things.
We can build a wall faster than anybody.
We can build a wall. We can build a wall faster than anybody.
Build the wall higher. Dig the deeper.
Shit, I need to go make some AI grok memes of like Trump leading an army of dwarves to build a wall.
That'd be great.
MAGA dwarves.
MAGA dwarves. No, you know what? That's it. We need to. This is the new movement. This is how we're going to shitpost and win the election, guys. We are going to make MAGA dwarf memes. That's it, guys. We figured it out. We're going to counter their programming with dwarf memes. Let's fucking go. We've done it. You heard it here first. Dwarf maxing is 2024 now, guys.
Buildy wall, buildy wall.
Year of the elf and the dwarf.
I am a dwarf and I'm building a wall. Building wall, building a wall.
But yeah, there's your answer. That's why they won't go for him in real life, because they know exactly what kind of man is going to be dwarf looking. He probably likes motorcycles and old-fashioned values and smacking women around.
It's that, but it's also half the time that like half the dwarf dudes, they don't want a dwarf woman. They want a fucking like Amazon. They want a woman like 2 foot taller than them.
Yeah. They want the life of that guy. I don't know if you remember the 4chan. One of the stories from 4chan of the guy that got the Amazon wife and didn't realize that it was like half of these men's dream, and he was just kind of saying it like, oh yeah, it's commiserating of like, oh yeah, it's crazy. My I was dating a girl, we're married now, and she's like, 2 feet taller than me, and oh, she picks me up and she teases me, and oh, it's crazy.
She puts me on the countertop so I can't get down.
And then like, I think he posted a picture of him and her. I think.
Oh God.
And it was hilarious. Like he showed like a size. No, he said the size difference, and then someone posted like an image to emphasize it and like how they met and everything. And like apparently this guy discovered he was living every man on this thread's fantasy, and he's just like culture shock.
It's like people are really into this. Like this is a fetish thing, and these dudes are just like, you know, just losing their spaghetti.
Yeah, and it was funny because he's like, I thought it was like a funny thing at my expense. I thought I looked like a little bitch.
No, you were the Chad. You were the Chad.
You would have homies bowing down to you, sir.
Teach me the art of your ways.
But yeah, there's, like Lindsay goes on, it's like, Senchi's rather handsome though, isn't he? He's really nice hair and a full beard. But the response is great. Just
dwarves are cool. She's right.
Doesn't even respond.
100%. Dwarves are cool.
Go play Deep Rock Galactic. It's amazing.
Dwarves were sort of having this renaissance of people realizing dwarves were the cool one. Because you remember forever, it was always like, oh yeah, the elves.
Elves.
Like, I mean,
it still is the elves because we just had 2023 was the year of the elf.
Well, I mean, but like, I think if you ask like, what do you want to play? You know, if you want to be one of the race, they're not gonna say elf anymore. They used to say elf when like pretty anime boys were like, you wanted to be the pretty anime boy, especially like 2000s, 2010s. You know, like you wanted to be the Bishi that the girls would go. Ah!
Yeah, they wanted to be the Bishi, and then they wanted to be the Kirito, and now yeah.
Now it's like, nah, man, the dwarf's where it's at.
I'm a dwarf and I'm digging a hole.
The greatest sign of that is like even in places like D&D, it's like
there is a whole.
They only play half elves, but you know what? You never play. You never play a half dwarf. You play a full dwarf because full dwarf. You.
Exactly. In Baldur's Gate 3, played a dwarf. Dwarf wizard. Hell yeah, gotta be. I found out there's like a drow equivalent. Like there's dark dwarves. Fuck yes. I didn't even know there were dark dwarves. So like yeah, this is like a dwarf. There's that fucking that diggy hole. Like it was from some YouTuber or something, but it was covered by a fucking metal band. Yeah, Yogscast. But it was covered by a metal band whose whole shtick is they do dwarf metal.
Yes.
Oh God, what are they called? They just actually had a.
They did a song for Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah.
Yeah. God, what is it? I can't even remember it.
Hold on, I'll find it real quick.
Well, if you look up Diggy Hole, they're like the first thing you get on YouTube. There's a whole band about being dwarves.
But yeah, it's just amazing, and so like, elves and dwarves are finally coming together. It's legitimately like the Gimli and Legolas.
Windrose.
Like, I never thought I'd fight.
Yeah, that's it. But yeah, it is like the because I don't think people have stopped liking elves. I think people just sort of realize because for a while dwarves were just like that's the lame. No one wants to be a dwarf. It's a short dude with a beard. And then people started realizing, no, that's the manliest motherfucker on the team.
Yeah,
that's like a little ball of testosterone.
They're gaining the appreciation for dwarves again.
Yes. God bless it. I love it.
Because
you love to see
elves, because elves are like, tall, slender, and effeminate, but dwarves are small, stocky, and masculine. They are the counter to elves. They are the opposite of elves.
Yes. So ideal couple. I stan it. Dwarf guy, elf girl. Dwarf guy, elf wife.
Yeah, I mean, hey, that's why I love elves so much, man. That's why I like elf women, because that's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a tall, svelte, very pretty woman, because I'm a short, stocky, bearded dude.
You're a dwarf man looking for your elf wife. I'm upset now. I already started like 2 fucking fantasy stories, and I didn't do that. And I feel like I gotta somehow find a good place for that premise, because that's like goals. That's like every couple's goal is to be.
It's like even better if they start off like not liking each other, but then they're like it's the tsundere thing where it's like they're like I'm not gonna deal with an elf. I've heard this tree lovers, the tree hugging elves in the forests. I'm gonna deal with enough fucking elves.
Never ask a dwarf what his girlfriend is.
You're getting the same. You're going for the same place. And I'm thinking it's like no, it's a dwarf like super racist against elves, and then he sees like a deedlit looking elf, and he's like, well, maybe.
I can make an exception.
I can return to racism later. Let me have the elf woman.
But Smith's Joey.
She's
here
one
in
of the
chat
good
made us
ones.
Bring squats back. They did, but they
They're
don't
not
call them
old
squats
bad.
anymore because it's a slur. They're called the Leagues of Votan now for 40k. I'm answering someone in chat. Sorry.
Oh, I got you. No,
yeah,
no worries.
well, 40k D&D, they've all like the new stuff has all kind of become shit.
It is.
So everybody just plays legacy stuff now.
I was getting into Warhammer, and then there was the whole fucking female custodians thing that hopped up, and I've never dropped something so quickly in my life. It's just like, holy fuck, I was so into this, and then y'all went and ruined it.
Well,
If
and it's
something is
because they're
good-
trying to they're trying to like change the lore before the show drops, because the show is obviously going to not give a shit about the lore.
Yeah, it's dumb. But anyway, let's get back to this damn interview.
This shitty interview here. So let's see the next one. Oh yeah, so I actually thought Marcel's dress during her time as the Dungeon Lord was really appealing, even though her friends made fun of it. Were there any references for its design? This is what she said. Actually, there's no real life model or reference for that dress. I just combined the clothes that Marcel's mother liked, and also combined that with the hood, which was considered a little bit childish. So Marcel's friends are poking fun in a joking way, but the people around her don't really think her dress is funny or not cool. They're just making fun of her because the dress is a little out of character for her. Yeah. And you guys will get to
how
that.
these questions are also disconnected from like the original intent. It feels like.
Yeah.
Just like,
Random,
was there
too,
any
like, you-
inspiration? No, I'm just imaginative. You dumb bitch.
Yeah, well, I mean, narcissists can't. It's like the thing about when the guy was that another 4chan post talking about the writing in Sherlock. Like smart people written by
versus
smart people.
old country for old men versus
Yeah,
Sherlock.
yeah, and how like two stupid people, smart people are indistinguishable from wizards because they just can't grasp. Like, how do you even think of that? My grandmother does that to me constantly, because like she has a copy of my comic. 'Cause, my grandma gave me some support, and she'll say all the time, "How do you know what to make them say?" I said, "Grandma, I wrote it." I don't know how you do that. How do you know what to put on the? How do you know what to make them say? How do you know? Like, I wrote
Grandma,
it.
Can you picture an apple and rotate it in your head?
I wrote it. So that's the thing. Like, but this is like a much less endearing version of like, how do you know what to draw? Did you like look at it? No, it just came from my brain. How does that work? How can that be? Because you see that a lot with like dumb people interviewing creative people. You always see, where did you get blank? What was the inspiration for blank? Now that can be fine. Like, what was the inspiration for that in some things, right? Like, was the inspiration for like the tone or a greater aspect, right? But it's something like, ooh, what was the inspiration for this dress?
It's like, that's such a weird question. It's just like focusing in on a dress, and it's like,
Yeah.
you're in a fantasy world and you're worrying about a dress.
Yeah.
Like that is a
No, you
pure
could ask me, like-
narcissism question. Now if it was like a very unique, like if it was a very unique piece of like armor or something, or like you can maybe ask about that, but it just it feels out of place on a show that doesn't care about those sorts of things.
It's always, and it's too like something like JoJo's fashion that merits the question because it's so out there.
Right. So it's like, so and so, where did you get the the concept for, let's just say like Giorno's outfit, and he could go into detail about like the fashion magazine that he saw something like that in,
Or
and
like
it's
what
just
he's
like I really
trying
liked
to
how
achieve,
what he was trying to use to achieve like the desired look and stuff like that. Like he could go into like supreme detail about all of that stuff, but
If it's very striking, then it merits like, where did you get that from? But when it's just a fancy outfit and you're like, did you base that on real stuff? You are telling on yourself that you are a low IQ person to whom a creative type is indistinguishable from a wizard.
Yeah.
Like, how did you pull that? Where did it come from? Because things come from places, because the idea of manifesting something from nothing is alien to you.
Yeah.
right. And like I get the idea of the question, because it's like, she's exposing more cleavage, and it looks kind of weird with the hood and everything, but
Oh my God! God forbid a tomboy be a bit more of a girl.
Here's a little secret for the people out there that don't get it. When tomboys either get older or get in a relationship, they start getting a lot girlier. It just happens. Like there's no shock to it. It is a common thing. Like, oh, did the tomboy like, I don't know, did she start dating a guy? Did the tomboy like become, I don't know, some kind of position where she could get to wear more expensive things? Suddenly that's when the dresses come out. That's when the cleavage comes out. The tomboys get girlier when they have an excuse to.
It's almost like age and puberty just does something to them. I can't understand it. It's like it's a natural process.
I don't even think puberty. Like I remember, like my girl's a huge tomboy, and when we first started dating, she showed up to our first meeting, like first time getting together. I don't know if we called it a date. It was kind of weird, but like in like a big hoodie, big boxy hoodie, and just baggy jeans. It was like the least like. She came out walking with like the joke from Riff Track. She had the sexy walk of a linebacker, and then like you start dating, and then all of a sudden she starts wearing makeup. She starts wearing dresses. Like it just happens.
She has a reason to do it.
Yeah, tomboys will get girly the minute they have a reason to do it, and it's like there's no like anyone going like, oh my god, it's such a change of character. You're telling on yourself. You don't know people.
Yeah,
like that's the most common fucking thing. Is the tomboy gets girly once the girly door is opened. Either, relationship or, I'm like a high-powered attorney, so I'm going to start wearing like the high-powered attorney girl dresses to be a girl boss or something like that. Like once the opportunity presents itself, instant girlification.
And you also got to remember that like, once Marcille becomes, the dungeon lord, like it's supposed to represent the peak of her magical power. Like she has ascended to the top. And so it was like a very over-the-top sort of like, it was supposed to be a mature dress to show that her magic has matured. And the fact that like, Lindsay can't really understand that. And then that's why she makes the reference to, it's like, oh, it's the clothes her mother liked. It's supposed to be represent that, oh, well, she's matured as a mage.
Yeah, she's like her mother.
It's supposed to be the culmination of her life up to that point.
Right.
Like
because she's researching forbidden magic.
Life.
Like that's her life's passion, is that she wants to learn forbidden magic. What magic is more forbidden than the magic of the dungeon lord?
Yeah. Like connecting to your mother more would be opening the door to be more girly. So that tracks. Yeah. I don't know why that needed to be asked.
Yeah.
Like, that's just obviously. Yeah.
All right, we'll go to the next question here. It says, so this is the one, and there's been endless Twitter wars. The Elf fan account has had to fight a lot of these people. That the ship between Marcille and Fallen has been like the bulk of Twitter discussion about Delicious and Dungeon. And people have been pointing out, it's like, no, actually they are literally just really good friends. Like it's not a meme. They literally are. And the author has like even explained, like she used a little graph to explain the relationships and the characters. And it was like, no, they literally are just friends. In fact, Fallen doesn't really care. Like, if anything, Fallen is like asexual. She just doesn't care. She's just a really nice, happy person that loves everybody platonically. Yeah. She said, did you expect such strong fan reactions to the relationship between Marcille and Fallen? And so she said, when I draw my manga, I try to develop it differently than fans' expectations. If I care too much about how the fans will react, I think the story might become less fun or interesting. So I try not to think too much about how readers will react. In general, I'll just leave the reader's imagination, like how they react or how they conceive my manga. And people misinterpreted this because they're like, oh, well, she didn't deny it, so that obviously means affirmation. The Japanese, this is a cultural thing. And this is where what people don't understand in Japanese culture. It's generally, if you're turning somebody down, you try to do so in a very nice way. And this is her trying to very nicely say, no, they're not a couple. And how do you say that? It's like, well, I'll leave it up to interpretation. But, it's not my job to like tell people what they think of my story, which is a nice way of saying, yeah, no, you're wrong.
Yeah. And kind of bringing the thread from the beginning of the show, this is where like the degenerate mindset comes into, to where the degenerate mindset has killed the idea of camaraderie, even between men and women. Like you can't just have friends anymore. It's like it's the old, what is it, the Bob's Burger meme, where it's just like, oh, don't they make a cute couple? And it's like, they're certainly standing next to each other. It's like, it's this idea of just like, have you ever seen two girls just be friends with each other? Like, ever?
Especially two girls. Do y'all understand how lesbianish girls get when they're friends?
There's a reason that like boys want to go to the girls' sleepover party.
Like, the girls are way more comfortable. There was a bit from a stand-up comic I'll never forget. Like, he was talking about men and women, you know, the old men and women are different, and his delivery was great. I'm going to try my best to imitate it, but I will fail. But he's like, women will just go up and go, Gladys, those sure are some nice breasts you got there. And he's like miming, reaching out and squeezing them. So soft, and yet so firm. Guys won't do that. You don't see two guys come up to each other. One guy goes, Bob, those sure are some nice balls you got there. He mimes squeezing them so soft, and yet so firm. And yeah, that's 100% true.
But
Girls will
like,
just get lesbian with their friends. Doesn't mean they're lesbians.
It really doesn't. It's just like the idea of friendship is like, it feels like, especially in Western media, like the idea of just friendship and camaraderie is dead. It's like they always have to be fucking. They always have to be in a sexual relationship with somebody.
And it's weird that it's happening in this like neo-Puritan era where it's like, you know, everything that is like lewd has to be like covered up and censored, but it's okay to just be like weird about this shit and horny. Like it's like, it's weird. It's this the dichotomy is just it's crazy.
It's the hypocrisy coming from the woke, to where it's just like, oh, you cannot objectify women, but if a woman objectifies herself, it's perfectly fine. And it's just like, wait, I thought objectification was bad. No. If they're okay with it, then it's okay. But if you as a man want to try and do it, you need to be put on a cross.
Yeah, Smith's Joey in the chat, sorry, he says sign of the porn addicted brain. Yeah, that's what it is. It's yep. You have corroded your brain with porn.
We Absolutely. Live in a time of a lot of censorship and puritanism at the same time as shitload of people are addicted to pornography.
Yeah. And it's created this weird sort of dichotomy where it's like, you know, oh, we can't have, you know, women with cleavage in our video games, but you know, they're gonna goon to the weird monster creature.
I mean,
we can't have boob cleavage, but it's perfectly okay for me to soil my drawers over Senshi in his underwear. And it's like,
all you got to do is remember, a lot of this is because Tumblr broke containment, and all these people left Tumblr. But why did they leave Tumblr?
That. Like,
because Tumblr banned porn.
Banned porn. Like all these people that like decry sexuality, the male gaze, how dare you lust. They left because they banned porn. Tumblr should be their sanctuary now. There's no porn. There's no you can't do it, but they left. They couldn't do it. And that just tells you everything you need to know about a lot of these people, Lindsay included.
Yeah.
It's all moral grandstanding to where it's just like, you can't do it in public, but let me if I'm
useless virtue signaling and moral grandstanding. The two things that I hate the most on this fucking earth.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, how did that moral grandstanding and useless virtue signaling work for Moist Critical? Oops! Oops!
Listen.
You tried to ride the fence so hard it slid right up your ass.
Has to form an opinion once. Dies.
Dies!
Oh, God.
Yeah, it's I hate this idea of just like, and I think it's one of the reasons you don't see a lot of good medieval shit anymore is nobody understands camaraderie. And I'm going to say it a bunch just because it's a very important thing that like got us as humanity to where we are, is just the idea of the boys being the boys, girls being the girls. Just, we have to reconcile the idea that we are very different creatures. There are exceptions, obviously, but exceptions do not make the rule.
Well, it reminds me of this post on Twitter I saw where there was this, he was obviously a dude, and he was like lamenting the fact that he can't go to like the secret VTuber girl meetups and felt bad about like, oh, I'll never be able to go to like the cool secret, off collabs with all the VTuber girls. And I'm like, yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. They need their spaces. They need their spaces where they get to be themselves, and dude bros get their spaces where they get to be themselves. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Why don't invade their space? Their space is for them.
You can still cohabitate. You just don't need to be cohabitating all the time.
Right.
Exactly.
They need the Chubas, they need their spaces where because they are in the same industry. They are all women, and so they relate to each other. So they need to be able to have their own private spaces where they can like talk to each other, vent to each other, and have fun away from us, and that's okay. That's okay. That's healthy. That's good.
It's wild.
Well, I think also it's a lot of the loneliness epidemic too. Like people.
Oh yeah.
I think when people want to be, in those rooms when they off collabs, I think it's because they want to be in a room with friends.
Yeah, I mean, it is part of the parasocial aspect too.
Yeah, it's like it's just
it's
dudes are hurting out there, and I think honestly, you could blame society. I blame the dudes. It's not hard to make friends. You just stop trying to do all your socialization through Discord. Just talk to the people around you. You never know. You'll be surprised who you'll meet.
Yeah.
Just talk to people around you. Just be social. You have conditioned yourself not to be social, and you give yourself excuses like, "Oh, I can't talk to women because she might cancel me." Don't talk to those women then. The narcissists will out themselves. You don't. This idea that like, oh, all women are crazy Instagram bitches, so I'm just gonna hug up Daki mockers. Well, clearly the Daki's not working because your psyche is getting worse. So just talk to people, man. Just fucking talk to people.
Yeah,
you too can have your own room full of people laughing and having fun, just like the VTuber off collabs. All you have to do is fucking socialize. And if you have issues, you can work through them. You can seek help if you're like autistic and like, oh, my basic social skills are bad. Well, you can learn. They have camps for kids, but I mean, that's because you can teach them. Like you can be taught. You can learn what you don't have. You just have to want to. So if you don't want to, all you're doing is your misery is of your own doing. It's literally your fault that you're miserable. Just talk to people, make friends. It really is that easy. It's not that quick. I think you think, oh, easy. That means it's instant gratification. No, that's not how the world works. Your brain's a little fried if you think everything's got to be instant gratification. You're gonna have to do a little work, a little time, build relationships. But you can do it. It's not difficult. It's very straightforward. Just talk to people. Don't say weird things. Learn to read the room. And you're good. You'll have friends in no time.
Absolutely.
100%. 100%. All right, this is the last question in the article here. It says, so regarding the manga's finale, do you envision any sort of spin-off following Izutsumi's pursuit of the Black Magician, or will she continue her life as she pleases as a beast man? This is what the author said. I haven't decided yet, but for now there's no plan to make the spin-off. But Izutsumi might want to pursue and find the Black Magician and finally beat him. Or she might just live her life as she does. She's like a really free person. She might just live her life as she likes. So that is the character. That's the cat girl that was merged with a cat by dark magic. So, So I mean, there could be a spin-off, but it kind of sounds like the author wants to do something else and not get stuck in the world of Delicious in Dungeon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of becomes a problem with a lot of manga authors. Is like, you could tell they want to do other things, and it's like they just have the one thing they're kind of tethered to.
What is One Piece?
It's like how Kishimoto tried to make that, what was it, Samurai 8 or whatever, but then ended up just having to come back and save his apprentice from his Boruto fuck up.
Well, there's
I can't.
Well, there's the Oda. He's talked about that. It's interesting. The whole reason that One Piece has the premise of going from island to island with all these crazy islands, it's specifically so he doesn't run into that problem. So he's like, whatever story I want to tell, I just make an island like that, and then I can just do whatever. And just the Straw Hats are just the vehicle through which to go explore that story. That's why like so many arcs will have like basically its own side main characters, because that's kind of how it is set up, and that's smart as shit. That helps keep you from getting burned out. Just make a story where you can just change it up at will based on the premise alone.
Just make your stories to where like they could potentially just be completely removed and nothing would.
Like, look at the juxtaposition of Dressrosa with Wano.
Oh yeah,
great example. Total tonal and style difference. Same anime.
Absolutely. And then you have like the flashbacks will be about a certain character, and it's just they've taken over the manga for a while, like with the Bartholomew Kuma thing, which was peak.
Kino.
You have he said like, oh, if I wanted to tell like a high school romance drama, I'd just make a high school centered island. And there you go. Like, obviously he's not going to do that, but I was like his little flippant example. Like, yeah, whatever story I want to tell, I just make an island about it. And there you go. I tell that story. Maybe shouldn't have done Whole Cake Island, but, you know, not everybody's perfect. I think it's far enough now the arc doesn't hurt so much anymore.
I think what hurt Whole Cake Island was just how long it took to get off of it. There was too much stuff going on.
But none of it was interesting. Like, Big Mom was a letdown. There were so many stupid things. So many her crewmates were stupid.
Well, I think that was the point, though.
Were so stupid.
I think that was the point, though, that it was all supposed to revolve around food, and Big Mom was just a fat bitch.
Yeah, but like it looked like she was going to be the creepy one of the four emperors. Like, you know, she'd be the creepy one. Kaido would be the tough one.
I think they should have probably leaned more into horror. I mean, they kind of did, but they did so in a campy. But I mean, I think that's just Oda's style, is that he likes to be more campy than just outright horror.
Mm. I think Big Mom should have been the bizarre and creepy, like use the Alice in Wonderland motif to make it unsettling, and that way then that can contrast Kaido, who's more the overtly intimidating, dangerous one, is creepy as opposed to intimidating. So
you're thinking less Disney Red Queen and more like American McGee style.
Yes.
Okay.
But that's how it seemed at first. And that would have been great.
Well, with her like silhouette and stuff, it was like, oh.
Yeah. Yeah. And like I think it implies she ate somebody, but I guess not.
Yeah, that's how she got her power originally, is that she ate that nun. Because that nun had the power to like split spirits off and stuff. Yeah. So she ended up eating her and stealing her devil fruit power, which, you know, that also kind of leads towards, you know, how did Blackbeard get Whitebeard's power? Well, I guess he must have eaten his heart or something. Because I think that's what. Yeah.
I mean, we'll probably find that out when Blackbeard's the central focus. I'm looking forward to that. I like Blackbeard a lot.
Yeah, I feel like we're on the verge of learning about like how the devil fruits work particularly, because there's this massive missing piece that we don't get, because like Vegapunk was able to like take some of the powers and like, you know, give them to other people. They were able to make like knockoff devil fruits. So obviously there's a mechanic here that we just haven't been introduced to.
It was also, if you remember in the very, very beginning, it was the devil fruits give you a power from the devil of the sea.
Yeah.
And now we're starting to get into people showing up that seem like demons.
Right.
So I think we're going to look closer to that. This is stuff I kind of want to talk about when we do a One Piece dedicated episode.
Yeah, which we've been meaning to do, but it's been tough finding YouTubers that are like One Piece particular.
Yeah. But I'm worried at the direction One Piece is going, kind of. Because it was better when it was like the people that are the strongest in the world can take a simple concept and like expand upon it in interesting ways. And now it's just like, no, you said people are just showing up with special legendary monster, legendary being, devil fruit. Like, okay, well, that's boring. Oh, this devil fruit's like a god. Oh, that's boring. I liked it better when it's like, oh, well, this guy's got lightning. Well, lightning can do a lot of shit. Oh, this guy's got earthquakes. Earthquakes can do a lot of shit.
This guy's made of rubber. You can do a lot with rubber.
Yeah. I'll give the Luffy thing only because the fact that his powers, turns out, all this time weren't rubber. It was the mask. It's actually kind of brilliant. And it fits in with his original theme of the whole reason he was a rubber power, so the series is never 100% serious. Like, even in a dramatic battle, he's doing something silly as his big attack. So his ultimate power being just the mask, I think it's great.
I think it's great, too.
I just worry at the way things are going. Like,
you're worried about how Oda will stick the landing.
Yeah.
Because you can see how this could go right, but you can also see how it could go horribly wrong.
Yeah, because okay, we had stuff like Marco the Phoenix, but it's good that Marco the Phoenix isn't like one of the biggest people ever because he's a phoenix. Like this whole legendary creatures, mythical creatures, and they're super strong. And we saw a parade of characters that are all mythical creatures that are obscenely strong, but they are that awakened. They got that little flame scarf. It's like, okay, it's not inherently the power. They've like unlocked the 5-star version of that devil fruit. So okay, but it's still a little concerning that everything seems to be special, mythical, legendary shit now, and it's not just what creative things can I do with wax, That is worried, but not 100% lost hope. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, One Piece has jumped the sharks. It's like, don't do it, man. You're getting
Just
close.
don't go
You're
full
getting dangerous.
Just don't go full Dragon Ball Z.
Well, not even Dragon Ball Z.
no.
Dragon Ball Z was smart about it. I've said before, like going
Oh,
into the
Dragon Ball
realm of
Super.
gods was brilliant because like the power levels were getting so high. It's like, oh, well, now we've given a purpose to the power levels getting so high, and we've like now, we're reaching a goal instead of just constant power escalation. The power escalation now has a purpose. It's going somewhere. And now there's things that they're like way beyond our character. So it's not just whoever's the newest transformation is the strongest thing ever. Like, no, we have like even introducing Zeno, telling the audience, no, our heroes or the villains they fight will never be the strongest thing ever because he is.
Yeah.
That was brilliant. That was so brilliant. I want to get on my knees and say, Akira Toriyama, fucking, I want to prostrate myself in reverence.
The GOAT of all time ever.
Absolute GOAT. That was so brilliant. No, it's something more like what's a good example? Naruto kind of do this. Where
Yeah, I
it's
think
just,
Naruto's a good example of this. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just who's got the legendary animal, who's got the legendary thing, what are you born into, what's your pedigree, whereas like one reason people love Dragon Ball Z is it's, if anything, it's a message about picking your stuff up by your bootstraps. Because the villains in Dragon Ball are all, I either stole my power or I was born with it.
Or I was created with it.
Yeah. And the heroes, they work for it. They train. They survive near death. They bust their fucking ass. I think that's why it resonates so much, especially with like poor people and like poor countries and shit. It's like this is a story of a guy that busts his ass against villainous forces that seem insurmountable. And many of like Frieza's a fucking aristocrat. Like Frieza is the elite. And he's saying like, you'll never. I am so much better than you. It's impossible. And this guy just like busts his ass and he works and he works and he works. And through hard work, reach the level of the gods.
And none
That
of
resonates,
but he's considered the lower class of his race.
Yes.
Like, you are the lesser of our race. And he goes, yeah, I'm going to challenge the king of our universe real quick.
Yeah.
BRB.
Exactly. This is a guy that was told you're low class trash, and look where he is now. And like that, and One Piece had that. And I'm worried it's going to lose that because Oda does seem to be falling into the Japanese trap of like pedigrees and bloodlines and special things that are told through legend. Like Japanese love that shit. But it's
that's
very
the way their society is.
Yeah, but it's very Japanese. It does not resonate universally. And you could say, well, it's for the Japanese. That is true. And a lot of like purists that like are very anti-localization will use that argument. But the problem with that argument, why it's weak and you shouldn't use it, is you are still marketing your product to a wider audience. Not to say you should compromise your vision, but you should keep in mind like, well, if I go hard, like this idea is inherently Japanese, but doesn't really play outside of Japan. Should I go with it? How hard should I go with it? Because it doesn't play outside of Japan. Now, if it's got these other things that I can use, then fine. But if I go too hard in this, I will alienate these. It's just worried about your audience. Because you should think about your audience. You shouldn't compromise to the point of making Disney slop to try to get a wide audience. But you should give a shit about entertaining your audience, making them happy to an extent. And if you start going, fuck my audience, deal with it, that's no different than the people that localize saying, fuck you, fuck the audience, deal with it.
Yeah.
And I just worry like a lot of these anime fall into this trap, and the rest of the world is calling them out on it. And things like Spider-Man resonates with the rest of the world. As much as Spider-Man has become just like a fucking
polluted
soup. Yeah. the initial concept that Stan Lee created resonates.
Oh yeah.
It resonates big time. Stuff like that. Like that's why it still continues, even as like modern executives try their damnedest to basically kill it, as they milk it for every dollar. Spider-Man will never really die because of that foundation that Stan Lee and Jack Kirby created that can just be started from scratch again. You could just make a new Spider-Man with a new origin story and just start Spider-Man over, and it'll work.
That's why Tobey Maguire's is still like the most popular Spider-Man. He had that origin of just like normal guy, had responsibility thrust upon him, and he makes the best of it. And
Sam Raimi is the perfect guy to adapt a comic book because he gets that you need, and it's the kind of thing that a lot of anime appeals to. It's camp,
Yes.
but earnest camp, not winking, not wackety woo woo camp.
Not Guardians of the Galaxy joke every 3 seconds camp.
Yeah, it's JoJo. It's fucking crazy. But if you were to go in universe and say this is fucking crazy, everyone would look at you like you're the nut.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it work.
Yep.
That's why JoJo's huge. That's why everybody loves Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man. It's camp, but it is earnest camp. It has pathos. Camp with pathos. And,
now that you're saying that, now I'm thinking about Tobey Maguire doing the evil Spider-Man dance, and I'm like, no, that is totally JoJo.
Yeah. I mean, there was a whole dance number in JoJo Part 5.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the comparisons between Raimi's Spider-Man trilogy and JoJo, and I'm like, yeah, actually, yeah, that is very apt. Yeah, they are very. Yep. They have the same sort of like atmosphere. And
a lot of like the best fighting games have that atmosphere. When Street Fighter, back in the day before Street Fighter started adapting this hyper-realism thing, it was very much that like that mix of serious martial arts and like this guy from India has stretchy arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate this movement of like hyper-realism. Everything's got to be realistic. It's like, can we just have stylized shit again, please?
Capcom made the RE engine.
The RE engine, and it's all about like hyper-realism, and so
and they just keep fucking using it because the thing about Japanese companies you got to understand is they're very much it's the whole reason they took so long to adapt rollback netcode is the whole not invented here thing. It's like they will mainly use what they themselves create. Capcom made the RE engine. Damn it, they're going to use it. Why don't you use Unreal, you might ask? Now we made RE engine. But does everything need to be hyperrealism? Well, that's what the RE engine does. And it worked for Resident Evil, and it worked for Devil May Cry 5. So we're going to keep doing it forever, in perpetuity. That's why, again, Stan SNK, they got, hey, maybe we should just do Unreal and actually have some style to our stuff.
God forbid.
So that's kind of the problem with Capcom right now, among many other things. But that's what you need.
It's everybody.
It's what you need. Like, just be campy and own it. Do not get insecure about your campiness that someone might make fun of you being campy, because that's not being true to your campy self. You gotta be true to your campy self.
I made it that way just so it can be fun.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the lesson of the day, I guess, is you gotta. I mean, there's a lot of lessons of the day. I'm kind of rambling.
Yeah, there's a lot of lessons of the day. I think to kind of go back, this is another topic on our list. To kind of go back, we were talking about anime conventions and conventions in general, and just like people being just weirdos. A good former idol and somebody that's pretty well known. Her name is Kiki Hime. She used to be an idol. She's from Austria. She's European. She was at a convention in Japan this past weekend, and there's a person this creep has been like creeping on her for decades at this point. I think she said ever since she was 16 on Nico Nico, this dude was like stalking her. And like I was blown away that this was allowed to happen at a convention. So she wanted people to get this image out here. This is a guy. This is a guy that had been like stalking her for over a decade at this point. and he was able to get into the line and assault her at the convention in broad daylight in front of everyone. Like how the hell? Because here's the thing, like, convention has staff. Convention has like people that are there to keep both the guests and the attendees safe. Like, they're at every convention. Like, this is their role. Their role is to prevent stuff like this from happening. But they didn't. They did. This guy is very well known, to the point that people like saw him and were pointing him out. Like, they knew who this guy was. Like, oh, this is that creep. And of course, when presented with the opportunity, he bomb rushed her and basically tackled her.
God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like that top right picture there, because it looks like he's smiling in the
He is. This was the greatest moment of his. This is the greatest moment of his life. You see, you don't understand like how fucked up this guy is.
Admit,
yeah.
I don't understand.
I'll kind of set the table here. So he is convinced that she loves him and that like she wants to be with him. Like, he's convinced himself of this. And every single message he's ever sent is creepy, and it's that weird sort of like this is the dark side of idol culture. Like, this is the guy from Oshinoko with the knife. Like, this is that guy. That guy is real. That guy really exists. This is him. This is the person. This is the kind of person that freaks out when the HoloLive VTuber, when like a HoloStars guy comments under her posts and says, like, oh, good luck, good luck, and that's the guy in the replies that's getting like mad and telling him to stay in his lane. Like, this shit's real. This shit's real. This is the kind of stuff that happens. And the convention staff knew, and they just they didn't do anything about it. Like, I know it's in Japanese culture. The Good Samaritan thing isn't as much of a thing in their culture as it is here. It's more like, when something happens, you should, not get involved because it's like, oh, put your head down, walk away. You didn't see it. It didn't happen.
Don't get involved because you're going to get hurt if you do. It's not worth the risk.
And that's more of an Eastern, like a Western thing is, getting more involved in. More of an Eastern thing is, you don't want to publicize shame and things like this happening.
Think of your family. Think of what your actions could do to reflect on them.
It says this looks like Perfect Blue. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Perfect Blue is another great example. Like this is the scary shit, man. This is scary shit. And I feel so bad for Kikihime because, she was out there. She was out there at this convention, just, doing her thing, having fun. She was just meeting and greeting her fans. And this weirdo comes up there. And the problem is that the Japanese police don't want to do anything about it because she's not a citizen. Yeah. She's not a citizen, so they're like, not our, not our monkeys, not our circus.
Would they even done anything for her, even if she was a citizen? Would have been one of the scenarios where it's like, oh, she's not actually Japanese. She's just living here now, so she's gaijin.
Yeah, and that's because normally I'm like, well, yeah, I believe that cultures should be allowed to be themselves. I believe that for the East and the West. I think there is a limit though when you're at the point where it's like, yeah, something bad has obviously happened, and you're like not doing anything about it.
Cultures can be themselves, but they should also realize when they have problems they need to fix.
Right.
Yeah, they need to have that self-awareness of like, maybe we shouldn't keep doing this because it looks bad on us as a whole, as a nation. It's like, we don't care, like, because all this says is like, oh, we don't care about foreigners, which, not to say that I understand, but it's just like there are times and places for that, but also it's just like when you see a fat, ugly bastard like this bomb rushing a smaller woman, it's like, step up and help her, please.
It's like it's like Deku, right? It's like, oh, my body moved on its own, and I just like cross countered this dude and clotheslined him.
Yeah.
It's just do something. Like, all you have to do is just get him away. Like, it's obvious that this isn't good, so just, it doesn't matter if she's a foreigner, if she isn't a citizen. your job is to protect people, no matter who they may be.
Well, it's like I said
You don't
on
have to
Twitter.
be
This
Superman and
dude,
beat his ass, but just grab him. You and a buddy just hold him back. Let her get away.
it's
There
like
you
I
go.
said on
That's all you
Twitter.
need.
This dude is lucky this kind of shit didn't happen at Offkai, because there would have been an army of people like tackling him and beating the shit out of him.
He would have literally been Yamcha at the end of it. He would have been pounded into a crater.
And this is something
if he
Japan
did
does
that
need
in
to
the
address.
United
Is this
States-
shit is just like the whole stay in your lane thing Japan has. It can be good sometimes, but Japan you got to know when to turn it off.
Yeah.
You got to know when it's time to say nah, don't like. It's time to get involved in somebody's business. I'm not going to stand here and like just let that happen. That's horrible to just stand there and let that happen. And it happens in other countries, and it's wrong there too. It's the bystander effect. It is always wrong to be the bystander. It doesn't matter. Like, well, you don't know. You know enough. If you see a woman screaming and a guy is like wrestling her, you know enough.
Yeah.
Do something. If the guy's
At the
bigger
bare
than
minimum,
you, grab a
separate. Yeah, I was about to say, at the bare minimum, get him off of her, and then you can find
Yeah.
out what's going on.
Yeah.
Because if it's a joke, if it's fine, she's okay with it, then yeah, you've ruined a joke. But guess what? Everything's okay. But if it's not a joke, if it's something like this, guess what? You're saving her. Like,
Yeah.
she's gonna have like obvious trauma from shit like this. And I hate to say it, but it's also just like, going forward, if I were her, I would highly suggest her having some form of like taser, maybe even a knife.
Well, that's the thing
It's
is
just
that a lot of weapons like that are illegal in Japan.
Yeah, and that's the downfall of like places like Japan. It's just like they don't have a sense of self-defense in most situations. It's just like, oh, if you can't fight them off with your fists, then you're not worthy of trying to defend yourself by any means. And it's just like that's not right. It's not.
Yeah, I mean, she's literally just gonna have to roll with like actual like bodyguards at this point,
Which is a shame.
which is a shame because that means that and she's the kind of person, she really believes very strongly in idol culture. Like, she loves her fans. She really wants to be able to interact with her fans and like give them something special, give them that special moment that they'll never forget. And it feels like going forward, she's not going to be able to do that as much because there's that people like that are just allowed to be weirdos like that. And it's a damn shame. And I hate it. I hate that it has to, that it's going to devolve like this.
Yeah, and it's a good show because we're making all these connections. It goes back to the very beginning. It's this weird degeneracy, and it's the loneliness effect to where like you're so lonely and you're so introverted that you can't interact with normal people, and then that develops into a literal type of psychosis.
Yeah.
To where you think your idol is in love with you when she's done nothing along those lines. You're sitting here daydreaming and making up these weird fantasies that lead you to assaulting the person you you supposedly care about. Like, he's not thinking that it's like, oh, by me doing this, I'm going to hurt her. And it's so sad. In all reality, it's really, really sad.
If there's any silver lining here, this guy was a total unknown to anyone except Kiki and like people that hardcore follow Kiki. And now like all of Japan knows this guy, and he's been getting dragged. I think he completely left social media. He's like in hiding now. Like, everybody knows who he is and everybody hates him.
Yeah. I hope I hope that this was the catalyst that that promotes some good things to happen from the bad. That's what I hope. That this it keeps this dude out of these spaces. They know who he is now. So hopefully going forward they'll know to keep him the hell out.
And it'll hopefully cause them to maybe do like a secondary type of vetting process while in the line, just to make sure that everyone in line is not frothing at the mouth, giving like a predator's gaze at the idol or whatever.
Yeah, but hopefully this is like that cultural moment where they realize, yeah, we don't want this stuff to keep happening. We love our idols and we want them to be safe, and we want the fans around them to also be safe. So we need to police this stuff. We need to gatekeep a little bit more for our own culture. Just like we need to gatekeep over here, they need to gatekeep over there.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yep. So here's hoping things get better. At the very least, this guy is I don't think he can go out in public for a while. So if there's any silver lining to that, is this guy just shot himself in the foot. Also, looking at your what's happening section, is this just Titty Day, Maury Calliope, and Sydney Sweeney?
Oh yeah.
Booba.
Mating press was trending.
Oh God, what the fuck?
So yeah, it must
Just
be
big
titty day.
Yeah, it's Big Titty Day. It's a
Don't mind
national
if I
holiday,
do.
everybody.
Don't mind if I do. What else is trending? Maury Calliope, Sydney Sweeney, and Ripaverse.
Amazing.
Oh, beautiful.
This confirms Sydney Sweeney, now Yaira. Let's go.
Hey, that would be a hell of a get. Big a booba.
Maury Calliope doing the opening for the ISOM animated series.
God, there would be some people that would be seething at that.
But yeah, and so it's just, it's terrible that this happened to this idol, but it is at this point you need to look at that silver lining of like, he is being exposed. People know his face. He's probably done after this.
Yeah, hopefully this she'll be able to at least get some peace of mind knowing that this will never happen again. Everybody's got her back. And the thing about East Asians, man, they don't forget. They do not forgive. They do not forget.
They don't, man.
Because,
like you become a pariah in Japanese society. You're a pariah till you die. It's not like in the West where people just kind of forget over time. Like they'll find a new thing to be mad about. Oh no, the East Asians, man, they got memories like elephants.
Oh yeah.
He's done. He's donezo.
He is donezo. We're going to move on to the next topic now, but first I want to cover the super chat. This is from Chaos Smash 64. He said Terry Bogard looks horrible, and Street Fighter 6's RE engine. That was for $2.
Yeah, he does kind of look weird. Like he looks like a real
valley.
guy, but yeah, it looks technically good, but not Terry. You know what I mean? Terry's got. You know what Terry looked really good was in his guest appearance in Fighting EX Lair. I'd say if you like, that's probably the best 3D Terry. But like, yeah, Street Fighter 6 is just like, I think the problem with the RE engine is it tries to make people look like regular people, quote unquote regular people. It like de-prettifies, de-exceptionalizes characters.
Yeah.
Like unless your name is Cammy, you don't get to be like uber hot in the RE engine.
Well, even then, they've tried to change her look up where she can't even wear the leotard. Like I think it's like an alternative outfit. You can put on, but it's not on by default.
It's everybody. I mean, even then, she's got like skin tight pants and shit.
Yeah. And you're gonna hate me for saying this, Cody, but like, just my only real exposure to Terry is from Smash Bros. Ultimate, and he looked to me pretty decent there. Seeing him here, he just looks fucking weird.
Yeah, because they just made him look like an average American man, and he's supposed to have a different look to him. Like
his
he's
neck
got
is too damn big.
Yeah. They try to just like rather than trying to make him look on model, they tried to make him look like a cosplayer.
Yeah,
that's what a lot of RE engine is, and it did work for Devil May Cry 5 because Devil May Cry 5 was technically like that. You like look at Virgil from like Devil May Cry 3 and then Devil May Cry 5. But Devil May Cry 5 felt more like there was more art direction put into the RE engine adaptation of the characters. Like, yeah, they look like just regular, real people, but it felt like a natural evolution. Like, Dante felt like, yeah, it still feels like Dante.
Yeah, it removed some of the stylizedness, but they kept the essence of the character the same.
Yeah.
So just because there hadn't been a Devil May Cry plus the bad Devil May Cry games, that the DMC that came out, people were okay with like the humongous jump from a stylized to more realistic.
Yeah, it felt like a well-cast movie.
Yeah.
It felt like Devil May Cry 5 was a well-cast movie. Street Fighter 6 are people in cosplay. Some of them look good. Ryu looks good. Cammy looks good. I like Bison. I think Bison looks great.
Yeah, Bison looks good.
Yeah, some of them look... It's like half and half. Some of them look good. DJ looks better than he ever has. But then there's some other ones. Zangief kind of works.
He looks like Zangief.
Yeah. And it does have like slight, if you know Russian facial features, they actually did give him some of that, like the nose. It's like a very Russian nose. Mm-hmm. So I did think that was a nice touch. But then some of them like just don't look right. Chun-Li is just like just something uncanny. Her face is uncanny. It's like they tried to make her look more Asian, but didn't want to take away too much of her pretty look. And it just like rather than making her look like a pretty Asian, she just looks like she's not human. And then the new characters are just all bad. Like of all the new additions to the cast, only Luke and JP are like any good. Jamie is okay, but just kind of a wasted character. But like the new characters in Street Fighter are just pretty much shit. Aside from, like I said, Luke and JP, everyone else is shit, man. Just they're bad, man. They're just lame designs, lame concepts. It's just bad. So it's like, why are they bringing back all these old characters? Because look what happens when they make new ones. Don't get me started on Aki. It's like the only time Aki looks good is when they give her an alternate outfit that completely changes her look. She looks so stupid. She makes stupid faces, which are made worse in the RE engine. Like, it's already dumb when you have a character like, I'm so psychopath. I make goofy faces and ha 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 ha. My eyes are big and I have a big smile when I laugh loud. I'm so crazy.
This is the problem when you have the Westerners invade Capcom and like take over their entire concept team, is that they inject this like weird wacky shit in there.
Yeah, well, that's a common.
They're paying for it.
One thing
they're paying for it.
If one thing anime sucks at, it's psychopaths, because they keep doing that. Like, I'm crazy. I have big wide eyes. Shut up. You just look like you're like a fucking cringy teenager. Like doing the whole I don't suffer from insanity. I enjoy every minute of it. Shut up. Like they've gotten some, like, whenever anime does a good psychopath, it's because they don't do that shit. Like, you know the face, the wide-eyed, wide-mouthed, laughing, crazy face.
Yeah.
Always stupid looking. It's always stupid looking. Like, and then, you know, that was Aki. She was like, I do crazy poses, isn't it creepy? Not really. You just look like someone from, like, a teenager from the 2000s, like, I'm so insane! Because everybody wanted to be insane! I'm insane! You know, Aki was a teenager. She was fucking posting about Tip Penguin of Doom.
Holds up Spork.
Yeah. Fucking hate Aki. She's such a terrible new character. Just bring back Fong. I don't fucking care if Fong wasn't popular. I liked him. He was bizarre. He was like a good number 2 for Bison. Like, Bison was like the serious, intimidating villain, and his number 2 is the weird but dangerous guy. Bring back Fong. Just bring him back. Give him a new design. He had a really cool theme. Aki is just like, hey, you want Fong, but you can fuck her? Nah, not if you're gonna make her look like that. Stupid hair and stupid facial expressions. I hate her so much. I hate the new Street Fighter characters, man. It's something I'm stuck on. Except, again, Luke, great new character. JP, amazing new villain. Everyone else, wipe my ass with. Shove it up your ass. I never want to see any of these other new characters in any other Street Fighter again. Fuck them all. Bring back Rufus. I want Rufus back. I'd rather have Rufus. Where the fuck's El Fuerte? Anyway. Fighting game autism over.
I know. Well, we're actually going to be engaging in some fighting game autism coming up. We'll talk about this, and then we'll go to our final story of the day.
Well, we're going late, so we might have to cut something.
Yeah. I mean, we could save the fighting game stuff for next time.
Oh yeah, might as well. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about it. We're going to be streaming some SNK games, and Cody will reveal, I guess, next episode. He told me.
No. Okay, if that's what you're talking about, yeah, I can reveal this episode. I thought you had a whole new topic on hand.
Well, we're going to talk about the Netflix. Netflix having an oopsie. We'll get into that real quick after.
Yeah. So as has been discussed, Gator and I will be doing some SNK streams because I'm a huge SNK nerd, and I've brought a lot of it to the show, and I know Gator's been dipping his toe into fighting games, and as a huge fighting game fanatic, I was like, okay, let me help you in your journey and help you experience peak fighting games, which would be SNK, and especially KOF. Now, KOF, as you know, is infamous for being balls hard. It's a rite of passage, you know. You want to play KOF? No, you gotta fight them bosses, man. You gotta go up against the KOF gauntlet. You gotta show you're a man. You can't just jump in here and it's like, oh, maybe I'll play some low-ranked matches and we're just having fun here. No, this is KOF, motherfucker. Step up. So, we're going to be going through the SNK's KOF series. And as you know, it starts out with a bang. The infamous Rugal boss fight is the very first fucking game. So I said, you know what? We'll leave an option where if you just can't beat it, Gator, you just can't do it.
You throw in the
option
towel.
to bail. But if you quit on a game, you must put through a punishment. Not like a Batsu game. No. A fucking humiliation ritual.
Oh no.
So, if you cannot do it, this will be the thing, and you must immediately do this. This isn't something you will owe to do at a later time. No, you must immediately switch to this on stream, right? We're gonna get you even if it's like a generic model, a big-tittied VTuber model that you must use to read some manner of humiliating fucking copy pasta or other quote in an abridged series girl voice. So the Mickey Mouse voice.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
And I'll find all kinds of things. I'll find and they will escalate. Let's say you can't beat 94, you got to dip on Rugal. You'll pull up the big titty VTuber and you'll have to say something like, "Be sure to vote for Kamala Harris, 2024," something like that. But it will escalate. It will fucking escalate. If you keep quitting, they're gonna get worse. Everybody, because I know you still have people that think about you day and night. And these motherfuckers are going to be eating good if you keep quitting.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, no.
I want to see, too, because I know you're friends with VTubers, too. So I want to see if some of the VTubers you know will let you skinwalk them for this ritual. Like, if you just keep, we're at, like, KOF 11 now, and you quit again? Oh, bring up so-and-so's model, and I'm going to make you say some, like, incriminating shit in their skin.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna have to get good real quick.
Yeah, so we'll see if we can make some connections, and definitely get you that initial model. And like for the first 3 or 4 quits, you use the initial model, and after that you're gonna have to start skinwalking and doing like unflattering impressions of whoever it is.
Jesus Christ, that sounds horrible. I'm just gonna have to get good. I'm just gonna have to fucking get good.
Like by number 5, you've quit 5 games in a row. Okay, bring up Rima's model and imitate her accent.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, she's actually she retired that model. She's gonna have a new one now, a 2.0.
Oh, good. We can get some use out of the old model.
Go buy it.
Jesus Christ.
Let you use her old model and do an impression of her accent. And make sure the clip gets to her. So that way you gonna get good. You're gonna get good because you're gonna know. Yeah, because you have a escape lever, right? But you can't abuse that escape lever because every time you use it, it's gonna get worse.
Every time I use it, it's reputation destroying shit.
Yeah, like the first. Okay, Rugal in 94. Okay, I can weather maybe making a cringe political endorsement in a bridge series woman voice in this big titty model. Okay, I'll It's a hazing ritual. But nah, we're 4 games in now. You can't quit again. Now I'm not gonna do like game by game, but like the amount of quits. So I beat 95. I beat 96. Okay, I beat 95. Well, 96. Again, it's really hard. Well, I've only had to quit once, so the second time will be that kind of thing. But as you go, and you're on Chrysalid in 99, the boss that the director of the game apologized for. You're gonna be thinking, like, oh my god, this is brutal, but if I quit, I'm gonna lose friends.
Oh god.
So that's the plan. So tune in for that, folks. We're not just playing KOF. Shit's on the line. There's stakes.
Oh god,
we got stakes.
I knew it was going to be some sort of personal humiliation. I expected copy pasta. I don't know if I expected that second part. I probably should have.
We'll start a copy pasta, like, vote for whoever, or like, my favorite streamer is Hassan Piker or something like that.
Jesus! Oh God!
I wouldn't wish that
something
on
like
my
that.
worst enemy.
I could
And
I
then-
could tolerate having to do the big titty VTuber, but then saying Hassan Piker, oh God, that's it.
Yeah, exactly.
Or how-
It's
how
not
about
just the big
this?
TV
Instead of-
VTuber. Because I gotta count for the fact that there's gonna be somebody into that shit. I gotta make sure that the intended result is achieved.
How about this? Instead of a skinwalking other VTubers, we just start increasing the bust size to literal ludicrous proportions.
No, we'll do
every
that for the
time.
first couple. But then, like, once we've got to the point, like, oh man, this motherfucker keeps quitting. All right, bring out so and so's avatar. Do the impression, Gator. Do your best impression.
Do it.
It's flattering.
And let me guess, if I don't do it, if I'm not convincing enough, I have to do it again.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Cause your co-host, your co-pilot through all this, I've beaten them all. So you're not gonna get me going, you know what, sympathies, you can skip this one. Nah, fam. I've done them all. Every one of them. And that includes, like, Krislin, Magaki, Gennett, all of them. Now, some of them took me some hours, but I did it. So you will get no sympathy from me.
No simpy.
Yeah. No. I did it. So now it's your turn. That's how I got good at fighting games. Like my Mugen is a hobby of mine. That would be like my fighting game bonsai. We gotta get just the right version of this character with just the right stage and just the right music. Bonsai tree clip. None of that goofy like Omega Tom Hanks shit. Like just the right shit. And then like get a busted ass fucking boss characters and like challenge myself. So because I couldn't play with people, so that's how I got good at fighting games. Is just going up against Mugen AIs and SNK bosses. So that's what you gonna do. You wanna dip your toes? I'm gonna make you a fighting machine and then send you out in KOF 15 and you're gonna just take over the country of Mexico. I'm gonna turn you into a fighting game colonizer.
I'm gonna get
Gonna
all
have
the.
you wear a Goku VTuber and say some of the most heinous shit in Spanish just to get the cartels on your
Oh
ass.
God!
No, we'll make that like the fourth quit, right? Right before he starts skinwalking, is I'm gonna have him insult shit in Mexican and in Spanish, like Mexican Spanish. I won't even tell you what it means. You're just gonna have to say it. Just say the line. Say the line, failure.
Oh Jesus!
Quitter.
Say the line, Gator.
That's gonna be
All right, let's get on to
that's gonna be
this
horrible. But I'm just gonna have to get good. It's gonna be entertaining for Chad. Chad's gonna love it. But
That's gonna be peak content. Peak content. It's like KOF and shit's on the line.
my personal reputation is on the line.
Not just yours. A whole lot of other people's too.
Oh yeah, God. Ugh.
Friendships will be tested.
I'll never be able to look Rima straight in the eye ever again. All right.
See, after this episode, start making some calls. Like, would you mind? Like, you can link him to the conversation. Just tell him. But
just
definitely want to
timestamp
get that
this.
set up. Well, again, we'll get you the generic model for the first couple, like the punches you can take. But then, like, okay, this is 4 games now. You really want to?
You have
But
now
that's when
quit
they
on
start
4
getting
games. Yeah,
Because like you've already quit 4 games, and now you're up against Ignis from 2001, who is regarded, by the way, as like the hardest SNK boss of all time. That's the one you're gonna want to save the quits for. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I've
Save
used
your
a lot,
skips.
and it's 2000. Yeah, it's like, oh, I've already 3 in, and I'm on 2001. That's the game where the mid boss is boss level, and then you go to the boss. Like, oh, we're at 2001. You want to save that shit. No. I'm going to push you like, oh, you went through all these games and it's 2001 and you still got your first quit? I might skip the first quit because I know what you're pulling.
It's like, oh, you're getting good? Okay, well, I'm taking this one away. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think you understand. 2001 is another level. You're going to be playing 94 fighting Rugal and it's like, this is ridiculous. Like, it's not 2001. You know what? Go look up footage of the boss of KOF 2001 after this, and you'll know. You'll know what I'm talking about. And you will see, like, save your quits. Save your quits. So yeah, that's where we're going to be. I don't know when we're going to start. We're going to set it up. Especially got to get the punishment ready. And then we're going to be...
Lord.
And we heavily advertise it. Gator Going through KOF with his reputation on the line. I think it's going to be glorious.
Yeah. I think it'll be fun for Chad. I don't know how fun it'll be for me.
They say, the journalists say X is the Dark Souls of Y, but soon you'll realize that Dark Souls it's kiddie shit, because really, if you're going to say something hard, it is the KOF of Y. You're going to learn today. Don't worry, I will teach you. I'm not just going to throw you to the wolves and say have fun. I will teach you. That's why I'm co-piloting. I'm not just co-piloting there to laugh at you. I'm co-piloting there to teach you KOF, and if you're having trouble, oh, here's the guy to use. Here's the combo. And if all else fails, I will show you the trick to beat Genitz in 96, who is infamously tough. But there is actually for as famous as he is for being brutally hard, there is a trick that once you know it, it is hilarious what he doesn't know how to counter. So I will be there to help. I won't just be there to make you miserable. But I'm also gonna, if you quit on me, bitch, I will make you pay for it.
Consequences will never be the same. So that's what you guys got to look forward to, Chad. Glory or shame? That's it. It's glory, ultimate glory or ultimate shame.
Yes, and the perfect series to do it, I think.
All right. Well,
sorry, do you want to get through this last one real quick?
Yeah, let's get through this last one before we wrap up here. So Netflix did a little bit of an oopsie, and as it turns out, they leaked a bunch of anime series before their actual debut date. So I think it's something like the first 8 episodes of the new Ranma 1/2, 12 episodes of Dandadan, which is a Shonen Jump series that's coming out, I think, this fall. Terminator Zero. There was a SpongeBob movie that got leaked, I guess.
It was shows themselves or just the opening? Because I've seen the opening.
No, the opening got leaked first, but then the entire shows themselves leaked. Even the first episode of the next season of ReZero got leaked. And the people that did it have hinted that they can do it again with other shows. So this isn't the end of it. Netflix is literally just leaking all this shit.
Many of these huge media companies are getting hacked, these major hacks.
Yeah, well, there's a story the other day about everybody, literally every United States citizen social security number may have just been leaked.
Yeah. And then there was the huge Disney hack where they got fucking everything. Yeah. It was gay furries. It was a different one from the gay furries that hacked the Heritage Foundation. It was a different group of furries. I don't know if they're gay furries, but they do have.
All furries are gay. Let's stop you right there.
I was gonna say let's not mince words here.
Oh, they're not. I can tell you they're not.
My headcanon is if you put on that damn fursuit, you are gay immediately.
There are some exceedingly heterosexual furries.
No, they're gay.
I can tell you.
They're gay.
But no, there's a lot of gay furries. There disproportionate amount of gay furries, but there's some not gay furries. No, this was because it was Null Bulge that did the Disney hack, and they had their little image was the lion. I think it was a tiger guy or lion guy with a huge bulge. But at the same time, a lot of these hacker groups do a lot of obfuscation, so they could just be doing it as a meme. They might not actually be gay furries. It might just be haha gay furry, labeling on their shit. I think the ones that hack the Heritage Foundation are gay furries. Null Bulge, I'm 50-50 on if it's real. Or it could just be branding for funny jokes.
It might be. But the supposed attack on Disney was because they shut down Club Penguin, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was a very memey reason. That's why it was one of the reasons I'm 50-50. But yeah, they hacked everything.
The funniest thing about the Heritage Foundation is it proved literally nothing. It only helped Trump.
No, yeah, not only to prove literally nothing, but it did reveal that exceeding amount of people involved in the Heritage Foundation were Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
And it was all fake identities with Chinese addresses. And it was the fake identities were hilarious because yes, this is what a Chinese guy thinks an American name is, Clint Anderson. Or there was one that was it wasn't Max Force, but it was something like Max Force, a fucking action movie protagonist name.
Of course.
It was like a step away from that one Japanese baseball game where they had like gibberish American names for like this one team. So stuff like Bobson Dugnut and Dwight Rorschel.
Goodness.
Like 2 degrees off actual names. It's kind of that same thing. So yeah, in your effort to prove the big mean right wingers and how racist they were, you just proved the Heritage Foundation is mostly a Chinese op.
It's a literal psyop.
Pretty much. Now, of course, it used to not be that way. Like the Heritage Foundation was like one of the chief like right-wing think tanks out there, but man, like everything's getting co-opted by like foreign intelligence and foreign governments and
Oh yeah.
like that's why I always say
it's subterfuge.
Yeah, that's why I always say like politics is illegitimate and non-heterosexual. Because like you really think all this stuff isn't just like a dog and pony show. Like it's meant to be a circus for your entertainment. Like nothing substantive is actually happening. Like the people that have all the money are still gonna have all the money, and they're not gonna share any of it with you. Are you crazy? They're gonna give you your pittance, and you're gonna thank them for it.
I think better, and I think things are getting better because like people sort of realized stuff like the Heritage Foundation was bullshit. Like these big organizations were bullshit. Stopped listening. Stopped taking them seriously. I think like you would never have like an Elon Musk before, like a guy that's in that tax bracket that hates that tax bracket. Like I don't think you would have had in the past a rich guy tell the rest of rich guys, no, fuck off. I'm going to just upend the entire table.
I think things are slowly trending in the right direction, but I think to get there, we've got to go through a lot. We got to walk through, we got to crawl through the pipe in the Shawshank Redemption to get the rain.
Because it's just so much is metastasized for so many decades. But it's always, I think, important to focus on the good, right? Because if you get blackpilled, that just undoes everything.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is, like, things are getting fixed, but there's just so much to fix. It's going to take a long time. That's why, if you're thinking of killing yourself, don't. You got to stick around so you can see it. There's a lot you got to want to see. There's a lot of people that are gonna collapse in on themselves and implode, and you're gonna want to be there for that.
I hate being a doomer, and I don't take the black pill, but I am of the mind that like I'm not 10 pool levels of like Civil War, but like depending on how bad cheating is this year, it could be an actual fucking powder keg. Like I'm dead serious.
Well, sometimes you get a powder keg. I mean, look at Latin America.
Oh yeah. Afuera.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm saying.
Are you enjoying the hallucinations? Don't refill your medication. You'll love this next shadow person. Believe me.
Yeah, the shadow people are beckoning you. Watch this next part. This is a good part. And I think that's the important thing. I think we really got to focus on and I think you can see this bringing it back to entertainment. I think these companies that felt insurmountably powerful are all falling apart. These companies that felt like we were under their thumb and we couldn't have good things and nothing could be done about them. How's Disney doing? Not great. Getting worse. Paramount, their entire TV division, just killed it.
Yeah, Halo destroyed Paramount TV.
Yeah.
Good. It fucking deserved it for that abomination of a show that they made.
Yeah, and then Disney, like I said, Crunchyroll felt like they were just dominating the anime industry and going to make all just domestic releases of anime fucking shit. And then Crunchyroll is falling apart. You have AM Studios rising up. You have AI translations, which are putting not even localizers. Let's face it, rewriters out of business.
Yeah,
Localizers.
I like that.
Well, I mean, I think the woke thing gets thrown. It's turning into SJW, where it's starting to it's
being
losing
overused,
meaning and becoming.
So it's losing
it's overused.
It's losing its the negativity.
Yeah, once YouTube grifters start putting that shit in all caps, it's over.
I've already seen one video, like one chick, I think it was like Vera Dark or something, that had that in her thumbnail, and I'm like, someone actually finally said it, because I had been thinking about it in my head. It's like,
I do think rewriters is
I'm just saying localizer.
Yeah, because it goes back to our previous discussion about how like not all localizations are bad. Localization can be good or bad. They're rewriters because they're taking away the original context and they're just inserting whatever the hell they want.
Yep.
And it's just people that you thought were unbeatable are getting beaten left and right, and it's like, yeah, you want to. This trend, it is only going to continue, and I think a lot of it is just because this is something that's been building because of the internet, is you can try to censor it all you want, but you really can't. It's too much to control.
Yeah.
It's like trying to fumigate all the bees on Earth at once. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You fumigate one section of bees, and the other ones that you fumigated just repopulated. You're just not going to do it. It's a fool's errand to try to censor the internet. And you're seeing now that people can just like share shit, and they can just, and then people learn things, and I mean, it's a bit of a cliche, but they wake up, and more, you're seeing it. And I think you're going to see. I think it's going to get accelerated when the baby boomer generation dies out.
Oh, absolutely.
Once the baby boomer generation dies out, I think a lot of the shit that we've been dealing with for years will just crumble into an alarming rate. Because a lot of it is perpetuated by the baby boomers, and younger generations fucking hate it. Mm-hmm. But the baby boomers, there's so fucking many of them, hence the name. There's so many of them. They've entrenched themselves into so many places of power and influence. But once they are gone, motherfucker, just you watch. I'm telling you, things are good. It's like the song says, things are getting great and they're only getting better. I'm gonna have to wear shades. And I think this is
we're gonna have to worry about the reemergence of it with the millennials, because the millennials are just as fucking bad.
Yeah, I don't think they're as bad. I think they're cringe, but they're not as bad. Because I mean, a lot of millennials are a lot of the older shit posters now, like a lot of the JD Vance types.
True, but we also have to realize that a lot of them are also going the way of like iDubbbz, where they have the trolls regret and shit, and so.
Well, I think Trolls Remorse is more of a Trolls Remorse, like, yeah, that is millennial, but it also is like instant death. You know what I mean? Like look what happened to iDubbbz's career.
Yeah, it's over.
So
look at what's his face, H Bomber guy.
Ethan.
Yeah, like even if you have a quote unquote following, it's a niche. You get quarantined. Trolls Remorse does not bring you benefits.
Look at Lotax.
It's only a detriment.
Lotax had Trolls Remorse, and his whole life fell apart.
Yeah. Yeah, like Trolls Remorse is destructive. So I think that's the difference. Is boomers have basically made everyone else's lives miserable. Millennials who go down that road just make their own lives miserable, and then they're gone. So what the hell's going on out there?
Yelling.
Hold on, the place where I live, something is I just have to make sure this is not a.
I was about to say you're not
just someone's.
You're not having
like a
murder
this is just
happen
someone's
next door?
mail arriving. Yeah, just making sure someone's just mail arriving or something.
Yeah,
oh, no.
Yeah, that was something we covered in the last episode. There was a VTuber that, like, she was live on stream, and literally a murder happened, like, right next door to her apartment.
Oh God.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God. But yeah, she was fine. The police caught the perpetrator, but yeah, that happened. I'm always scared about that shit when because I got swatted many moons ago, and that shit terrifies me, man. Like there's like that the idea that you're just like chilling and vibing, and then just like someone just comes at you, you're fucking screaming.
All right,
it's
yeah,
terrifying.
it's just someone else in the house's food arrived. I live in a house broken up into apartments.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. So it's a problem. Is like someone's something arrives. It's like, hey, your thing's here, and like everybody else hears it.
Yeah, that's actually something that I haven't even thought about. Like in my situation the past few months, it's just like, thank God I haven't been swatted. Granted, I've kind of gone through some motions just to make sure I don't reveal exactly where I am or who I am.
Well, even if anybody figures it out now, I'm buying a house and moving out of here soon. So
oh,
by
yeah.
the time
I'm of the mind is like, don't please. I'm literally poor. I don't deserve this. I've done nothing.
Oh yeah, see, Alpha Omega in the chat says, at least we know to skip Ranma since it's censored now. Yeah, that was another thing that came out. Because all the episodes leaked, people were able to watch the show, and they found out that like a lot of the lewdness from Rumiko Takahashi is gone now.
Yeah, of course.
It's just become another show. And the one positive though, I think, is that because it leaked and because it's going to like take away all of the thunder, it'll probably take away all of the like weirdos that watched the show and took away like the wrong message from the show, and it became like their like awakening experience, and that's why they have the meme flags in their bio now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because like the whole point of Ranma is that Ranma's just a dude that wants to be a dude, but sometimes he's a chick and he doesn't want to be a chick.
It's like a curse. Like
It's a curse,
thing he
literally a
can't-
curse.
No, there's
Yeah,
a deeper meaning here, guys. I swear.
Yeah, it's also like it was like some I don't remember the premise, but either way, it's like it's a funny like haha thing because like it gets splashed with water.
Yeah, what's the most
Turns into a
common thing
girl.
on the planet? Water.
Yeah, gets I think splashed again, turns into a guy.
It's hot
not-
water.
Maybe
Hot water.
it's also
Hot water
small.
returns him to his original form. Cold water is what activates the curse.
Oh, okay,
God forbid it rains.
Yeah,
which is
that
kind of funny if you
happens.
think about it. Like it's kind of funny if you think about it. Oh, cold water. So cold water, just like all of us, makes his penis recede.
And I think that was literally
have-
the joke.
Activate
probably.
turtle mode.
Probably, yeah.
Because Rumiko Takahashi is very campy. Like if you've ever
Yeah,
seen,
oh,
if you've ever seen, I mean, Yurusei Yatsura, she made that. She made Lum. Like that show was made by a woman.
Yeah.
That show was made by a woman, and she, she's campy. She's funny. She likes lewdness. I mean, it even carried over into a series that was a little more serious, like Inuyasha. People forget she made Inuyasha sometimes, but yeah, she made
And
Inuyasha.
fucking Moroku always grabbing them asses, grabbing Sango's ass at all times.
Yeah,
It's the most relatable character.
most relatable character on the planet, Moroku.
Yeah. I'm trying to father some children out here, trying to spread my seed.
And he does.
It's like he just like me for real, for real.
Moroku fucking wins.
He did win, man. He got
Fucking
the,
legend.
He got the girl and she fathered his children.
Yeah, Moroku's like, I'm here to fuck bitches and acquire a family, and he does. He just
Yeah.
wins. He just wins.
Yeah.
Absolute king. Yeah, my son no Koku is another one. Yeah. There may be. I mean, if the Ranma remake does well, they may remake My Son no Ikoku. It's just a different audience.
Yeah. But yeah, I think the Ranma remake is gonna run out of steam now because like not only have people seen it, but
It's not as good as the original.
yeah. So it's like, no,
And I
there's
agree
no
with
point.
Giancarlo Reyes in the chat. I said, yeah, David Productions should have animated it instead. Yeah, I 100% agree. They probably would have left, maybe not the outright nudity of the show, but it would have been, they would have taken more liberties with it.
David Production would have gone the other direction. Remember what they did with JoJo Part 3? Like the fucking the sit on the ship with the young girl being naked. Like
oh,
in the
they've
original manga,
doubled
that's-
down on that shit.
Yeah, which is a little weird. I'm not gonna lie.
That
I
was a
wasn't a
little-
fan.
That was a little
I wasn't a
much.
fan. Yeah, but I'm not calling for the cancellation of JoJo over it. I'm just I feel like it's kind of a lost art to just go. It's a little weird, and I don't like that. Ugh, and then just end it. End it there. Doesn't need to be a campaign. I'm just going ugh. Maybe.
So you think maybe
not
David Productions would
rare
have
to
like
rewatch.
doubled down and had been like, here's some fucking titties, shitloads of
Yeah.
titties.
Yeah, I mean, look, can we get girl Ranma naked here?
Just
Can we just ignore that she turns into a boy and just enjoy the naked redhead?
just titties and I mean, well, that was the series. The manga was just ass and titties everywhere
Yeah.
because Rumiko Takahashi was a very, very horny woman.
I think people forget that women like this shit as much as guys do.
Yeah, they do. Women
I mean-
appreciate nice boobs.
Yeah, look at any given VTuber.
Yeah, right. There's a
I think
reason
people-
that they have their models with the big titties, and
There's
it's
a
not just
reason-
because of the dudes. It's because they like it.
Yeah, they want to be girl with big titty. You
I
can
mean,
kind
look-
of tell when a VTuber is making their model have big titties to attract men, and you can tell when they're having big titties because they want big titties. You
No,
could
sir,
kind
I
of tell in the
assure
designs.
You, the moth VTuber needs quadruple G boobs. Trust me on this.
You can always kind of tell when they're like, yeah, these tits were for me. These tits were not for you; they were for me.
I wanted them. They're mine.
Yeah.
And you can also tell when the VTuber makes sure to not have them because they don't want them. They like to admire other ones.
Yeah. Or it's
Excuse me.
I mean, every girl I've ever known, either as a friend or my girlfriend, has always had like they've like it's crazy. When I was like a younger teenager, right? I thought the whole thing in anime where girls would just, oh, your boobs, my boobs, tee hee 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 hee. I was like, oh, this is stupid. This is just, girls don't talk like this. This is just to entice horny guys. And like I started like making friends with more girls. Like, oh no, they fucking talk like this. Oh, they do that.
They absolutely
that shit all the time. They do the shit where like, oh, I'm gonna store this in between my boobs, the cleavage pocket. I feel like, oh, that's just a horny trope. No, they do. They fucking do that. If a girl's got tits, oh, that's like, ooh, free pocket.
Listen,
No,
my force
that's
game was big
real.
enough, I'd store stuff in there too.
Yeah, I would too.
Free pocket, dude.
Free pocket. Free pocket. It's easy. It's like, oh shit, I don't have to fit this. That's a little thing. I just put it right there. There you go.
I'll
It's
never
easy.
lose it.
Yeah, never lose it. It's like it amazes me how like no, girls are not. We're not so different. You and I, men and women, we're not so different. It's like we're different.
Spider-Man and Green Goblin, we're not so different.
You and
I, we're not so
Spider-Man.
different after all, Spider-Man.
Yeah. Just blank out the word spider. We're not so different, you and I, man.
We're not so different, you and I, man.
Yeah. This is it's like, yeah, women like that shit too. Because it's kind of the same thing too. Even like the women aren't, because male female sexuality is different too. Like men are more compartmental and women are more like on a spectrum. Haha. Like men are more like I am straight. There is no gay in me. Even bisexual men prefer one or the other. Women are like on a spectrum. Like I'm straight, but if we had a threesome and there was a second woman involved, I'm not gonna say no. Like that kind of thing. Like I am straight, but if you show me a nice pair of titties, I will not look away. That kind of thing. It's like they are percentage straight, percentage lesbian.
They are sexually neurodivergent.
So yeah, women will just absolutely just see a hot chick and go, "Damn girl,
Yeah, I know,
back
because
that ass up."
I follow Rima on Twitter, and she's just like, if Mika Neko said, maybe, I wouldn't say no.
Yeah, there's a straight woman still has a little bit of an option. And a lot of it is like too the same thing where guys are coming from, where it's like it's the want to be versus want to date. So a woman will see like a banging hot chick, it's like want to be. Oh, I would like sort of a professional, like two people in the same profession, like, yeah, you're good at what you like. Two writers or artists like in a joint interview. It's like, I'm a big fan of your work. Oh, you're so great. Oh no, you're so great. It's the same thing, but with bodies. I'm a big fan of your tits. Oh, your tits are great. No, your tits are great. That kind of thing. It's like a professional respect among women with that shit. Yeah.
Hey man, you got a nice cock, smacks it.
Yeah.
Hey,
It's like guys don't do that. If guys did that, that's what it'd be like. Damn, bro, that's a nice cock. And that's a nice cock on you, bro.
Thanks, man. I got it from slamming my penis in the car door.
You slammed your penis in the car door?
I slammed my penis in the car door.
That's stupid thing.
It cracks me up every fucking time. It's one of those things you watch 100 times on the same day and you're still laughing like an idiot.
Yep.
Man,
It's such a funny
So
video.
yeah.
It's
Surprise,
something I
surprise,
think
Netflix is a giant fucking retard, though.
Yeah, I think people forget that though, with the whole, the anti-sex push that a lot of idiots do. It's like, and then you have the guys that react to it so strongly. It's like, oh, spelling women with an asterisk. Like, no, that ain't the fucking problem. They're not that much different than you. It's these idiots over here that are the fucking problems. The idiots trying to take the sexy stuff out of fucking Rhonda one half of the problem because the fucking woman that wrote it put it in there. She put a lot of it in there.
I think that's like a big wake-up call that like just a lot of people are like, oh, why is this so sexualized? And it's like, because a woman made it. You have a problem with that.
You know why
Like,
it's sexualized? Because that's how we propagate our fucking species, so we kind of like it.
It's literally natural.
We're built to like it because that's how we make more people. Like, oh, you know who had the male gaze? Your fucking father. That's why you're here.
Yep.
We call the male glaze. I'm sorry, the male glaze. Oh, that's funny.
Some of them some male glaze.
I'm gonna give you this male glaze.
Yeah, that's your
right
mother.
there.
That's why your mother went and found the male glaze. That's why you're here. No, we call the male gaze that glimmer in your father's eye that you started out as.
Yep.
Now, granted, there you can be excessive, porn addiction, and sometimes, we've all seen the artist that draws nothing but sexy chicks, and it's like, okay, like sexy chicks for a while is fine. Now it's like, dude, you need to talk to somebody. You okay? We've all seen that line.
Yeah.
It's like, sexy chicks and then other stuff. Okay, 100% sexy chicks it just feels like a cry for help. It's like nothing else. Like we've seen it, or like the porn artist. And don't give me that. Oh, they just do it to pay the bills. There's other ways you could pay the bills. It's cheap. It's the artist equivalent of OnlyFans. But like, so you can go in the other direction in an unhealthy way, absolutely. But the very presence of that thing is not unhealthy. The very presence of sexy women in sexy outfits, being sexualized, the presence of that, not a bad thing. It can get stupid, but it gets stupid. It is not stupid by its very inherent nature. It is, in fact, one of the most natural things on this earth to have sexy women and masculine men and lust. Lust literally is keeping us alive.
It has to.
That's how we propagate our species.
I do have to agree here with John Carlo Reyes, is where it's not anti-sex, it's more anti-heterosexual sex. Yeah. That's probably the best way to explain it. It's just
that's how we propagate. So
you're
never going to defeat it. You cannot beat evolution. It's like a lot of things we don't sort of realize are evolutionary in us, but they are, and that's why trying to go against it fails. Even things like religion. Like people, like I'm not saying like, oh, you have to be religious, right? But trying to be like hardcore fedora tippy atheist, what does that do? You just end up getting a new religion. You turn politics into your religion because for fun history lesson, the whole reason there's only one kind of human is because Homo sapiens murdered the other ones because we were the ones that could form relationships and we could imagine. This is, by the way, why imagination, boomers, is one of the most vital parts of humanity.
It's one of the most human traits that makes us human.
Yes, because literally we could imagine, so we could form bonds. We could form like friendships. Neanderthals couldn't do that. It was like maybe your family, right? We could meet new people, form a bond with them, and we could come up with the idea that hey, that river over there. Lots of good things happen in that river over there. We should live there. You know what? I bet there's a river spirit. And if you make the river spirit happy, he brings animals to you that you can eat, and he makes things grow around the river. You should make the river spirit happy. Religion and non-familial bonds is how Homo sapiens started. They started collecting, because we were the weak one. A Neanderthal could crush. They were literal super.
Life.
I gotta pull that up real quick.
Like Neanderthal.
That's great.
Yeah.
I gotta hold on. Let me pull this up. This is great.
Yeah.
Don't forget to share it on.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Right, wife. Life good. Wife fight back. Kill wife. Wife gone.
The throat.
Think about wife. Regret.
It's got the guts music at the end. the fucking guts music at the end. That sent me.
I'm genuinely surprised they didn't have that fade in sooner when he was like sad.
I know. Oh god, that was great.
But anyway, I'm gonna finish this up. Like, yeah, that's how we won. That's why Homo sapiens are the only homos on Earth. We killed the other ones because we got together in our groups. Because these other guys could kick our ass. They could crush us. They were superhuman compared to us.
But we could coordinate.
And, yeah, we could get together in these groups of people. All the people that thought the river spirit was great could get together and in the name of the river spirit, kill the fuck out of the Neanderthals and all the other homos. And that is why there is only one species of human.
Based.
That's why there's only one species of human. And why things like belief And imagination and socialization and bonds are so fucking intrinsic. So the idea of like that's why boomers failed to like, oh, well, this is kid stuff. You got to stop watching cartoons and reading comic books and stories and just, work and get a job and careers. That's the adults thing. And that fucking failed. Because, that imagination thing is how you're fucking here.
Yeah.
Because those guys, those primitive man had imaginations about where things around the river came from. And so they killed all the other human types.
It's like that the one meme where it's like you cannot comprehend the amount of psychological damage it is to be talked down to by someone you could kill in the wild.
Yeah. That's evolutionary. That's why people get so mad. Like, all these people laughing at me are just nerds in their mother's basement. Because it's probably true. And you're getting your ass kicked by someone whose ass you could kick. And your monkey evolutionary brain can't handle that. That is extremely natural. But that's why you kind of gotta know that that's coming and like stop it, because it's like a reflexive thing that can get you in trouble. But it's there. It's in all of us. Yeah. But it's good. Like it's good to be aware of that. It's kind of it's kind of like you don't just go around raping people, but the urge to procreate is in all of us. But you don't just do it on a dime.
You don't give in to stupid monkey brain.
Yeah, but you can't pretend stupid monkey brain isn't. You can't pretend monkey brain isn't there at all. You can't. No, titties bad. That's objectification. No, it's not. It's mating ritual.
Nature.
It's mating ritual. So shut up. We're supposed to like breasts because that's where the milk comes from. Then we need that milk, so we like those breasts.
Yeah, it's like you can't just be this instinctual grug brain. Oh, me monkey man, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kill wife.
Kill wife. You can't be monkey brain.
Kill wife.
But you also can't like try to pretend it doesn't exist either.
You can't be monkey brain, but you can't be monkey free either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You must be one with the monkey.
We're all just a bunch of monkeys.
Yeah. Look what happened
Ironic,
to Frieza.
coming a man with thumbs on his feet.
Yeah. So you gotta befriend the monkey.
Yeah.
You gotta be cool with the monkey.
That's the problem with like just everything nowadays, is the fact that like going back to your Reddit atheist and whatnot, it's like, oh, talking about evolution, but then the moment you start talking about stuff like this, and they're like, no, you can't do that. And it's like, it's this disassociation of just like, no, the men and women, male, female, they're literally the foundation of civilization, and if you try and decry that at every waking moment, society will collapse. That is the cause of every societal collapse.
And I know, like, it's very easy. It's very easy to want to like take like a lot of the problems and blame them all exclusively on women. But man, it takes two to tango.
It does.
It takes two to tango. Like we can't. Like we need both. We need men and women to propagate our species, to keep us going.
Yep.
You just gotta find one. That's it.
You just gotta find the right one. Just
listen.
You should be happy. Again, like I said earlier. Be happy that the narcissist bitch whores announce that they are narcissist bitch whores, so you can avoid them and you can more easily find the woman for you, because she's out there. Trust me. Good women are not in short supply, and you do not have to settle. There are good women that are smoking hot. There are many of them. Trust me. You do not have to settle. You do not have to get blackpilled on that shit. Be thankful that the dumb bitches are loud.
Yes.
Because that means that dating is not a minefield. If it is a minefield, it's a minefield while you have a fucking metal detector.
They've literally planted their own red flags for you to see them.
Yes, if you are out talking to a woman and you just start hearing
the Geiger counter going.
Yeah, the Geiger counter going off.
Yeah. Run. Like they're out there, bros. They're out there and they're
Sinistar's coming. Supply. Run, coward.
Run, coward.
Like, I hunger for semen. Okay, get out of here. I'm out of here.
I want blaze.
Yeah, we out. Unless you just want a quick bang, then there you go. But you gotta work on your charisma at that point. But
I mean, I'd bang Mika Neko. I just wouldn't call her back.
Yeah. She's pretty, but
yeah. Hey, I'd smash. I'm not gonna lie, but
yeah. Just give her a fake name and a fake phone number.
Yeah, my name is Esteban.
So I guess we could end it on that white pill.
Yeah. On that white pill, and
more women than men on this planet.
And
so there's someone out there for you.
Mint Phantom now has her wallet finally. It was shipped to Japan because she left it at home.
Japan is actually good with that shit. I don't know if she left it in Japan.
No,
But
she
they're
left
good
it
with
at
that shit.
home. She
Oh,
left
okay.
it. She left it back in the West, and it had to be mailed to her.
Oh, okay. Because I was about to say, because buddy of mine went to Japan, and he left his backpack with all his shit on a train, and they went through hoops to get him his backpack back.
Yeah,
Like
there's a lot of good stories about that. That if you lose something, like people will like help you find it.
Yeah.
I'm just a simple man. I keep my wallet in my front pocket. I know when it's not there.
Yeah, same.
And the reason that Mint is in Japan is because she is going to be live on stage with our phase Chubas, with Pippa, Tenma, Leah, and Uruka. They're going to be doing this they're all going to be doing a 3D show.
I think my rat is I think Fishman's grooming her. I think he's trying to like, his face connect's pretty great.
Phrasing, Cody, phrasing.
Oh, but I think he's like, yeah, it's pretty great, isn't it? Yeah, we'll treat you right, man. Just let's go on. If you ever look, I mean, Sam, I hear that you're unsigned. I'm just like,
Well, look, I will say this.
There's mating press again. Oh my God, Gura mating press.
Gura,
Mori
rating
Calliope.
press, Mori Calliope. Huh.
Dear.
Wonder if what will happen if I
Dear.
scroll
What's
down.
scary though is the fact that mating press has like 3 times more than Gura.
I think it's scary. It's in the middle of
Yeah.
the two of them.
It's trending, yeah. Gura mating pressing Mori
Like,
Calliope.
I don't want to know, but like dark curiosity is like, what the fuck is causing that to trend right now?
Oh, some romance manga like Resolved or something, like the couple got together and she like
Yeah,
tackled him.
it's
So everybody's very excited.
Beast Doll, or it's in the West. It's called Dress Up Darling.
Yeah, the couple got together. This is happening a lot in the rom-com girlfriend simulator manga.
Yeah, because all of them came out roughly about the same time, and now, like at the climax of all the stories, like the girls and guys are finally getting together. Like,
'Cause I know they did that with what is it, Nagatoro or whatever?
yeah, Nagatoro.
Yeah.
Yeah, they finally got together. Now
the
no.
one with the bowl cut chick with the huge tits. They banged.
yeah,
They straight banged.
yeah, Uzaki. Yeah,
That's it. Yeah.
Uzaki-chan.
Yeah.
Yeah, they finally got
I know
together.
a lot of people. I remember people being fucking mad about that. Where it's like,
I remember people going like, "Hooray!" Not only did they get together, they straight up banged. Like it was.
I
They
mean, people were
didn't
upset
show the
they, like,
nipples, but they went
that-
far.
Yeah,
Like they
It's a
showed more
romantic
than you
comedy.
think.
You afraid of sex? It's just like,
Well,
It was like
Komi,
they didn't cross the
can't
hentai line, but he
communicate.
skirted it.
Komi and Tadano finally started dating.
yeah, I heard that was a big contention just because it took them literally forever to even try that.
Well, she
A
has
lot of these things take forever.
she has a disorder that makes it really hard for her to develop relationships and talk to
but
people.
It's like
So
exceedingly ridiculously.
Well, that's how all of these things were. It was just dragging
Yeah.
it on for so long.
it's dragging it on because once the guy and the girl get together, that's kind of like the climax of the story. Like after that, it's epilogue.
Yeah, you'd think the author would be able to take the story in a different direction. Like, how does their relationship go? But that would involve anybody that writes these being halfway decent
Unbeknownst to Professor
writers.
X or Professor Utonium, he added a secret ingredient, NTR.
Oh no, that's Rent-A-Girlfriend. We don't talk about that one. We don't acknowledge that one exists.
Can I say
Jesus.
something real quick though? I think
Yes.
it's kind of telling. I think people should maybe have a little bit of an inward discovery, right? Of why do you have such a strong reaction to NTR? Now you think like, oh well, of course we know the reason. Cheating is awful, and it is. But then I ask this of you. Bleh, I need to eat. I ask this of you, dear audience. Why is it in an NTR situation? Why are you identifying with the cuck?
Yeah.
Shouldn't you identify with the bull? Shouldn't you be in the pants of the guy that's such a man's man that he snatched this girl? Or it's the whole premise of the song "Me and Mrs. Jones." We got a thing going on. Why would you not want to be in the shoes of the guy that's banging the girl and is such a dude that like she gave up some other dude for you? Why is that not the one you connect with? Why do you connect with the cuck?
I mean, that's what I think about
So
when I talk about Mika Neko. It's like, yeah, I'm stealing her. She's mine, bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck her.
So this would be a little food for thought because I see like how strongly people react to NTR, like it's verboten, and it makes me wonder. It's like it's only verboten if you're the cuck, not if you're the bull. Why aren't you the bull?
But the protagonist in the story is always the cuck, not the bull.
Well, I'm thinking. I mean, NTR. 90% of NTR is hentai. Like it's just a sex scene. It's just a premise to a sex scene. There's not a lot of NTR like stories except for like Rent a Girlfriend. I think that's it. I think that's really the only NTR.
It's usually just like a trope that happens within a story.
Yeah.
Not the entire
like,
story is about this dude is just literally a cuck.
Yeah. Usually when that's a focus enough to, be a genre, it's porn. It's a porn story. So again, I ask then, why does NTR give you such a reaction? Would you not identify with the guy banging the chick? Curious. That's got my chin stroking here in thought.
Yeah, chat's right. Don't be Destiny.
Yeah, exactly.
Never.
If anything, you should be binging NTR dojins. Because
well, I don't know about that one.
do you not want to be the guy with, again, such superior swag, such superior riz that he's stealing girls left and right? Do you not want to be the man that steals the girl? I would.
Yes,
think.
but NTR dojins don't follow the cool dude who sweeps in and like bangs all the women. It follows the loser that's getting cucked. That's the problem.
No, but that's the thing. You're the loser that's getting cucked. That's not you.
You're
our protagonist. Doesn't come in doesn't
come in for the first quarter of the story.
Exactly. It's like there's plenty of stories where the protagonist doesn't come in at the beginning. You meet the protagonist after
and
the
some
story
stories the protagonist never comes. Hey-oh!
Like no, in reality NTR should, if you're not it should be like, oh well, we're setting up the premise before my avatar character comes in. Okay.
That's right, chat. Rare moment where Cody recommends hentai.
I'm just saying, if you're gonna
Operative word
why?
There is want. I don't think he wants. I think he has, homie.
Identify with the bull, not the cuck.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. No, I think I've told my story before of why events sort of played out that kept me away from hentai. That and my ridiculous standards for everything. Like my fucking, it ties into my whole like I don't like being lied to.
Your artism.
Yeah, it's like artism and then like the whole don't lie to me thing. So it's like everything. Like, bro, I was the nitpickiest motherfucker. When I went through puberty, like the initial puberty and just started exploring porn, I was the nitpickiest motherfucker. I couldn't even do like real life porn because like dudes would start going, ugh, and like, shut up. I'm not here for you. I'm not here for you.
Tell me you don't like the surprise from the male grundle angle shot that they just throw in the middle for no reason?
Yeah, that like and dudes in porn won't shut up. Like, yeah, you like that? Shut up. Shut up. I never want to hear you talk. Why would I want to hear you? Yeah, that's it. Like, dudes in porn for me was Meg. Like, shut up. I don't even want you around. You're just here to be the dick to penetrate her. And like hentai had to be like super specific, and the animation was always cheap, and that always took me out of it. Like, boobs don't look like that, they don't move like that, all of this is wrong, you're wrong. It got to the point where it was easier just to have sex than to find porn that met my standards.
Giga Chad Cody over here, just like, porn's not up to my standard. Let me go fuck a real chick. And, yeah, there we go. That does it for us.
That was all I had to. There was always a problem. Every time I found porn, there was always a problem with it. Like, no, I can't beat my meat to this. Like, oh, Sailor Moon hentai. Hey, Sailor Moon don't look like that. That ain't her body type. That ain't how she looks.
Close your eyes. It's fine.
I can't. Like, look, it's porn to this. Oh, that's not, like. Oh, well, this isn't. Here's a. I remember there was some porn of like some dark elf chicks getting like gangbanged. I was like, first of all, that ain't what happens when you come in a girl. It don't spurt out the sides like that. That's fucking stupid. Why is there like
I don't know how much zinc have
you
you had.
I have consumed 12 pounds of zinc so I can come 32 gallons.
Yeah. It's like, that's fucking stupid. Why are there so many dicks on screen? I'm not here for dicks. I'm here for the chicks. The way their boobs move when they're getting fucked, that ain't how natural. That ain't boobs move. Have you ever seen a boob? Have the animators ever had sex? I would think that porn animators should have had sex before, so they know what it looks like, but apparently not. So all this shit's going on. I'm like, to hell with this. I can't even. This is stupid. This sucks. Get out of my face.
Wolf and Wings in the chat. Actually to porn.
Dude, no, for real. I was the most actually motherfucker. So that is, I was so unsupervised on the internet. That is the only reason I did not get a porn addiction. That is the only thing that saved my ass. Because my mother didn't get it. Like, she thought as long as I wasn't on chat rooms, I was fine. And like, I wasn't on like Playboy.com.
She didn't know.
So like, if I was, he's not on Playboy.com or like BigBitches.com or on a chat room, so he's fine. She didn't know. If she could see Hentai.com and wouldn't know what that means. She didn't know. So like, the only thing that saved me from complete and utter internet brain rot was the fact that just I was so fucking just up my ass about every little detail when I like tried looking at porn.
Cody over here, just trust nobody, not even yourself. Just...
Like, to hell with this. I hate it all. I hated everything. I was so mad because I'm a kid in the throngs of puberty, like, and it was like that combined with the fact that my cousins' puberty turned them insufferable. I ended up becoming like a fucking monk. And I turned a fucking monk because like if you get too horny, you will become your cousins, and look what happened to them. I fucking going, just focus on your video games. Play more Mega Man X. That'll distract you from the temptations of the flesh. Don't become your cousin. My cousins got annoying, man. Like, dude, I remember one time, like, when they first started hitting puberty, they spent like 4 hours. I used to hang out with my cousins all the time. We would go out and, like, you know, they'd ride bikes, and I don't fucking ride bikes, but we'd go out, you know, walk around the neighborhood and shit and doing stuff. And I remember, like, when they started going through puberty, there was one time for 4 fucking hours, they were talking about some girl with big boobs at the 7-Eleven. They would not stop. For hours, this one chick they saw at the 7-Eleven, and it's all they could think about, all they could talk about, and it's just, I wanted to be anywhere else. So it's like I see horny dudes on Twitter, and I'm taken back there, like just in the neighborhood with my cousins wanting a car to hit them, so that they'll stop talking about the 7-Eleven woman and her boobs. Yes, she had big boobs. That was established 2 hours ago.
Just don't have some shame. Yeah. Don't put that shit out there in the public. It's not that hard. It really isn't.
Yeah. I pine for the days when I did not know the fetishes of strangers.
Dude.
For real.
And it's like, y'all are just my cousins, man. You're my cousins in puberty. You lost all personality outside of horny. That's why I became a fucking monk, man. Paid off. You know, when the time came, it was, 10 out of 10. But like, I just like, so I can't even say like, no, I'm just better than you. I don't do hentai because I'm, no, I don't do hentai because like, actually, breasts do not wobble in that form. I mean, I think I'm right. I'm legit like, y'all ain't no one of you motherfuckers can animate a woman getting fucked. It's all 5 fucking looping frames. Every fucking hentai is just 5 looping frames of animation.
But Cody, have you ever thought it's like, yeah, they may not move that way, but what if they did?
It's like, wait, what if I just grabbed the 2 balloons at the point where they cinch and just waved them up and down? That's breasts, right? That's how they work?
Yeah.
Like, fuck that. Y'all, none of you motherfuckers, fuck that, haha, phrasing. None of you motherfuckers.
What if they were like speed bags instead? That'd be awesome.
What if the nipples just always pointed forward no matter what direction the boob was? There's no fat under there. It's just a solid object.
What is that Jujutsu Kaisen gif?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out why
shit up, man. I gotta eat.
I was trying to figure out why Guro is trending. And I did not want to scroll down on the Gura trending on fucking YouTube because I'm scared.
You should be. Don't ever. Never.
I'm trying to figure out why she's trending, but I can't figure it out, and I'm not scrolling down on trending. If the top post,
did she stream?
She may have streamed or something. Yeah, but I ain't touching that. I ain't scrolling down on that fucking tag. Hell no, ain't doing that. I know better. I fucking know better. Yeah, we'll go ahead and wrap this up here. I wanted to get in the plug in there for the Phase Girls and Maid Mint And yeah, I'm glad she got her finally found her wallet. Oh, Gura has a stream soon. Yeah, so she's gonna stream soon. Okay, there we go. Oh, a member stream. Oh, she may be doing a member stream, so that could be it. Okay.
A rare Gura stream.
Rare Gura stream. There you go. And we're gonna be sending chat over to a Kirsha stream because she's live screaming right now. Love Kirsha. I may have her on sometime in the future. That's gonna be a lot of fun. It's just a matter of like, because she's very that bridge stuff, man. Just really like everybody wants to talk to Kirsha. So it may be sometime down the road, but hopefully we're hoping to have her on. Oh, Gura streaming now. Oh, okay.
She should change her VTuber theme to a wasp woman because she's a busy bee.
Yes, she is. I've been excited to see her rise from literally who and her literally who armor falling off. It's been great. Well, I want to thank Ryan the editor for spending some time with us. I always intend for these to be shorter episodes, but then they end up really, really long.
It's fine.
I think we need to do one topic because we always have so much to talk about that when we have multiple topics, like one topic becomes 5 topics every time.
Yeah, that's very true. I'm gonna try to stick to one. Start putting one topic on the Chiron, and then I'll just have a bunch of like extra stuff just in there.
Yeah.
Just say it's gonna be one topic, and then if we can get through it at a moderately fast pace, then you can bring in a second one.
Yeah. There's a lot to talk about in all things.
I love this comment. This comment in chat. What I learned from the stream: Cody likes NCR and hates wholesome dojins.
That's great.
I'm just saying, rethink the reaction you have, because it's set to me. It sends a message. Why did you get so mad? There were 2 men in that story. Why did you identify with that one? Why not the other one? I would think NTR would be like you would read that to feel better about yourself, right? I'm gonna
shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the bull. I'm gonna be the guy stealing. I'm gonna be the me and Mrs. Jones. We got a thing going on. It's a great song, by the way.
Guys, I'm really Andrew Tate. Look at me.
Man, Andrew Tate isn't even Andrew Tate.
No.
It feels like an Andrew Tate thing to say, but I do think there is some truth to it. Like, Ari, why are you identifying with the cuck so much? You probably shouldn't do that. It's maybe a little inward introspection.
It's not healthy for you.
Yeah, a little introspection.
Just remember, chat, always identify with the bull.
With the bull, yes. Be the bull, not the cuck. That's
Right.
it. Go if you're a big old hentai goblin fella, go and just binge some NTR dojins. And every time your brain wants to identify with the cuck, tell yourself no. Put yourself through like manliness therapy. I am not the cuck. I am not the cuck. The bull comes in. He could be like an ugly bastard. And like, I am the ugly bastard, damn it, because the ugly bastard is getting the girl. I am getting the girl. I am getting the girl.
I am the Chad.
Yes, I am the Chad. I am the bull. It'll be great therapy. I'm telling you.
Listen,
do
chat.
it. Binge
Yeah, here's my motivational speech, chat. Every morning when you wake up, I want you to go to your mirror. I want you to look at the mirror. I want you to point at yourself. And I want you to say, I am not the one being NTR'd. I am the one being the NTR.
Yes.
I am the one who NTR.
I am the one who
Yes.
fucks.
Yes. Exactly.
That's going to get clipped. Oh, beautiful, beautiful. All right, I'm getting like a million phone calls, people wondering if I'm dead or not. So I should probably go ahead and wrap the stream up. I want to thank everybody for tuning in today. I want to thank our generous donators, Alpha Omega, Chaos Mesh 64, for giving just a little bit of money. I'm going to have to raise a lot of money because I'm going to a lot of conventions next year. I've already decided. Going to do Off-Kai again, hopefully Anime Expo, and Anime Matsuri, a glorious return to Anime Matsuri, and hopefully with a return to Anime Matsuri, we can rebuild the YouTube section that apparently didn't exist this year, sadly enough. So hopefully it'll be a return to form for next year. But I gotta work the mines. I gotta go back to the content mines like Parrot and farm that good money, sweet money, so I can afford going to all these places. But I'm gonna go send you guys.
You're gonna have to make him feel better, chat, because pretty soon he's going to be going through the ritual, the hazing, and he's gonna need all those sweet donations to make it better when he loses all his friends. At least he'll have the money to keep him company.
This is true. I could cry tears into my shackles. All right, chat. I'm gonna go send you guys on over to Kirsha. Say hi. It's a boomer raid, anime boomer raid on Kirsha's chat here. All right, let me cue up the music here. I want to thank you guys. You'll see us again in 2 weeks. In not next week, but the week after, we will be back with another episode. I'm going to try to do these more regularly. And tomorrow, I got to mention this. I'm going to stream with Oko. She's going to be introducing me to, he's a Babaniku. It's a dude with a female avatar. But he's going to be introducing me to the first descendant. Since I'm trying to get away from Destiny 2, because the game is literally falling apart at the seams, I'm going to be introduced to another time sync game. Should be a lot of fun.
You could always try Final Fantasy XIV. It's peak fiction up until a point.
Up until the recent expansion, from what I hear.
Yeah, although I'd say the previous expansion also. But you at least want to get to Shadowbringers. Shadowbringers is probably
I've heard Shadowbringers is Kino as hell.
It is like one of the best things that has ever been in Final Fantasy or JRPG history. I fall to my knees. Good.
All right, so I may eventually get there.
If you do, give me a holler. I'll run stuff with you.
All right.
Because give me an excuse to play it again.
Sounds good. All right, chat. We're going to send you on over to Kirsha. I'm going to go play us out with the Steins Gate remix that I always play because I freaking love Steins Gate. Peace.